He said all set.
I will open the joint meeting of the Middleton Select Board, the Middleton Finance Committee. It is Saturday, February 7th at 8:42 a.m. So I will turn it over. Who's the chair of the? Turn it over to the chair of the Finance Committee to open your committee.
We have a call with the finance board, so I'll go ahead and open the meeting at 8:20.
Okay. Okay, so we'll start off with the FY27 operating budget overview by Town Administrator Saltzback and Finance Director Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, a reminder that the meeting today is being recorded in an effort for additional transparency for the general public that want to try to see how the budget is made. So, of course, if anybody's watching and you have any questions, please, as always, feel free to reach out to my office, and I'll be happy to direct you to the answers. Thank you to the boards and committees for coming out today on a very snowy Saturday. Also, thank you to town staff, specifically Sarah and Jackie as well. In addition, our department heads who are going to be cycling in throughout the day. I'm sure there are many other things they'd rather be doing on a Saturday, so thank you for their commitment and for showcasing some of the things that their departments are working on. To give you all a, I guess, high-level view on the process to date, obviously there's a lot of work that kind of gets us to this point. Sometime around March, the messaging had rolled out that we were going to make an effort to flip over to zero-based budgeting for this year. Thank you to Finance Director Wood for laying that out to department heads over the summer early, trying to give departments a little bit more of a heads up than typical. We knew we were going into a difficult budget year. It's something that we had been projecting, and we wanted to try to get ahead of it. Zero-based budgeting was going to be an opportunity for us to try to squeeze everything that we possibly could and kind of leave no stone unturned in an effort to try to balance. Come October, we had released our fiscal 27 budget guidance, trying to echo once again that it was going to be a difficult budget year, rehash kind of where this group had left off last year relative to our approach and posture to overrides, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But specifically our commitment to not try to pass the buck to the taxpayer whenever possible, and to try to make things work, which every year is our goal. It continues to be our goal this year, although making things work sometimes is not always an option, so we'll talk about that a little bit as well. By the time we hit November, we had started conversations with our collective bargaining units. Early, all contracts were up this year, and so that's a big kind of question mark in the fiscal 27 budget, is where are those people costs going to land. So I'm happy to report a lot of those we have since settled, and just to express our appreciation for the partnership and commitment we get from the unions, who by and large I think have a strong understanding of the larger townwide financial picture, and more often than not are willing to dig deep and find a way to make it work. And so we appreciate that as well. Through December and January, our team has been meeting with department heads, going through department budgets line by line, asking questions and trying to smooth things out in advance before getting to the meeting today. With that said, what we have today is far from a finished product. February is always kind of a weird time of year because there are a lot of elements that are still up in the air. Definitive numbers relative to health insurance, definitive numbers relative to state aid, although we have some early indications of where they intend to land, and it's not looking terribly cheery. But a lot of that tends to settle throughout February into March, and so I'd imagine come early March for your capital meeting, we'll have something that is a little more definitive. But at this point in time, I think we have a pretty good snapshot for the purposes of the discussion today. Relative to the fiscal 27 budget, as I've alluded to, some years are better than others. Some years are more challenging than others. This is an extraordinarily challenging year. I think that's something that's not unique to Middleton. Not I think, I know definitively. MMA actually put out a good study sometime in October, kind of highlighting a perfect storm type of situation fiscally for municipalities, and they laid out what some of the causes of that are, compounding year over year. and they actually did a pretty decent job of analyzing the growth of government between the state side and the local side over the past 20 years or so, and they've highlighted that on the state side, government has grown at a rate of about 2.8% year over year, adjusted for inflation. On the municipal side, on average, it's grown only about 0.6%. And so the way municipalities have been trying to make up that gap is through cuts year over year that have really depleted the coffers on the local level to a point where a lot of municipalities have cut to bone and there's really nowhere left to kind of collapse or lean into. They also highlight that UGA has decreased significantly. I think since 2002, they said about 25%, which is a huge hit. And so, while I certainly don't want to make the Commonwealth of Massachusetts the boogeyman here,
I will.
they're certainly, they continue to not do us any favors on the local level. And, you know, we work with our legislators and they help us out where they can. But realistically, this is kind of an issue that's been coming for a long time. So what we're looking at for fiscal 27 at this point in time is looking around about a 3.8% increase, which pretty closely actually mirrors our rate of growth last year as well. As always, this group at large works to tighten the belt and limit any spending that could even be perceived as frivolous. This is really a pretty bare bones budget that we're rolling out here. So with that said, we're going to try to make it work, and we're going to do our best to make it work with full understanding that trying to make it 3 years without an override is probably not a realistic option at this point in time. Making it 2 years is probably not a realistic option. And I think where we're at today, and once we dig into the numbers, I think people will have a pretty clear line of sight to this. It's going to be a challenge making it out of this year without an override, but it certainly remains our goal. So with that said, and having set the table in the most cheery way I possibly could, I'm going to hand it off to Sarah, and she's going to walk you through some of the current financial pictures, and then we'll get into the budget conversation from there.
Thanks, Justin. So I'm going to start actually with the Q2 update, just so that we can kind of set the picture for where we are currently in the fiscal year. For those watching, you can actually access this also on the town website under Government, Budgets and Finance. And then if we scroll down to FY26 here, there's a link to my quarterly financial summaries, all past fiscal years, plus these ones are up there. So leading into that, general fund expenditures as of December 31st. Hold on, let me make this a little bit bigger for everyone in the room.
Thank you, Sarah.
You're very welcome. I know some people have computers, but I will try to make this good for everyone. So right now, the town is at about 40, hold on, how do I get rid of this, Jackie? This thing down here to make it so I stop clicking. Oh, hold on.
It's a great looking cup of coffee. Gets me every year.
I clicked the thing over here to try to like scroll, and now it's not.
I think you have to reshare.
We were doing so well.
I know, I jinxed it.
Adam, can you put up a technical difficulties screen?
Little music.
All right, hold on, let me unplug it and plug it back in and see if that does it. Thanks, Jackie.
That's what I'm here for.
We got so overly excited that it worked the second we plugged it in.
So
We're getting training on this before we move to the new buildings, because this is going to be what we have in the new buildings. We're going to be trained on
Okay,
it.
it's preparing. Okay. Hold
Okay.
on.
You should be able to shift that to the left side.
If I just, okay, grab
Yeah,
it. Okay.
okay.
That was my downfall.
Yep.
Okay, now.
Hey.
There we go.
Yay.
Sorry about that, everyone. So as of December 31st, the town had expended 49.6% of our general fund budget. The chart here shows by category where those are. Typically you see 50% halfway through the fiscal year, so overall we're on track for that. If you take out some of these departments that shifted because there's recreation, retirement assessment, and our liability insurance, which tend to be a little bit more based on timing of everything. I think we're around 45% for most department budgets. This point in the year, we start to look and see where departments might be going over budget to determine course of action if we need any, so I can start planning year-end transfers and things of that nature. There were several salary-related adjustments and policies that were approved during the fiscal year that were not budgeted, causing numerous departments to be trending towards overspending of their budgets. So some of them will carry over into 27, which I have as some of our budget drivers, and others were one-time costs that are not anticipated to affect the FY27 budget. So some of those will be covered with transfers at the end of the fiscal year. And as you go through department by department expenses are on the following pages. As far as revenues go, we are at 51.3% of revenue collected for the fiscal year, which is trending a little bit lower than last year, mainly because investment income is a big driver in that, which obviously we have less money in our capital project funds, so we're earning less interest on it, so that's not unusual at this time, or unexpected, I should say. 4 categories were lower than our 50% benchmark: motor vehicle excise, fees, and, 3 categories, and Medicaid reimbursement. Motor vehicle, we haven't done the largest commitment yet. Once we have that in, I'll do my normal analysis to see where I anticipate revenues to come in, to see if we can make any budgetary changes. Medicaid reimbursement, there's always like a quarter lag with that one. Fees are actually trending almost exactly as last year. So I think they're at 47% of the budget, so they're almost there at the 50%. So I'm not
And the
too
biggest driver
concerned.
of that is building permits, correct?
Fees, no, building permits is its own line
Okay.
item. The state that would be licenses and permits, and the state actually had us pull those out separately.
Okay.
Fees are actually made up a lot of our dog licenses, town clerk fees that we have, a couple of smaller items, and our
Liquor.
no, liquor's licenses, cruiser fees, and the special, or the service charge that we get with police and fire details are in that line item. So they are trending almost the same as last year. I'm not too concerned that it's a little bit below the benchmark at this point in time. And then the majority of our other revenue categories are either at or exceeding 50%. We always look at the rooms excise and the meals excise. Rooms is at about 76% and meals is at 58%, which are almost exactly where they were last year at this point too. I do think one of them is trending. Meals is trending a little bit up, but room is almost exactly the same revenue that we brought in last year. So third quarter that we get in March is usually our worst quarter. So it never really is helpful to wait a little bit longer to see where the revenues are coming in with that one. But hopefully we can at least keep the budgets the same, if not maybe shift them a little bit up when we look at it a little bit
What
further.
did we budget total for meals revenue last year?
$325,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then the other item that we always look at is interest income, mainly because that's been the biggest driver for our free cash and our surplus in revenue. When we're looking at just non-one-time revenues, so those recurring revenue that the town has, we're at approximately $308,000 of our $200,000 budget. So we are still over our budgetary expectation with that. As far as our CPA and our enterprise funds go, CPA expenditures for budgeted, we're at 99%. That's mostly the library service, the library debt service. Revenues were at 63% of the budget, and the fund balance, inclusive of all the restricted funds, so projects that we've already budgeted for, is $1.1 million. Our water enterprise fund expenditures were at 34.6%. That one always trends down, mainly because we have that extraordinary unforeseen line item in their budget in case they ever need to do any emergency repairs. Revenues are at 7.3%, mainly because the town of Danvers gives us the money at the end of the fiscal year, and their fund balance is currently $773,000.
Wait a minute, how come they give us the money at the end of the year?
That is just how it's written right now.
How much is the total amount that flows through to us in a year?
$350,000.
Oh, yeah, we gotta change that.
It's in our, we're in the middle of updating our agreement with them.
Okay.
So it is something that's being addressed. Sewer enterprise fund expenditures are at 47.8% of the budget, the majority of which is our assessment to the sewage district, which are made out in quarterly payments. Excuse me, revenues are at 9.6% because our larger of the commitments goes out in February, which might be later in the year. Danvers had some turnover, so they're working on still getting us the data. Or actually, they just gave us the data on Friday, so the treasurer's office will be working to get those commitments turned around and out the door so that we can get that in. But because of the move, the timing might be off. We may hold until we're in the new building so that we're not getting people sending it to two different buildings and addresses. So the timing of that might be a little bit off compared to what we typically see. The fund is currently in a deficit because our largest, I think it's usually about $140,000 that we bill out in March, so that usually comes in by the end of the fiscal year. So it should end in a surplus, but for at this moment in time, it is in a deficit. Is there any other specific questions anyone wants to go into, or? Okay, then I will shift over to FY27. So as we just discussed, a lot of our revenue components, the majority are property taxes at 84%, local receipts at 9%, state aid representing about 5%, and transfers in approximately 2%.
What's in transfers in?
Transfers in is our transfers from the ambulance fund, transfers from our PEG fund, and indirect costs from the enterprise funds. So looking specifically at property taxes, in FY26, you can see we had, or if you can see, I'm not sure, it looks a little bit different. We had that operating budget override to increase our levy limit.
I'm sorry, is this on the website too, so they could pull it up?
Yes, this is on the website as well, budgets and finance. On that main page, there should be under FY27 presentations for Budget Saturday, or operating budget presentations. Thank you, Jackie.
Welcome.
FY27, at this point in time, we are not anticipating or projecting an override within it. New growth we have at $300,000. We do have a meeting scheduled for next Friday with our building commissioner and our town assessor to go through and see what we might be able to do with that growth number based on actual projects that may be finalized by that point in time.
Sarah, can I just interject right
Sure.
there? In that meeting, just as a recommendation, would be to include planning too. Excuse me, I say that because it all starts at the planning office. So Anna would have a little more insight to what's coming up.
Sure.
We'll pull her in.
So overall, we have our property taxes increasing 3.2%, which actually is pretty similar to what we had last year. So again, there's still some moving pieces within this category that may help our budget a little bit. Our debt exclusion, you'll see, is actually going up from 3.6 to 3.7. That is factoring in the band that we need to do for the final borrowing for the project. So that is part of this increase as well, since it was excluded. Local receipts, you can see I actually have not changed a single local receipt in here, mainly because from FY26 finalized budget to when we did the tax recap, we did, based on trends, increase or decrease a lot of the categories. So motor vehicle excise increased $75,000. Meals, we increased $25,000 to that $325,000 mark. Pilot increased based on just the tax rate increasing. Building permits, we actually had to decrease to $300,000 to keep it the same as FY26 based on what we were seeing. Same with cemeteries, and we increased investment income $25,000 to be a flat $200,000, which luckily this year we are still hitting that, but it is trending downwards, so I think we'll still hit that for next year, but it's something that we may need to just keep an eye on as, you know, the Treasury cuts rates and things like that. For state aid, currently this model is using just estimates because after I finalized everything, the governor that afternoon presented her budget, of course. So net state aid with the governor's budget is going to increase 50, I'm sorry, yes, it's going to increase 52,000 over the prior year, so it's a slight increase from what we have in the projection here. Again, to Justin's point earlier, it's nothing that's saving the day or anything like that. And as Justin alluded to, I wanted to provide to everybody a link to the report that MMA put out. Most importantly, their recommendation from the report was infusing unrestricted general government aid. A good point in this article is that 18 years after the recession and a lot of the cuts were done, they have not funded UGA back to those levels. We're still below where money that we were getting 18 years ago. And a good point that they were making in this is that their recommendation for UGA is not by slashing other state aid categories like Chapter 70 and things like that. So it's not pulling from one category to increase the other. They're asking for an actual funding of it. Where that ends up going, who knows? Because of course, the MMA, it's just a recommendation to the governor and the body. But I liked these two visual aids that they had out here. Prop 2.5 overrides are usually a non-starter for many communities. I liked this chart they had. Since 2010, only 44% of cities and towns have even attempted an override. And only 16 communities have approved 10 or more overrides since 2010. And
Does that include override for projects that are, what's the term I'm looking
You think
for?
for debt exclusion?
Thank you, debt
they're just
exclusion
using-
or overall overrides? I'm
I'm not entirely sure. Because
But either way, not great.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's just operating overrides because usually a lot of those debt service overrides pass a lot more frequently.
That's why I was
So I think this is just specific to, if I'm remembering reading the article in that section of it, operating overrides only. And then the other visual aid here is that most cities and towns are at or near the limit of revenue that they can collect under Prop 2.5. There's not a lot of other places to kind of pull from for those communities. But there should be the link, both I think the picture and the hyperlink in there should be active within this PDF, so there's multiple ways to get there. So in summary, our revenues overall are going up 2.6%.
What are offset receipts?
Offset receipts are those transfers in, so that's the
Okay, got it, yeah.
part of this last year in FY26 is that there was a transfer in from the Special Education Stabilization Fund that we were not proposing this year.
And the net state aid is after the deductions on the cherry sheet?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank
Because
you.
that all comes in as just, even though we book it as expenditures and revenue, it all just comes in as revenue.
It'd be helpful to see, because I think we've all seen it in the past, but like, what is also trending, not just on UGA and Chapter 70, but what is also trending on deductions on our cherry sheet? You know, obviously, there's some items there like MBTA and other items, but just to see percentage of what those trends look like.
Like a 5-year, or you want a 10-year?
5 is fine.
5, okay. I can get that as a visual aid in the
Yeah,
the
that'd be
update
great.
in March. Deductions on cherry
Thank you.
sheet. Yep. So moving over to our
Can I
expenditure.
make a comment on revenues?
Yeah.
So something that's very troubling to me, I'm hearing that we're considering charging the food pantry rent. So to take some of the donations, because they are only funded by donations, and ask them when they move to the new building to pay rent. So I'm hoping everyone in this room could commit to that not happening right here, right now, today. I don't know if Justin has any comments?
This is the first I've heard of
That's
it.
first I've heard.
So, I mean, there's a little more context to that, so, and Jeff, I appreciate it, you grabbed me before the meeting, and I think had phrased the question, like, I'm hearing rumors, right? So they're rumors, I think they're certainly rumors, but they're conversations that we need to have internally relative to that. And, I think there's more to the whole picture there. So I would say, at first glance, I also recoil at the thought of charging rent to the food pantry, like first and foremost. But I think there are some other realities there that round out the picture a little bit. In terms of the physical space the food pantry is going to be moving into, it was a large and fairly significant commitment from the community to fund the construction of that space. The team has also gone out and received earmarks and grants to fund some pretty expensive pieces of equipment to build out that space, refrigeration and otherwise. And so, ultimately, I think one of the biggest shifts that we've seen over the past year is the food pantry going from a piece of the town infrastructure, piece of the town organization, and then breaking off and becoming their own nonprofit. So they're no longer officially a town entity. And what comes of that is, rather than being under our wing as part of the organization, we have to figure out a lease agreement or some type of licensing agreement for them to be in the space. And we have to take a hard look at some of the year-over-year costs that come with being in that space, and that would include even something as minimal as heating, cooling, electricity, and I think just being realistic about the fact that when the shift was made over to a nonprofit, the donations that were made to the town for that purpose can't follow the nonprofit. They're still sitting in town coffers. So we're looking for a way to effectively spend down that money. In conversations with legal counsel, operating costs are an allowable use for what those donations were. And so what I'd ultimately say is there's no determination made, but I think we would be negligent in not having the conversation. And so I think that's something that we're working out internally. We're having conversations with the food pantry folks about, and ultimately the determination doesn't lie with the staff. It's something that we'll bring forward to a board or committee at the appropriate time. I don't think today's the appropriate time.
Can I just ask, what was the, remind me, what was the advantage perceived for real of them moving out and becoming their own sort of standalone nonprofit?
Yeah, so I think the hope was, on the town side of things, I mean, the food pantry was a pretty new endeavor for the town in the scheme of things. And I think the hope is that once an initiative like that kind of gets big enough and strong enough to stand on its own 2 feet, that they branch off and stand on their own 2 feet. And so we had hit a point where Middleton, being an extraordinarily generous community, had very well funded the food pantry. And once their account started to eclipse $250,000 and growing, I think the thought was they can stand on their own. And I think, that doesn't mean that we're saying like, hey, you're moving out of the house, good luck, figure it out, right? Like we're always going to support the food pantry. We coordinate with them several times a week. We're coordinating with them on figuring out, furnishing the new space. They're physically going to be right off the lobby in the town hall, so we're not putting them out in the cold or anything like that. But it just made sense for them to kind of, this is a good thing.
And most towns have gone through this. There were a lot of food pantries that started in communities just like in Middleton, and then once they reached a certain critical mass, more often than not, they just became their own
Entity.
501c3. And for purposes of donating and all of that, it also is more attractive to organizations. And, I was not concerned, but I was seeing a growing balance in that fund that Sarah had to manage because it was part of a town fund, and I just thought at some point it should be its own entity.
So one that's kind of, when someone says, make the food pantry pay rent, I recoil immediately, that's my gut. But it's, if they're becoming their standalone, right, then they have their own, operating expenses and revenue and the whole 9 yards. So I guess, it's something to be discussed.
I would say the food pantry is going to be a lot larger in terms of footprint and capabilities that it has been in the overgrown closet at the current facility. So the new facility it's going to, and the way that was built out, it's accessible from the lobby, but it's also accessible from its own entrance at the building. So They may have some different hours or opportunities to operate that way. So I think on first blush, when you hear charging rent, to your point, I agree, but I'd also state the town needs to have some policies and processes for any other future not-for-profit that may want to operate within the confines of a town facility.
You also should look at, the town does have a lease with a nonprofit already,
With the,
Friends of Middleton Scouting.
oh, that's true, on the grounds of the,
So
how many?
there's no dollar rent, but the 501c3 is responsible for maintenance and utilities, et cetera. I think that's the model to look at.
Yeah, they had to
Because
upgrade
we
that.
already have.
Yeah,
it.
they had to upgrade there, yeah, yeah.
I totally disagree. I think that discussion should be ended. I think I'm shocked that the discussion even started. It's fully funded by donations. I know that Fuller Pond, where I live, we do a big donation. Nobody there anticipated some of that money would be going to pay rent. I think this group here should get directive to Justin and Sarah to end this right now and not to be consideration. I don't know if I'll vote for a budget that could possibly include that. I think it's something, I just can't believe it.
So if I could just clarify, Jeff, because I think you're drawing an unfair connection here. This budget has nothing to do with any of that. Nothing that we're funding in fiscal '27 has anything to do with a potential, we couldn't even factor it into the revenues because we haven't had the leasing conversation yet. So I think it's unfair to draw those two items together. Additionally, I want to clarify that it was never going to be, for example, like the food pantry is going to pay the town $5,000 a month for this brand-new commercial space. That's not what the conversation is. It's maybe they pay their own share of what the utility bill is for that space month over month to help defray costs for them existing in that space. And then I'd say from a public procurement standpoint, the town has a legal obligation to provide equal access to all nonprofits in town that have interest in using that space. And so if part of that conversation, putting forth set criteria includes a willingness to, cover their portion of a utility bill, I'd hardly say that's paying rent. So I feel this is important to you, and I feel the heat coming off of you, but I think it is maybe being misportrayed to you. And so what I'd offer is, at this point in time, as always, I encourage, let's not make decisions until we have all the facts. There are nearly no facts relative to this item, and it really has nothing to do with the conversation today. So I'd ask that we table it for now.
Will that, before a final decision is made, will that be a select board agenda item for us to discuss?
Of course.
Okay.
We never make those type of decisions internally without asking the select board.
And a lease also has to be approved by town meeting?
Depends on the
length.
the value of the contract and the length.
At least for the Scouts was not, but am I correct?
No, it was a 25-year lease, so I would think that it would,
I actually think it was just our board, if I remember correctly, but, because I remember Tim, as former select board member, actually had represented them. Okay, well, we'll take that offline, and then any further update will come back to our board on that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not prepared today to make a decision either way on such limited information and, knowing where it's, where it's how many, where it's actually coming from and how many people. And this could wind up being merely something as in-kind contributions or something that down the line, so we got, a long way to go before we decide on that.
100%.
Okay, so switching back to FY27 expenditures, our pieces of the pie haven't really shifted that much. I know it's a little hard to see the lighter colors, but we've got our town personnel services at 19% of our budget, contractual services at 7%, employee benefits and unclassified items at 9%, debt service at 7%, elementary schools at 33%, Masco Regional School at 23%, and Essex Tech at 2% of the overall budget. Oop, sorry. The budget that is being shown today is as of 1/30/2026. A lot of new information has come in since then, so I just wanted to highlight that on here. Right now, our budget is $52,207,947. Of that, town services making up $21.99 million, elementary schools $17.14 million, and regional school, both of them at $13.07, with an overall budget increase of $1.9 million or 3.8% versus FY26, which Justin pointed out actually is pretty much the same budget increase we were at last year for an overall dollar amount. Some assumptions that are made in this, again, because it was as of 1/30. Masco, we held at a 2.5% increase based on the guidance that was given to the committees. Essex Tech was held at a 5% increase. Health insurance is at a 20% premium increase. Enrollment is down, so the overall budget is not increasing 20%, but the rate is. MELD contribution was maintained.
Is there a significant change in the enrollment?
Enrollment is down from the prior year. Yes, it is, because we had to budget for every single position that was created last year, and not everyone took insurance.
Okay, thank you.
MELD is maintained at the same level and stated, as already discussed, projection model is used. That's in both the expenditure and the revenue side because there's those two components to it. Sorry, this is not as easy to see as I would have liked it to be. So our budget drivers, this is just in order of departments' dollar amounts increasing versus there's a couple that are decreasing or one decreasing. Elementary schools, while they did come in at a 2.5% increase, it still is the largest dollar figure increase that is there at $418,000. Our retirement assessment is $311,000 increase. I know, Jeff, you had a question on this. The town share of the overall assessment. So we get an assessment from Essex Regional Retirement Board where, according to PERAC, they have to raise X amount of dollars every single year based on their actuarial evaluation. They then send to each city and town that is part of it the payroll as of the payroll as of September 30th. That is then calculated as a percentage of the town's share of that payroll as overall payroll, how much of a share it is. So this year, Middleton's share of the overall payroll increased 5.5%. So that's where we're seeing a big shift in our assessment, mainly because we brought in people. We hired more people, so their salary shifts our assessment up a little bit more. Typically, the standard is 6%. That's what PERAC tells them to increase every single year. So our increase this year is 13.1% overall because of that payroll shift as well as the normal increase that's there. Does that clear that up, Jeff?
Yeah, thank you.
Masco, we're holding at a 2.5%, which is $289,000. Our health,
Just if for everybody to know, the current budget, has for Middleton, a 7% increase. Although there are discussions on lowering that budget and therefore the assessment.
Yep. Health and dental insurance, there was the placeholder of the 20% premium for health insurance and a 5% premium increase for dental, which nets to about a 12% overall because of our enrollment numbers shifting. Town buildings is increasing $97,000. I do have a further breakdown on the following slides because there's a lot of moving pieces with that department. Library is increasing $86,000. The majority of this is salary related. Part of it is that I'm moving custodians from town buildings into the library department because they're part of the library union. So keeping those together in the way that the library needs to do their reporting, it just makes sense for them to all be in the same department. Also, the library union contract was settled. So the numbers in the budget from FY26 are actually FY24 rates. So it's a 3-year catch up in the budget for those salaries and wages. Debt service right now was at an $80,000 increase. There's actually a further increase with the interest on bands that we got the information on last week. IT is increasing $75,000. I know Liam will be here later in the day to discuss it, but briefly, there's just a couple items that are causing that. Cybersecurity moved from capital into operating. That's a point Liam made last year, that he missed it moving into the operating last year, so he corrected that this year. We have a new records request software. We have additional leases and supplies for the Konica copiers that we have in the new buildings. And then just a 5% increase contractually for some of our software like ClearGov and Munis. Elections is increasing $57,000. The town clerk is budgeting for 3 elections in FY27, including all of the,
Early voting.
Early voting, thank you. Property and liability insurance, we are anticipating a $27,000 increase at this time. It is actually shifting more now that we got our projected increases for the new premiums for the municipal complex. Council on Aging had a reduction in their Title IIIB grant, so the offset needs to be picked up by the general fund this year. Veterans agent was hired at a higher rate and additional hours than was in the budget originally. And then there was a Group B classification adjustment that happened during FY26 that is also factoring in for FY27. And then I did want to point out that the Chiefs Wolf Festival line item is reduced to 0, so the full $5,000 is removed from the budget. However, it will be funded from the Mansfield Fund, as that is one of those allowable funding sources of that fund. So we're just shifting it to a better resource.
Question?
And the higher amounts, right, since it's one.
Yeah, but we don't budget
I know,
for that in a
I
sense, but
understand.
yes, it will
Just
be
for
funded.
people who believe in the Chief Will's
Yes.
Festival, there will be more than $5,000 going to them.
Exactly. Yep.
If you could back up for a moment?
Yes.
Property and liability insurance.
Yes.
So how much of the driver there of increase is the new facility and how much?
All of it.
Okay, and what, irregardless of the new facility, what was our overall premium increases this year?
5%.
5%. And I know we all go through Maya, but have we ever gone out for bid elsewhere?
We haven't done a formal gone out for bid. We can certainly take a look. I will tell you that I think we're too late for fiscal 27 to go out with all the new things coming online. Our loss ratios on property casualty aren't great, and I can do an update on that at another meeting. I don't have all that prepared for today, but it's something certainly we could look at next year for fiscal 28. We don't have enough.
Yeah, I mean,
from this time of year.
we keep saying this every year about health, dental, property, liability insurance, and I know folks like Maya, but let me tell you, I don't think Maya is what it was even 5 years ago. Cities and towns are looking outside of Maya for property and liability. I think, like,
So
guys,
Brian-
the house is on fire right now, we're sitting at an $850,000 deficit, like, we need to look at, I don't know what anybody else does in their own personal budget, but when you know things are getting tight, you call your insurance agent and ask if there's, or you look elsewhere for your property, your auto, and others. I know we've had claims. I will echo again this year like I did last year and the year before, especially on health and dental. I think we should, continuing again for the argument that we should be getting prices outside of Maya for health, dental, property, and liability. I
So,
brought this up
Brian,
last year and I brought it up the year
We
before.
have started that process.
Well, we started
No,
it, but
if I may, can
but we're
I-
not getting bids.
No, we're not getting bids because respectfully, there's not been bandwidth between the people who, like, to do a turnover this spring while we're moving with the amount that it takes to do a health insurance changeover would be frankly irresponsible with staffing capacity. But myself and the treasurer have gone out, we've pulled in a consultant to start the prep work of what going out to bid would be for fiscal 28. We do not have the capacity to do it this spring, respectfully, but we have those numbers and we are coming to the select board with where our plans are looking for because we need to bring you into the conversation.
And if I could just add to that as well, based on early indications from the consultant, there's no saving grace here, no. to be clear, that doesn't mean I'm a believer in just not doing anything. But I've seen it in other communities I've worked in as well, is that, you know, to your point, Brian, you know, when your household budget gets tight, like you call up Geico and say, hey, I'm gonna shop around, right? And try to cut where you can. But the market for our personal insurance is far deeper and broader than what we have available as a municipality. And that really limits our ability, I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, to shop around and, in that fashion. So I'd say to the credit of Nick and Jackie, they have engaged with a consultant who specializes in this type of work, and they have indicated to us that a move really isn't going to benefit us. At minimum, we'd maybe get a 1-year break that's going to get jacked up the next year. And so all you're really accomplishing is extraordinarily temporary relief, and then the added cost and inconvenience of shifting all of your employees over and their plans over into a lesser plan that they're not going to be able to recapture, and it's going to end up costing them the same within 2 years. I know it's not a great answer, but it's kind of the reality.
Well, we can't continue to carry 15 to 20%. I mean, I think there's been this, mainly for years ago, our town administrator was on the board of Maya. There was this belief that Maya was the great savings. I don't truly believe it is.
So if you look at our insurance project, the budget insurance amount, like, that's doubled since when? Is that doubled? Like 5 years ago, was it half as much and it's doubled, or 6 years ago? Do you have any idea? Like, when was it like half as much as it is now? Would you know that, roughly?
Not off the top of
No,
my
because
head.
there's also other factors, because we've done a shift of 2% every year, shifting it onto the town versus the employees, so
okay.
you're not
All
gonna
right.
see.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's like double
And
what.
enrollment changes so much, like,
And we're also demographically shifting, so like,
Yeah.
while we've added more employees, which we're very grateful for, like through the override and other pathways, the other thing to think about too is that demographically, a lot of our folks are retiring, and we're bringing on younger people who are joining the health insurance that might not have previously been.
Right.
So that's something that we're very mindful of tracking, but we can't not offer those new employees and those new positions the health.
It seems like it's almost doubled to me, like from my first year here to
I don't know
now.
if double is fair, but we'll get those statistics
that's what-
for
it's
you
just-
guys. so
I
that
do
you
have charts
them.
within the budget that show that,
Okay.
Jeff. But just continuing on.
I have one, sorry, can I get one in? On the elections, so it's 126% increases, so is that, that's purely because of the extra 2 elections? Or having
Well,
3
there was
elections?
only a town election in FY '26.
Right, so we would
So-
anticipate that number to change as dramatically as it is this year, in the opposite direction, next year?
In theory, yes.
Okay.
And then the year after, it'll be even bigger because it's presidential.
Presidential,
Got it. Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's very cyclical in that sense. It just happens that FY '26 is going from pretty much nothing to
Right.
a lot. And she's also budgeting for a special town meeting and things like that within there that we didn't have in '26. So there's just a lot more activity happening in FY '27.
And, relative to health insurance, Jackie and Sarah, could you jog my memory? Didn't we add a higher deductible plan as well in an effort to try to?
We did.
But it hasn't really been attractive, and
There's actually, between the town and the school, there's,
More travel last year than the first year.
yeah, this last open enrollment, and as new employees come on, there are more people choosing the high deductible plan.
If you really want to make a high deductible plan attractive, you have to provide some HRA investment in, especially with our employee base getting younger. That makes a high deductible plan with an HRA that can be rolled over much more of an attractive option for members.
We will take that under advisement.
What's a HRA?
It's basically dollars that are provided to the individual tax-free, that they can put dollars in, or the town provides dollars, or the employer provides dollars to help pay for some of the co-pays and deductibles. It just makes a high deductible more attractive.
If I may, we do have plenty of time at the end of the day to discuss other budgetary items. If I could get through this, because we're running behind at this point in time.
sorry.
Thank you.
We won't ask questions.
No, please, you can ask questions, but just trying to get back on track. So I know the board was asking what's going on with all the town buildings and things of that nature. So here's a snapshot of some of the new accounts the moving accounts and what the net actual increases for the project are. So, town building, electricity, 105 South Main Street, true increase of $10,000. Electricity and water for the public safety center, so each building has its own account number within the general ledger. For electricity and water, the number budget I got is from Peter, and then we just kind of pulled from the other departments. So police and fire, there are items pulled out of their budgets. I'm sorry, there was revenue pulled, or expenses pulled out and just kind of added into this. So there's a true net increase to the budget for the public safety center of $350. Postage is a general consolidation of a lot of things. It's a true increase of $10,000, mainly because of town clerk. There's going to be a lot more expenses for postage, for ballots and things of that nature, so.
Quick question on the, just reading this, so, just so I understand, it's a 40,500, right? The net increase to budget is once we put all these guys into the new building and we get them all situated, it will only be a 350 increase to the budget for their facility stuff?
Correct. Yep.
And then theoretically, over the coming years, do we expect it to go up, the budget's a lot less because the new buildings are more efficient?
They are very much more efficient, yes. So I'm sure Peter will be coming in later today too. I'm sure he'll speak to that. But this is just kind of, he had a baseline of what he projects the cost of those buildings to be, and then we just kind of consolidated budgetary line items.
And then we have a separate line item for the cost of, the fire station will be closed, the existing fire station, but there'll be electricity and heat that is kept at a certain level there. So I assume there's,
Correct.
that's not included in this. This is just.
That is not included in
Okay.
this. But postage is now part of town building. It's not in individual departments anymore, since there is a central postage machine that will be at the Town Hall Community Center that all departments, including public safety, will have access to. So we've pulled in all those budgets for that. Because there is a cost savings to using the postage machine too versus going out and getting rolls of stamps. And it does certified mailings and everything else. So there's enough traffic going in and out from all the different departments that it shouldn't be an issue.
So will the postage be handled by one person, or each department will do their own, and it's just budgeted to one?
So the machine is set up similar to what we have right now at Town Hall, where the treasurer funds it. The treasurer, Nick, will put the money on the machine, it talks to the bank and pulls the money directly, but each department has their own code
Okay.
that they enter into the machine, so it tracks how much the spending is for each department. So instead of, right now I do a journal entry to move the expense to every department at the end of the year, I don't need to do that anymore. But I will be able to track who's spending what to see if there's any trends that are shifting. Central office supplies is also being pulled into the town building. Right now it's in town administrator and all the other different budgets, but we're pulling it all into the town building budget. This one, there actually is a net decrease in it because we're hoping that there's going to be just
By savings.
savings by having everything consolidated. So we'll see if that actually turns out to be true. The only department that still has their own is obviously library, and the COA is maintaining their own too because they have separate specific things that they need. And that's within their own budget, not within the central office supplies budget. Operating supplies, which are going to be those random paper products that you need in the break room and cleaning supplies, things like that. Building maintenance, we have two separate accounts. Peter gave one budget number. We split it directly, evenly between the two buildings, because basically every contract he's getting is for both buildings. That's how the contracts are coming out. So money that was pulled in for those two is coming from what already existed in contractual services, which is our cleaning services, building maintenance for council on aging, and then our police and fire. So that's kind of where the big increase to the town buildings budget is right now, is building maintenance, because there's HVAC, there's all these other systems that we don't currently have right now, and just cleaning services are going to cost more too.
Oh, go ahead.
Where, I'm trying to figure out in the town building maintenance, where is the line item for, like, custodial cleaning?
Well, right now, it's coming in from contractual services, town building.
That 24,000?
That's, I mean, that's a small part of it, but
So that's what we're currently spending right now on contractual services for custodial?
not that full amount.
No, but within there is
Within
that.
there is that, yes.
So the 38,750 is what?
Is that my account?
The 38,750 is the net change in the account number, so it's, in that line item is already some money. So that full budget is 61,250. It's the same as the public safety, it just, because there was already money in that account, it's an existing account, that's only showing the net change in it. So that budget is increasing 38,500 from what it currently exists in FY '26.
Okay, yeah. 'cause-
The public safety center is a brand-new account.
No, I
So
get
the
that.
full amount is 61,000 in the building maintenance. So there's $125,000 in building maintenance between the two buildings.
Okay, that's
in
what I was trying
total.
to get to. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Following up on the building maintenance, right, so there's going to be the separate item for, maintaining, keeping the pipes from freezing in the
Yep.
old fire station and stuff like that. For this year, are there going to be discussions about like the disposition of those buildings and everything, tearing them down so we're not continually supporting them, or is that,
Yeah, the select board's had
Yes, yes.
continuous
Ongoing,
meetings about
yes.
that.
oh, okay.
Yep.
It's a very fluid, moving part.
Things such as like office, like printers and stuff, are those ones say in the police station, fire station, town hall, are those moving to the new facility, or are they gonna be all brand new? Those are moving?
Well, we lease those, right?
We do lease them,
Yeah,
so,
So just go?
the answer is yes and no.
If the lease is expiring, we're not gonna move the one that's expiring, they'll just take it back.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there will be a combination of old and new, which was done by design, so that they all don't have to be replaced and released at the same time.
Okay.
But Liam will be here later for that.
Okay.
Yep.
paperwork too.
So continuing on with overall expenditures, so this is a year-over-year comparison of specifically salaries and wages by department. Obviously, some going up and down. Town buildings, you can see it's going down fully. That is the custodians that was moved into the library budget. Again, this was at that snapshot as of 1/30, so this will change again as there are some final contracts to be settled and things like that. And then our other expense budget, this is where you can kind of see things are moving all over the place with the consolidation of the buildings. So these obviously are not necessarily true decreases, as I explained. They're just shifting from one department to another to try to get everything to be as consolidated and clean as possible.
So I
But
would
again,
rec-
it's a work in progress.
I would recommend when we go to town meeting, because folks are gonna look at some of these line items
Yep.
and say, like, wow, how come this department's gone way up, or this department's gone way down? We should probably make sure we have a clear message that's in the book, but also something that's communicated by the finance committee when you're giving your opening statements of, things are gonna look different this year, and then for a year or two, as we do comparisons, it's gonna look different until we get a cycle under this new, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't want
That'll
I don't
be
want a
helpful.
department to be penalized in the eyes of town meeting because of just things being shifted.
Yep. So from our snapshot at 1:30, these are known changes. Essex North Shore Tech, our budget is actually going to be decreasing from FY '26 based on enrollment. Health insurance, the range that was issued is 2.9 to 14.4%, with an average of 8.3. Dental was a range of 0 to 10.9, with an average of 3.5. Interest projection for the issuance of bonds, $179,500 for the new borrowing for the municipal complex, which is tax exempt, and then $99,723 for our non-exempt borrowing, which is the ladder truck and the feasibility study of the school roof project. Property and liability insurance is going to increase an additional $25,000 for the premiums for the new and keeping all current buildings. And then our state aid governor's budget increased $6,000 in our net state aid.
For the health and dental insurance, that increase, that's not just like a percentage increase in cost, that includes, because we're going to have to pay more insurance for new employees, like,
That's just premium.
That's just premium.
that's just premium?
Yeah,
Like per person, that's
Yes.
the increase?
yes.
So when will you have an actual number?
by next week.
I've heard, I'll get a verbal confirmation by end of next week, and we'll have the printed shell by the 15th of February.
So after all of this, what's our deficit?
Our deficit after all of this, well, not quite, because there's unknown budget changes still. Masco, I'm still, so right now we're at $860,000 that I have calculated. And I anticipate that to mostly go up further.
What's that plugging in for health insurance? What number did?
That's still at the
20?
20%.
Still at
I have
20.
not changed until I get the, I don't change health insurance
I
until I get the
wouldn't.
final number. It's too much work to calculate it, to be honest with you. So I nor the school have changed, because the school keeps it in their budget. We have not changed our premium increases at this point in time.
But the mid-range that was projected is 8 point
8
something.
point something,
So it could be substantially.
Well, even if it comes down to
It's-
that percentage dollar amount, it's really
Not
not,
huge.
that's not
Yeah.
gonna even be a
We're not
quarter
closing our
of
gap
that.
with that.
Right, because our budget for that is not increasing 20%. Our budget's only increasing about 10% with enrollment shifts. The school will see a bigger side because I think they had more enrollment than previously. But these are some numbers that I'm still waiting on. Masco, which Costa pointed out, they did update their presentation with what their projections are. Meld, we haven't heard anything definitive, but I'm not hopeful based on your conversation. Health and dental, like we just said, we'll get it next week, maybe the week after. And then revenue adjustments, like I said, we're going to discuss with growth, and then once our February, March numbers come in and are booked into Munis, I'll do my overall revenue analysis again and see if there's anything that either can be adjusted or if they're trending downward, has to be adjusted in that sense.
With Masco, if they manage to lower the overall community assessment to 2.88%, Middleton's increase will be 2.5%. Given the way it shifts, we'll always be 3.88% lower than the overall.
Yep.
Right now, they're sitting at what for a budget increase?
Middleton's assessment increase at the budget that the administration presented is 7%. There is an alternative that they're talking about that could lower it to 3.1%, and I think there's ways to lower it even further than that without impacting what they're doing. So that's contingent on 8 people on the school committee agreeing to a path.
And that's all I had at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Chief?
Wait for me, right?
How are you?
How we doing, all right?
Chief, how are you?
Good, good. Thanks, spring.
In spring.
No, we got to get through Patriots tomorrow. Then we worry about
right?
spring.
So Chief, I just have your page of the budget book that I'll bring down to the chart.
Okay.
And then I have your presentation whenever, do you want to talk your operating budget first, or just
Yeah,
go
we'll do
right
that
into the
first and then
presentation?
get into supplemental.
So while Chief is getting settled, I just want to extend my thanks to Chief Latos for the thought and care that he puts into this budget process consistently with every year. Really a tremendous effort, and I think you'll find as he goes through his presentation extraordinarily thorough. So thank you for that, Chief. And,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Whenever you're ready to get going, by all means.
All right.
Good morning, Tyler.
Okay, so we just want to start at the, I have my spreadsheet open that I typically use, so I
You want
don't,
me to open up that one?
it doesn't matter, whatever.
I think we follow the same, I am gonna skip over salaries and wages, because most of that is not, it's still at zeros, mainly
Yep.
because we don't have
Sure.
a contract at this time.
Okay.
I know I'm throwing you all off, Chief, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
Good.
There we go.
All right, so. All right, so starting with electricity, utilities, et cetera?
Yep.
So obviously, those line items were shifted to facilities, given the fact we're moving into a new building. Equipment repair, a slight increase there from 41,500. You know, as you know, our vehicles are aging and getting more expensive to maintain, et cetera. I did have a decrease in fire alarm maintenance and radio maintenance, went from 67 down to 6,000. Radio maintenance went from 5,000 to 3,900. Breathing apparatus maintenance, that's a contract, so that stayed the same. Training and education stayed the same. Postage, that's actually coming out, correct, Sarah?
On training and
That one is coming out.
education.
Yep.
Yeah, it was substantially lower before, right? The 13 and 14,000, are those actuals or budgeted?
No, so I know in fiscal year '25, it was 25,000, '26 was 26,000, and '27, the request is,
So, those, the 13,000 and the 14,000, those were actuals?
Those are actuals, yes.
Okay, so why, now, you brought on the new firefighters. Is that why?
that's one of the reasons, and it just basically depends on, you know, if we have any outside training agencies come in to do training, if we have, you know, paramedic training, you know, classes, fire classes, so it just really varies from year to year.
Is there going to be more training because of some of the facilities that you have in the new building?
We anticipate that, yes. Yep.
I'm sure.
Any other questions with that? Postage, so I mentioned that's coming out.
Next up is office supplies.
Okay. I'm just looking for that on my spreadsheet, sorry. Office
It helps it's staying
supplies,
the
1750.
Yep.
So that stayed the same. Building maintenance, that went from 11,000, now to zero. Gas, diesel, oil stayed the same. Ambulance supplies went up 500 to 38,500. Fire tools and apparatus, I combined that with, I moved that to account 587600, which is, I believe, fire tools and equipment. Ambulance billing contract, that went up, increased that 500 because, you know, that obviously is dependent upon the, we pay a percentage based on the volume of ambulance calls that we do. You know, that's from Comstar. Travel and conference, I decreased by 500 to 1,000. Dues, fees, and subscriptions, I kept the same, 4,550. Trying to think what else. Where hose replacement stayed 4,000. Rust repair stayed the same, 5,500. Turnout gear replacement, that went down to 1,800. If you recall, last year I had 26,000, and that was in anticipation of the 4 new hires, so they will be outfitted, so I was able to reduce that.
Chief, what are some of the items in special expense?
That's what he's listing out
Oh,
right
okay,
now.
okay, good, thanks.
What else? What am I missing?
I think that's it, Chief. I think you've got everything
Okay.
that's in those accounts. I know I threw you off when
Yeah, no.
I didn't go with your spreadsheet. I'm
I probably should
sorry.
have just used that. I apologize.
No, I think you covered all the accounts because all those last ones are all part of the special expense line item down here.
Yep.
That's overall decreasing $3,300, mainly because of the turnout gear that you just mentioned.
Yep.
So Chief, question, I know some of this may be capital related, but even some of the tools and apparatus that you have listed here, 1,000 and 1,000, 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 1,000 and 1, So it's very evident from the announcement that you received from the state this week, that
Yeah, it's been a good
you're never
week.
going to get a penny from the state on
Yeah.
grants. What was it that you had requested in that grant?
So I hadn't requested anything yet, so what had happened was I had the initial meeting online, and one of the bullet points was that we had to be MBTA compliant. So immediately after that presentation, I reached out to the presenter just to confirm that we were in fact going to be excluded, which he did.
So I would recommend, from what I read in that email response, or the
Yep.
memo you got back, which it said, there's nothing that precludes us from applying.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I would absolutely apply.
100%, yep.
And I would apply for, so, but my second part of the question, where I was leaning is, and I know some of this is capital related, but will some of that have an effect on your operational budget, on some of the items around?
I mean, it could, I know the grant that, that I'll be looking to apply for, it's
Training.
based on population. It's just under $16,000. So, we do have a new fire truck that we're anticipating delivery, hopefully sometime in the next few months.
It's been 5 years.
I could be long gone by the time we get
Not
it.
gonna lie, we're almost about to pay off the borrowing for the truck before we actually get it.
Yeah, so, I know that the intent with this grant was to put in for equipment that we would look to put on that fire truck, because a lot of that equipment is aging equipment,
I
so.
would submit on that grant for items that are life and safety equipment, and let the state say no.
Yeah, and I think, not to go down a rabbit hole, but what I find even more concerning, I found out after the fact that the SAFE and Senior SAFE grant will also be affected. And if you recall, the Retire the Fire program that we have allows for us to go into an elderly person's home and replace their smoke detector, or put in a carbon monoxide detector that's non-existent through that grant. So, we're at great risk of not being able to do that. So I find it very frustrating, but we'll see what happens. I'll obviously put in for the grants and let them say no, so. But, okay.
And you have hired all the people that you were authorized to hire after the last town meeting?
That is correct. So the 4 new hires that I have 2 that are graduating the Fire Academy next week. One of those persons will be going to paramedic school shortly thereafter, and then I have 2 more, or actually 3 more, that will be starting the academy shortly thereafter. So I do have 1 opening right now. That was a position that, unfortunately, the individual could not pass paramedic school. So I've made a conditional offer to that to that person, and I'm hopeful that we'll get them on board relatively soon. After that, we'll be full.
So where in the budget is the paramedic school? Do we pay for that, and where is that in the budget?
So that is not in the budget. So that may be some of the training and education money that we talked about, or, just really trying to find, it's tough because we're looking for that person that is a paramedic and also a firefighter, and those people are hard to find. So, if I, the person that that I extended the offer to, he's just finishing up paramedic school, which is fantastic. But he's coming in with no firefighter experience. So now I have to wait for a spot to get him into the fire academy. I can utilize him as an EMT or soon-to-be paramedic, but I can't utilize him as a firefighter because he doesn't have the training that's necessary. And I can't utilize him as a firefighter until he gets through that academy class, which right now there's a delay. So that's, one of the obstacles that, I'm dealing with.
What does the academy cost?
So the academy is free of charge, so it's just their, salaries, going to that,
Oh, okay.
that training, so, and the equipment and so forth that has to go with it.
Hey, what
so.
about the paramedic school if you send someone? What does that cost?
If I were to send somebody to paramedic school, which I will be, looking at about $16,000.
So where will those funds come from?
So probably either from training and education or, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, probably through there.
Yep.
So Chief, if you had a crystal ball, when do you think the new positions that were funded in the override, and then this other position that you're backfilling, when do you think you'll be at full strength?
I would say.
I'm not holding you to it, I'm
Yeah,
just
I would say
wondering.
probably 6 to 8 months, maybe. Like I said, I have 2 in the academy right now. I have 1 starting next week. And then, each class after that, I have a person going in to.
When do you think we may be able to see some relief on the overtime account?
So, I don't know, and I can tell you that.
Not holding you to that either.
Yeah, and I know this has been brought up before, and, I'd definitely like to address that. It was a tough year financially. I had people out on injuries. I had person deployed to the military. I have this individual that we had to let go, that opening. And like I said, the problem that I have right now is the person that I'm making the conditional offer to, he doesn't have the firefighter training, so I can't count him as shift strength because he can't do the job as a firefighter.
Great if he's on the ambulance, but if the fire truck needs to roll.
Yeah, so the overtime's still, unfortunately, gonna be there. The solution would be, if we wanted to have serious discussions at some point, would be hiring additional full-time firefighters so that we don't need to, the ambulance transports out of town, we don't need to backfill. Somebody calls out sick, we don't need to fill their position if we have, so many people on duty. North Reading, they're in the process of hiring people. They're going to have 8 on a shift. That's going to help eliminate overtime on their end. So, just seeing the difficulties and the challenges we had trying to, get over the finish line last year with the full-time people, I just know it's going to be tough. And so, to answer your question, there's, unfortunately, the way we operate, there's always going to be a need for overtime because the ambulance transports, we have to backfill. It takes,
Yeah, no, I'm not expecting overtime to be eliminated at all.
Yeah,
I mean,
so,
And everyone you hire comes with time off at some point.
Yeah.
So you wind up,
Yep.
two step forward.
and
one step back.
the average medical call, for instance, takes 4 to 5 people to carry out. A fire could take upwards of 20, 25, 30 people. So, it's just the way we operate. I just don't foresee an opportunity to really, cut it down to a point where everyone's comfortable.
What's the overtime budget in FY '26?
$595,000.
I was gonna say 600,000.
All right, and so if you had that roughly 600,000 could pay for 6 full-time firefighters thereabout.
Well, you still will have
But-
overtime.
But you still, have, so you'd have to eliminate the overtime, you have to add like 8 people. So that just increases the cost, doesn't decrease the cost by eliminating overtime.
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
but-
I think you'd have to get to a point where you had so many people on duty that if somebody were to call out sick, for instance, you would be comfortable with not filling that position because you have enough people on duty. And, I think honestly, to get to that number, we have 4 people on duty, 4 full-timers on duty right now. You'd have to probably have at least 8 on duty, and I know that.
I agree, you can't, till you get to that point, you're gonna have to hire more than 8 people to get to that point where the ambulance transports, you can,
Yeah.
safely with the crew. You're still gonna have overtime.
But financially,
Right.
having overtime is better than having much more base wages.
To a point, because like,
Yeah.
before he hired those 4 people, the people are getting burnt out.
Yeah,
So-
there's other considerations,
The
but
money, I
from,
mean, like we talked before, the money to hire full-time people is, we're lucky we got the 4, but it's, the overtime's always gonna be there.
No, I get that. I get
Especially in
that.
this town with the ambulance transporting.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, the ambulance makes money, but you're gonna have to spend to keep
Well,
it safe.
firstly speaking, it's the culture as well, and as municipal employees, that, when, you have your 8 or whatever, they come with time off, well, it'd be nice if just one called in sick, but we know too that sometimes, the unions, they know how much they're comfortable to work with less. So, new hires come with more time off, come with,
Yeah, and like.
more than, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You reach a point, I'm not saying it's deliberately trying to generate overtime, but.
Yeah. Like, I can tell you, like, a commercial fire alarm activation, for instance, Chief Martin will tell you, 3, 4, maybe 5 people respond to that call. If there's a fire, we need way more than 3, 4, or 5 people. So there's off-duty personnel, which we've relied on so much over the years, which is broken right now, to be honest. Those people can come in from home, and, a full-timer comes in from home to, man that second, third, fourth piece of apparatus, they're getting paid overtime. So, it's just, I don't want to say it's a cost of doing business, but it's the
As you
cost of
said, and nowadays, it's harder to get people, no one wants to work. I mean, people, especially now, a lot of, over 3/4 of people don't live in town, so it's tough.
Chief, would you like to roll into your supplementals? I think that also kind of
Sure.
is in theme with the current
Yeah.
line of questioning and conversation.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring up the point, the clarification on the 4 most recent hires, where they stand as far as, their status and training and so forth. And like I said earlier, I'm hopeful to have them in place 6, 8, 9 months, hopefully. And, when I talk about the struggles here, I want to make it crystal clear that at no point I'm fortunate to have the staff that I have. My command staff is fantastic, including the person sitting behind me. I'd be lost without them. So when I mention the struggles here, I don't want it to come across that I'm, putting them down at all, because, they do a fantastic job. So I just want to make that clear.
Chief, before you get in, just let me know when you want me to go next
Sure.
slide.
So
I'll follow
my
along.
request is for a creation of a full-time deputy fire chief. Next slide. So one full-time deputy fire chief, a non-union position, which would be a weekday position, Monday through Friday, Tuesday through Friday, however, but just basically a weekday position to help address the increase in workload, the increase in regulatory requirements, administrative demands, and basically help strengthen the department as a whole and its operations. As you know, this is my 3rd or 4th budget request, budget summit, I believe. In years past, it was a full-time fire prevention officer, and then it kind of shifted to a full-time deputy fire chief, which was last year's request, in addition to the 4 full-timers. And I know, we had the discussions about boots on the ground versus the administrative support. Today's request is strictly for the administrative support on my end. Next slide, please. So, talked about the increased workloads related to the job training and certification, OSHA, OEMS requirements. I'll get into that in a little bit. Grants, budgeting, state reporting, and the big one, emergency management responsibilities. As you know, I am the emergency management director. I can tell you that I struggle with trying to meet the demands of both being fire chief and emergency medical director. Do the best I can, but just really not having that person, that support in place really makes it difficult and challenging for me at times. Current command structure is increasingly strained, so I'll give you 2 examples. So Lieutenant Kessel, for instance, he does fire prevention. He works 2/24s. He's on shift, does a fantastic job with fire prevention with what he has to work with. When he's on shift, a lot of his focus is on fire prevention activities. And ironically, if you go through the town reports, you go back as far as 1997, and the recommendations of the prior chiefs was always a full-time fire prevention officer. Okay, so a full-time fire prevention officer, which I feel also is important, has been on the radar for a number of years. The reason why I shifted from fire prevention officer to a deputy fire chief was to try to, I don't want to say basically have that person to cover all ends, fire prevention, administrative, oversight, whatever. But I just felt that this right now, for our department, for my sanity, the best option was to have this full-time deputy fire chief who can fill in and do other parts of the job. So getting back to Lieutenant Kessel, he does the fire prevention activities. In my opinion, it takes away from his abilities to do the day-to-day activities as an officer in charge. Captain DeShane, behind me, he works 2/24s as well, and I know I feel bad calling him a lot when he's off duty, but, he's a person that I rely heavily on. I know when he works his shifts, he's busy doing stuff that I ask him to do. He's also busy doing, for instance, incident reporting. So anytime we do a medical call or a fire call, the crews have to generate an incident report that has to be sent off to the state. It's a requirement. So what he has to do is he has to go through each and every call and do, quality assurance to make sure that the information is accurate before it's sent off to the state. It's just one aspect of his job. So he's busy doing that. So that takes away from his titles or his duties as, a shift commander. 24-hour shifts make it difficult to communicate with the officers. So, for instance, if Captain DeShane works a Friday, Sunday this week, he's off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I go a whole week without seeing that person. Same holds true for Lieutenant Kessel. If he's working, a Saturday, Monday, I may not see him for a number of days at a time. So it's just, the 24-hour schedule is the norm within the fire service, but it still makes it challenging for me to interact with my officers, in particular Captain DeShane, should I need something.
Does it happen where the command staff has a different schedule than the firefighters? Has that ever happened in other?
No, so the command staff works the same schedule as the regular rank and file. Yep.
But this position would be a 9 to 5, 5 days a week?
Yeah, it would be a weekday position. I mean, whether it's Monday through Friday,
Yeah.
Monday through Thursday, not really
Yeah.
sure, but
But not a 224.
no.
Is the deputy chief kind of like on a ship? Does he like have all the qualifications you two can like sort of backfill you in any kind of situation?
Yeah, so I mean, what happens right now is if, I go on vacation, let's say, which is a rarity.
Never.
But
Which we've
when
been
I,
talking to you about that, you need to improve that.
yeah, I know. You sound like my wife, but with all due
Yes, you
respect.
say
With
that.
all due respect. So when I go away on vacation, for instance, Captain DeShane will, he'll assume my role. He'll work the daytime shifts. We'll then cover his shifts so he can cover my shift. So that's, that's typically how that works. So he would be able to slide into my position, should there be a problem. Now, him not being on daytime, on my schedule, there would be some challenges if I were to be out long-term as far as his ability to, basically plug and play. I do try to bring him in when, doing budgeting and, so forth. So he has the experience should something happen, but it's not a perfect solution.
Deputy chief is designed to back you up.
Yeah.
All those things
Yep.
you do.
Yep. So department comps, so I went around and I reached out to surrounding communities, comparable communities, and you can see that with the exception of two of the smaller communities that border us, a deputy fire chief or an assistant chief is very common. You'll notice Linfield, the difference with them is they're on shift. So they do have a deputy chief, but he works on shift. In speaking to Chief Davis, he's informed me that the plan is in place to shift that person
So the
out
deputy
from.
chief, like in Linfield, would only work 2 shifts,
Yeah.
24-hour shifts?
Yeah, yep. So, but you can see the norm is to have somebody administrative, they work daytime alongside the fire chief in that role. So.
Can I ask how you pick those? I see a couple of those are far away from here, so how did you pick the towns to compare?
So I can tell you that thanks to Jackie, I know you had given me a list of comps that the town typically uses. I know
okay.
Tingsboro, Littleton, Wilmington, those were on that list, and
Okay.
that's who I had reached out to, so.
If I may, Chief?
Sure.
I'm sorry, Jeff, too, when we look at comps for fire, we're also looking, we try to find fire departments that also have the ambulance model,
Sure.
because some departments are just fire, and so we
Yeah.
try to be comparable in that way, too.
Of course.
Does Topsfield have a full ambulance now, or
They
are they
do.
still kind of?
They do.
Hybrid, okay.
They do, yeah.
Do you see that position coming from within?
Here?
Who to get it? Yeah.
Here? Yes.
And just
answer.
Danvers, right? Danvers is so much bigger. How's that a comp to Middleton?
Well, I just did surrounding communities.
Okay.
In fact, they have, Danvers has a full-time deputy fire chief, and they have 2 fire prevention personnel. So 2 that do just strictly fire prevention. One does commercial, one does residential, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point, just on fire prevention alone, I mean, I look at the amount of inspections that your team does.
Yep.
And running on a 24-hour shift model, it makes it very difficult.
And I will tell you, North Reading, for instance, so their deputy fire chief, Deputy Galvin, who recently retired, his job was deputy fire chief and fire prevention. It was too much. They actually created a fire prevention position, so the deputy fire chief no longer handles fire prevention. He is there to support.
And
the
you're
chief.
saying the same, you would not want the deputy doing fire prevention?
I
or you
mean,
would?
I think in the perfect world, it'd be nice to have a full-time deputy fire chief and a full-time fire prevention officer, but I'm a realist, and I know that we got to crawl before we walk, and I think it would be, to answer your question, short-term, it would be he would have multiple tasks. It would
But he would have, so if you were to get a deputy chief, would that person take over the fire prevention, or would, or?
That person would not take over fire prevention. Lieutenant Kessler would still do fire prevention. I would take part. The
Okay.
deputy would take part. We have Deputy Galvin just retired, just joined the fire department with us. He helps out. So we really have a bunch of small pieces that try to work together to try to,
Okay.
meet the needs. So, next slide. So struggles that I currently face. I mentioned emergency management director responsibilities. Unfortunately, a lot of times that takes the back seat to the day in and day outs of the, being fire chief. Fire prevention activities, I mentioned that only because I try to fill in when I can. If Lieutenant Kessel's off duty, I fill in, but it's a struggle. Policy guideline and development, a lot of our policies are older and need to be revamped, and I try to do what I can when I can, but I'll get into it later on with OSHA. The OSHA standards that are going to be changing, there's going to be a need to really revamp the policies and procedures that, that just take a lot of time and effort. Day-to-day department oversight, I think having a layer or a buffer between myself and the staff is crucial. I've always had an open door policy in my office. You want to come in and talk to me, love to talk to you, don't ever want you to feel like you can't, et cetera. But I think there's also the chain of command which exists within the fire service, which I think a lot of times is overlooked in our place. Somebody has a problem, a lot of times, not a lot of times, but sometimes they come to me with an issue that may be able to be solved by a lieutenant or a captain or even a deputy. So I think having that buffer in between myself and the staff, I think would be important, because that person could address many of the issues that don't even need to come to me. So not that I want to be hands-off, but I just think that,
Chief, this would be a Monday to Friday, not like this man or woman would not be working Saturday or Sundays.
Correct. It would be just
So it's not like there's either a chief or a deputy chief on every shift?
correct.
Okay, got it.
Correct, yep. Other struggles, DPH, OEMS requirements, for instance, OEMS requires that each employee is offered flu and COVID vaccination, for instance. If somebody declines it, they have to fill out a form, and that form has to be uploaded to a site. And when they come do the ambulance inspection, they look at that document to make sure that each and every person, 40-something people, have had the opportunity to be offered the vaccine, okay? Just an example. So now I'm working to obtain that information, enter that information, and it's just one more thing that it's just a struggle for me to do what I have to do. Patient care report. Somebody writes a patient care report. I have to make sure that that patient care report is accurate, completed, the information is entered correctly, and then it's sent off to ComStar. So just another example of things that are difficult for me to achieve.
So would that person would have to be an EMT and firefighter, right?
So everybody within the department is, so.
So that might be one less, so if the ambulance went out.
Yep.
You were a person short, this would be one less over, and that person was in the fire station, they're qualified to cover So it'd be one less person you'd
No,
have to
so, I
call
mean,
in?
this is more on the back end, so when somebody completes the ambulance report, for instance, I look at that report.
No, I'm not about the report, I'm talking about if the ambulance goes out.
Yep.
Now you have to call extra people in to
Yep.
cover, to have the fire station covered. Would this person be a person considered to be able to cover?
No.
So, no,
You're talking the deputy fire chief?
yeah.
No.
So he couldn't go on a call or?
I mean, he could certainly go on a call.
Well, if
I
he's
go-
in the building, he
I-
would-
If he's in the building and there's a second call, his function would not be to, take that second medical. He would respond to that incident to offer support and help
I'm
out.
talking more, the ambulance goes out
Yep.
and you're short, and right now, maybe you would have to call two people in to,
We'd still call those two people.
so you wouldn't
Yeah.
call one because he's there.
No.
Why is that? If he's a,
So that person would not be a union position. That's a big thing for me.
Okay.
So, certainly that person would help out. If there were, let's say, a cardiac arrest, and there were two people at the fire station for the ambulance, and he's a third person, and there's a cardiac arrest, we're going to need that third person to help out. So by all means, that person would jump on that ambulance and deliver care. But it wouldn't be, his role would not be to supplement that second person that may be needed for that emergency call.
okay, okay.
Addressing personnel matters or issues, to me, this is probably one of the bigger ones for me. In my building, there are 3 unions, okay? And I am by myself. I have a personnel matter. While I'd love to turn to the guy behind me and say, hey, I got this problem, what do you think? Can you chime in? That is unfair to him. He is part of a union, and it's not fair for me to involve him given his position. So that to me is a big one. An even bigger one is administrative burnout. So I can tell you that I love my job. I love the community I live in. I know the guy behind me will agree. I find the need, living in the community, working in the community that I live in can be a challenge, okay? When I go home at night,
You don't go home at night.
I'm Doug the fire chief. When I go to Market Basket, I'm Doug the fire chief. And it is what it is, but I can tell you that I take it personal, and I feel that I need to make up for the shortcomings that exist within our department. And what I mean by that is, we'll get into it in a bit, simultaneous calls, for instance. I feel the need to respond to that second or third call because I'm in town, because it's my hometown, and it's a struggle.
And now you're going to live across the street from the building.
And I live across the street from the soon-to-be new fire station, so that's even worse.
He's going to be monitoring.
But I can tell you that, I say recently, about a year ago, I took up running, okay? I love it. It allows me to clear my head. I needed something different to do. I'm the type of person, if I'm getting ready to go for a run, and I hear the ambulance go out in a medical, I'm like, yeah, I should probably hold off and wait, because sure enough, there's gonna be a second call, and I need to be available for that second call, all right? I know Captain will tell you, if I miss a call because I'm on a run, or if I went to the grocery store or whatever, I'm texting him apologizing because, sorry, I missed that call, okay? And I'm one person, and I can't fix all the problems, but sometimes I feel like I have to be the one to fix the problems. Now, would hiring a deputy chief change who I am? No. Probably not, but I guess at least it would give me comfort that there's somebody else.
Backup and support.
Backup and support, like I'll tell you, the wildland fires, okay, that we had a little over a year ago. Cap will tell you, like 30-something days straight, every day, for 30-plus days, we were going through the motions, doing our thing. And we would say to each other, take the day off, don't come in today. Nope, we're going to be in this together. And I think that's when I truly realized that having that right-hand person was important. Now, fortunately, we don't have fires like that often, but when that did occur, it really made me realize the importance of having somebody to my side that I could count on. Not that I can't count on the other folks in the department, but this is just different, having somebody in my corner, and if that makes sense. So,
Clearly.
that to me is a big one. I do worry about burnout. I know I've said this before, but, people make fun of me. They say I get a nosebleed when I leave Middleton. But, I try to, I try to do the best I can, but I can tell you, there are days when it gets a little challenging, and my wife probably wants to kill me some days, but, that's why taking up running for me personally was a big thing to, help me deal with the stresses that come with the job. So, so that to me, that's one of the other struggles that, certainly I'm faced with. Next slide. So, why they're needed, so provide consistent leadership and oversight would allow me to focus on other responsibilities, be it meetings, networking, and so forth, and really allow for us to align with other agencies. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the fire department is the only agency, or one of the few agencies within the community that does not have a true number two person. Library, DPW, police department, no offense, folks, town hall, they all have a true number two person. And once again, this is nothing against the guy behind me, but he works 2 24-hour shifts. I don't have that daytime number two person like other departments do. Big one for me, succession planning. Whether it's a year from now, whether it's 10 years from now, I want to have that person in place so that the day I retire, or God forbid I get injured or sick and I can't work, I want that person plug and play. They can come in and they can do what they need to do. So just kind of speed things up, core responsibilities, next slide. Department oversight, work in the chief's absence, help with management discipline, policy implementation, assist, not take over fire prevention activities, and once again, just the incident response and the simultaneous emergency calls, which I'll get into in a minute. Organizational chart, fire chief, deputy chief, followed by the staff that would stay the same. So basically, the deputy chief would fall in between the fire chief and the captain. Simultaneous calls, so,
Would you change could you go back to that org
Sure.
chart? Would you change that lieutenants and the captains still report to you, or would you have them report to the deputy chief?
I would have them report to the deputy chief.
Okay.
Yeah. Simultaneous calls, I've really never seen anything like it before. So just the number of simultaneous emergency calls that we have. So that is defined as first apparatus is tied up on a call, be it an ambulance or a fire truck, second call comes in. For 2024, happened 404 times, 2025, 428 times, and we are projected for that to occur 442 times. Why is that important? Because if I don't have enough people on duty to handle that second or third call, I need to call mutual aid resources, okay? Is the deputy fire chief going to solve that problem? Absolutely not. But what that person is going to do is he's going to be another set of hands. He's going to be somebody that responds in a vehicle with a first aid kit, with a defibrillator, with oxygen, et cetera, so that he gets to the scene in a quick enough time until that mutual aid ambulance or that second ambulance comes in and does what they need to do.
That's more than once a day.
Yeah, it's literally when I tell you, when I hear the call come in and I'm ready to go do something, I'm like, you know what, I'll probably wait a little bit because there'll probably be another call. And sure enough, a lot of times it does happen. Callback responses, not to go too far down the rabbit hole, but 2025, there were a little over 1,300 requests for additional resources. So what that means is ambulance transported, we requested more help. Fire alarm activation, we requested more help. There were 720 responses where nobody came back. That's 47% of the time. The average callback per person, so people that come in from home out of the 40-something people, about 2.7%, okay? Happens for a bunch of different reasons. A, people don't live in town. B, people are busy. People are burnt out. So my point being is that the callback system that has worked for years, I know I talked about it at length last year, the system does not work anymore. And once again, the deputy chief is not going to solve that problem. That's bigger discussions. But what that person is going to do is be available to respond at a moment's notice to an emergency.
But you're saying that you would call back the exact same amount if you had the deputy chief there or not. It's
would.
not, yeah,
Yep.
so that 1,369 requests would be identical.
Correct, but what would happen would be, instead of there being nobody at the fire station because I'm at a meeting or I'm out of town doing whatever, there's a high probability there would be somebody there with a first aid kit, with oxygen, with a defibrillator. He would respond to that scene waiting for help. Because, let's face it, somebody's going to take great comfort if it takes, let's say 5 minutes for an ambulance to show up versus 2 minutes for somebody to show up, and it's me, or if it's the deputy, they're going to take comfort in knowing that somebody's there quick to
Right, of course.
deliver care, so.
So Chief, the 720 times.
Yep.
How often is that having to be filled by mutual aid?
So I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I can tell you that out of that 400 and something simultaneous calls, there probably is a high probability that it's going to be mutual aid. I can tell you that there have been a few instances, not to go too deep, but where we've had 6 people on a shift, partially because one of the new hires, for instance, is not fire trained, so I can't count him as strict shift strength, so I have another person come in. So we've had 6 people on duty. 2 of those people don't even go on the first call. So then when that second call comes in, they go right downstairs, grab the second ambulance, they're out the door, don't skip a beat, and the second call is answered without an issue or delay.
So part of the reason why I'm asking that is, I assume what you're dealing with, there are communities around us dealing with as well. Probably to different extents, because their model, like Danvers does not have the model that we have, but Linfield has a model that we have, for example, at Topsfield. How often are we having to mutual aid to support a community that's dealing with this, which is also having an effect on your staff?
So I can tell you, recall a few years ago, there was a private ambulance service in a neighboring community that routinely could not cover their calls.
Yeah.
We were going on a regular basis. That has gotten better. I can tell you that the EMS system as a whole nationwide is broken. ER times, I've talked about it in the past, trucks are out of service longer. We go back and
You
forth.
transport,
We go to North
your guys
Andover.
aren't coming back for 4 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's the deal with callback. I know I'm going over, but next slide. Briefly, OSHA requirements. So I know I talked last time about OSHA requirements. That is currently on hold due to public comment. But if and when, and I'm being told when this takes place, it's going to dramatically change the requirements that we have, from fitness to medical evaluations, training documentation, SOP or SOG developments, and once again, just really an increased workload on administration. Next slide, public safety building transition. As you know, we're moving into a beautiful new facility. That's going to be a lot of work and a lot of logistics, and just really having that person in place to help with policy updates, training requirements, et cetera, would be very important. So to just really summarize, responsibilities have changed over the years. A full-time deputy fire chief is essential to sustainable operations, help support safety, compliance, physical responsibility, and I respectfully ask that you consider this position. Thank you. Any questions? I know I probably went over, but I apologize.
We're thorough. Chief, take some vacation, please.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Tyler.
Tyler, like the boots. Perfect for today.
Might bring a little too much flair, but.
Looking sharp.
It used to be Sunday, and then depends, we had things,
How are you?
you think Sunday was the slowest day, it's actually one of the.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chief.
This snowy morning?
Chief, are we doing your budget first, or are we doing the
Tuesday, then followed by.
supplemental
I
first?
think the budget will be quicker, just because we're not really asking for a bunch
Just want to
of.
make sure I got the right thing up on the screen.
Yeah, no, that would be nice.
The time of day, like it spikes, middle of the month.
Are you liking this software?
So I will say, Yes, for operating and for the budget book. This is our last year with it for capital, because they tried to increase our prices like, it's insane. We just canceled capital. It's gonna cost us the same as what we had, because you lose the discount that you get for bundling, but I love it for this.
Go ahead, Chief, all you.
Okay. We're not really increasing too much on the budget. Most of the things that are the increases is because we're hiring an additional 3 staff. And in the next year, we're looking to, at 2 possible retirements, possibly 3 retirements. So as far as the wages, the union is still, hasn't ratified their contract, so that we don't have the exact numbers on that. I'll go kind of to where we're looking to increase. And, we go up slightly is the services and supplies, and basically a lot of that goes with, the new offices coming in. The increase in gear is, I'm sorry, jumping over. The increase in gas, we're gonna have 3 more people on the road. Gas prices fluctuate. Right now we're seeing a good trend that it's going down, but we try and plan in case it goes back up.
So we're budgeted this year for 48,000, but our actual the year before was 50.
Yeah,
56. Yep.
So we're looking at 60, up a little bit. Fuel, same as we just spoke of. Training and education, with the academies have actually doubled the price of the police academy when we send someone to the academy. There's, obviously there's a lot of equipment that goes there. We have to buy the uniforms. They have ammunition is a big
So the state
addition.
charges us for the police academy, but the fire academy, we don't pay for?
I
See
know,
who they
that's
like.
strange, huh?
Insurance companies pay for it.
You mean we pay for it?
Yeah.
It all comes back to you, Brian, specifically, that they're trying to get to pay for it.
We have, there's an increase in patrol supplies. Again, we're doing more with the patrol officers as far as crime scene, things like that. So, drug testing is become a big thing. So the patrol supplies typically go up each year. We're not tremendously increasing them, but we are asking for a little bit more this year. Ammunition, we're doing more firearms training than we have in the past, and the academy requires, when we send somebody, a lot of ammunition that goes with them. So instead with the looking at sending a few more people to the academy, that's going to increase. Uniform allowances, we're going to have 3 new full-time officers, so that will increase to show that.
You've been able to hire the 3 positions that were authorized last.
Yeah, we're in good shape with that. We're fortunate because we've had a lot of applicants. We have one in the academy right now, which is one of the 2 positions, because somebody did retire on top of that, so we actually had to backfill that one, so we had to get 4. We have, we're down to, there's 2 full-time people we're looking at right now. One's full-time certified, and one we're not sure, full-time DOD police officer in Connecticut. Went through the Glencoe Fletsey Federal Academy down in Glencoe, Georgia. We're seeing if that will translate into Massachusetts, whether the MPTC will accept that training. If not, we'd have to send that person to the academy. So basically, we're hoping at the 17th Select Board meeting to be able to present those 2 as our 2 new. But we also, like I said, we're looking in the next year to lose possibly 2 to 3 more.
So the similar question that I had asked Chief LaCoste, given, the retirement and the other backfills that are happening, if you had your crystal ball, when do you think you will be at full?
Well,
Which means through the academy.
Through the
and
academy.
On the road.
We would, if we hire the one that's full-time certified now, that person would be ready within a month. The one that's in the academy now should be ready in June. And the other one's kind of an up and down, whether or not that one's going to be.
If
If they accept
about a month
their
after that.
academies, then they just basically get a crossover and they're certified. If not, we would be looking to send that person in April to the academy. That's a 6-month academy and then 3 months, so it would be,
So
9
worst
months
case
from there.
scenario is the end of the summer.
yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks,
Yes.
Chief.
And then we do have 2 more, they're not academy certified, but they are good candidates coming out of college, that we have kind of in the ropes to think about if we get a definite retirement date, could we send them to the academy with that anticipation? So there's a couple of, they said we do have some good candidates, which is good in this
And
climate.
when your officers usually announce a retirement, do you usually have some runway to be able to quickly start to backfill and grab academy slots in advance?
We try. I mean, most of them give us a heads up, especially the two that are looking, have been here for a long time, so expectation we'll get the 6-month window of when they're gonna go.
Okay,
So
thanks.
that would be the, and just a general replacement, we have vests that are coming to expiration, the leather gear with the new academies and stuff like that, we replace it with leather gear, so that's why it's gone up a little bit in that thing. But those are basically the things we're looking to increase. Any questions with any of those?
You want to dive into your
Supplement?
supplemental? Yeah.
Can we hang on a second? So this is your joint supplemental,
Yes.
correct? So this is from both of the chiefs.
Oh, joint, okay.
And I just,
You're bringing the handsome guy up to see if you can increase the
Always works, it
opportunity.
always works. Okay, so what we're looking for is a basic admin person to be the face of the new public safety building. How it's designed, you come into the lobby and there's a glass that we expect the person to be behind. So why it's joint is because that person we want to be able to handle both the fire side and the police side, so that we don't have two different, people working against each other. Like, who do you want to speak to? When you walk through the door, that person that greets you should be the person that can take care of basically all your needs. What we have now is, Chief has an admin assistant, and I have an admin assistant. And what would happen if we don't add this person is basically they'd have to split duties. There'd be more training for both of them to take on one side and the other side. And it would take away, distract from what they do currently now for us, and what the potential we have that we could have them do more without having to do the front desk duties. Any questions about this before we?
So without this, I mean, both of your departments are 24/7. They're not a 9 to 5. But this would be a Monday to Friday during what I'm going to call normal working hours of when the building across the street is normally open, this position would be, or similar to the hours that your admin staff work right now?
Correct.
Okay.
Would they be in some union? Would they?
Well, your admin staff are not in the union, correct? No, yours is.
Mine is too.
Oh, they both are? I'm sorry, I thought yours wasn't.
So what union would this person be in?
Administrative Assistants Union, the same as the current admins.
We had two prior. I had two prior. One was union and one was not. Maybe that's what he was, Brian was kind of.
Yes, one used to be.
There was one prior.
Yes.
Yeah, she wasn't. So we did have a second position that we gave up when that person retired. So we'd kind of be bringing that position back, or at least half of it. So what we're looking at, any questions, like I said, about position to begin with? Okay. It would be a union position Monday through Friday. Clearly, the departments are growing, the town's growing, the building's growing, so that would meet a lot of that growing needs. If you could go to, where are we, next one? The person would maintain public relations. Basically, that's going to be the face when you walk into the new building, who's going to greet you. They would do all our purchasing for both departments, maintain office supplies for both departments. They would be handling the websites for both departments. They would be, when the mail comes in, they would select, sort, and deliver the mail to the appropriate locations. Thanks, Jack. We talk specific for the police. People come in for accident reports regularly, so that person would be able to, get your accident report, process the reports, actually keep the reports in line in our system. We receive a lot of firearms license to carry applications. That person would be able to handle a big portion of that. When somebody comes in for their vehicle once it's towed, that's the person that they would meet at the front that release, is able to release those tows. When solicitors come in, they have to fill out paperwork. They would do the paperwork. When they come in and they're looking for, people just walk into the department looking for a police officer, that would be the person to speak to. and they basically answer general police questions, that people come in. We have a couple hundred people a week that come in to, see us, so they would be handling those meetings. Wanna handle the
If
fire
I could
side?
just
Oh,
ask a
sorry,
question,
yeah.
so the needs that you have right now, when people come to your building, knock at the front door to receive all of this, most of this is being done by the current admin person there, or is it being done by an officer that's in the building?
Both. Sometimes if Karen is at her desk, she would handle it. If she's not, then you have the detectives are right here, myself, the captain right there. So we can hear the person come in because there's an alarm that goes off or a ding that goes off. In the new structure of the building, or the new design of the building, Karen's going to be upstairs.
Upstairs, yeah.
As are myself, the captain, and the detective. So we're not going to have that same crowd of people. Downstairs is going to be patrol. Patrol's basically on the road. They're only back at the station if they're using type of reports or something like that. So it's a little different
So
layout.
how much of that person's role now would roll over to this position?
The things that I just said would go
But
over to that.
like, is that 10% of their day? Is that
I would say
70% of their day?
these things are probably closer to 50% of the day. That's a big portion of the day because we do have a lot of people coming in, requests for reports, accident reports, regular reports are pretty regularly. So it's a big portion of the day.
Okay.
Sir?
So as far as the fire side, should there be a walk-in medical? We've had in the past, somebody walks into the fire station, that person necessarily wouldn't be would provide basic care, and then obviously alert personnel that there's an emergency, assist with any permitting questions that may exist, including scheduling 26F inspections, which would be when somebody sells their home, burn permits, and provide general directions to anybody that came in looking for a specific.
They would answer no phone calls to either department?
I would imagine.
Would they answer phone calls?
Yes, so if someone calls the fire or police, would they be answering both phones?
Yes.
So there's two separate lines, so they would be for the information number for the police or fire, they would answer the phone?
Yeah. I mean,
I think it would depend on, the phone tree. If they selected my extension, let's say, they would go right to my.
But the general non-emergency
So if
number?
you call the non-emergency number at the police station, I assume it rings at Karen's desk?
correct.
Okay.
Would it now ring at this person's desk?
It would ring at this person's desk, correct.
Same for the fire?
Potentially, yes.
And there are, with the new systems, we could alter it as we move along to see what would work better. But basically, that person would be answering for both police and fire. It would be one, if you dial the main number for public safety, we could even look into whether or not it would be a public safety or fire, at least separate. That's something we could look into. It's a good point, because really, we haven't talked about that.
I'm assuming the police gets a lot more walk-in than the fire does.
Yes.
I would think so.
Well,
100%.
if you're getting somebody walking in, it's usually not a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, we do have people walk in, for
Fire,
permitting
burn
questions or
permit.
fire prevention stuff, but I would agree that definitely the police by far have
Okay.
a lot more traffic than us.
When we say coordinate basic medical care, like, what does that mean? Do they have basic first aid?
Yeah, I mean, so, I'll tell you that my administrative assistant right now is CPR certified. She is trained in first aid, very basic. It's going to be more so just alerting somebody. If someone's coming in for chest pain, let's say, okay, here's a chair, sit down, I'm going to call for help. They're going to, she's going to reach out to personnel, and we're going to respond and, do our thing. So it's not like.
Have basic knowledge to.
Correct. I mean, obviously, if someone were to come into the lobby and collapse in cardiac arrest, there would be expectations that they're CPR trained, so they could certainly deliver CPR care, so.
Okay, so they would have that kind of.
In the police side, we are not, so mine is not. So that's why it would be a.
That might have to change when
That
we
would have to change,
move
right.
chief.
And I think full disclosure, for everybody in this room, ourselves included, this is new to us. So we've never had a public safety building, so, we're trying to kind of envision how things are gonna.
I agree
How
with
it
that,
looks.
and I've been saying for months now, like, as soon as these buildings open, public's gonna wanna be knocking on doors. I mean, the number of people are gonna be paying their tax bill in person compared to today is probably gonna be much higher. Folks are gonna wanna see it. I mean, I know we're gonna have a public tour at some point, but you're probably gonna get a lot of walk-ins, especially if your front garage doors are open. Unless those big bright lights are blinding them.
And hence why we think,
They
you know,
toned
it's
them
an
down,
important
Brian.
position for that,
A
just to
white
be that
portion.
that face. When people come through the door, we want them to be able to see it. I mean, ultimately, it would be great if it was staffed till 8 o'clock at night, you know, for all those business hours, but we're kind of starting small right now. See how it works.
Is the plan to keep the existing admins for both of you?
Yes.
Okay. So I would presume there's going to be some shift in responsibility from the existing admins now to this new position? Because
Yes.
this is another full-time position.
Correct. The portions of that job that are currently being done by our admins would go to that, and then what we have now is what we would be additionally adding to our admins, now that they'd have free those duties, that they could do more duties for the police service and fire service.
So basically, a reshuffling of assignments.
Right,
for
right.
Those personnel.
Okay.
A lot of the administrative things that are done by myself and the captain could be done by the admin assistant if they had the time, as opposed to answering the phones and the doors and things like that.
So you're going to backfill the existing admins with newer responsibilities?
Correct.
Okay, correct. Thank you.
And that's actually what we're going to talk about. It's just kind of the newer things that we can have our admins doing now that they wouldn't have to, you know, have the front door, like scheduling. Go ahead.
No, sorry, so I'm just getting ahead. So a person comes in, they see this greeter, would that person be able to handle the release of a tow?
Yes.
And for the fire, would that person be able to issue a burn permit?
Yeah, that's why we kind of combine both of those together, which is a nice thing. Our admins, well, could, on our side, could get a lot more involved with the schedule, what the captain does now. They can do scheduling, in-service training, you know, the schedule for training, for, you know, specialized training, for in-service training. They could do more as far as processing the accident reports to make sure a lot of the, you know, the boxes is checked and things like that, where we have a captain or myself do that now. The preparation of court paperwork, a lot of that falls on the police administration. That could fall back on the admin assistant, and, you know, assistant with the license to carry applications. There's different things that we have there, SRO, that we have basically the officer doing themselves, that is more of an admin thing, that we could have that person do, which again frees up the officers to be able to do more of, you know, concentrate on the job rather than the admin portion of it. Grant writing is the thing that we could get our admin involved in, something she's interested in, but obviously that takes time and training. She doesn't have the time right now, but that's another thing that we could put back on her. And, you know, we've been in the accreditation process for a few years. She could assist in a lot of the policy, like the shuffling of the papers or the eyes on the accreditation thing that would help us be able to get the, you know, working towards accreditation. So those are the things that we would backfill to her that she doesn't do now. And then you have some on your side.
Yeah, so as far as the fire side, outreach programs like the Retire the Fire program that's been very successful in town, safe and senior safe events, coordinate more with those, and then probably have a more in-depth working relationship with the building department. I know Lieutenant Kessel works quite a bit with the building commissioner and so forth, and we would look to bring our current admin assistant more involved with strengthen the relations between building department and the fire department as far as inspections and so forth.
Can I ask a question? With adding this position and the shifts and duties from the captains in your positions over to the admins, is that yet expected to change their comp and class position, or it would remain the same?
They would all be peers within the union. The way that the AFSCME admin union is set up now is that there aren't groupings within that unit. Everyone's an admin assistant across the board, so this would just be another peer in that unit. If that were to be something we'd have to still bargain with them and everything, but the intention.
I'm just, my purpose for asking is sometimes when you do have union positions and you change their roles and their duties, that can spark a whole new
Well, these would
situation.
basically be admin duties that, you know, they were not asking them to do anything more than administrative duties. It wouldn't be that they could
Everything,
respond to
yeah,
calls and things like
everything
that.
you both said to me is an admin
Correct.
duty.
Correct.
Chiefs, if I may, in the new admin agreement, we do have a labor management committee now with that unit. And so anything of this nature is something we'd work with them on if it were to be funded.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Kind of in summary, the position would kind of streamline operations. Like it says, now that we have a public safety building, we have police and fire together, we can put those two positions together. And, you know, that one person can handle them all rather than having two separate ones. The design of the building is designed for this, to have a front desk person rather than, you know, like I said, my admins on the second floor would be coming up and down. You know, and we just built an absolute beautiful building that, as you said, Brian, people are going to be very interested in. You know, and it would be lousy if they come to the front door and there's nobody at the desk. That's kind of why I think this would be, you know, so we spent all this money for this beautiful building. You want to have it staffed properly, filled properly, so that it meets the expectations of the town and of, you know, the people that, as Brian said, put a lot of money into this. So I think it's a very helpful. I think it would be much needed.
I just want to say, as a customer who goes into the police department sometime, you know, walking into that room and look at the dark window, and you're not sure if there's somebody there, you might wait for the ding, you're like, is somebody looking at me, that kind of thing. You know, it would be much, much more pleasant experience to go in and see someone sitting there ready to, you know, they see you, you're there.
Because it almost looks empty. You have all this building, you walk in, there's nobody
We
there.
did build that area for
Built
reception.
for that, yeah, absolutely. So that's why we're asking.
I think it's reasonable.
Okay. Any further questions on that? Okay, Chief, anything specifically in your budget you want to add on to, or?
I think that's good.
Okay. Thanks, Chiefs.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Drive safe.
Thank you.
Okay. We have Superintendent Scott Morrison and Assistant Superintendent Steve Greenberg here.
Almost back on schedule.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Oh, no, this is your last time. You're sitting in the front.
We should put them around the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack.
How's that fancy car in the snow?
In the garage for right now.
Okay.
Good idea.
Be out soon enough.
Ready to jump in?
Yeah,
Great.
it's all you.
Thank you, guys. Good to see you all.
Good morning.
Jackie is, I think, en route, so she may or may not be joining us, depending upon time frame. But as always, begin with gratitude. We appreciate the partnership. It's my 10th year saying that, and we do appreciate the partnership with all of our three towns for sure. And this time of year particularly, it's like mostly with Paul Goodwin in navigating snow and removal and all those things, but each department we have a relationship with and we are regularly in conversation with, and just know that that's valued, certainly from the school department end. And we also just want to highlight, before we jump into the budget, two things. One, I think we found great value in the establishment of our Middleton liaison group. Thank Richard, and I thank Costas for serving as liaison to the elementary schools. I think that was something productive that was put in place. We put it in place in the other two towns as well. And we meet really throughout the year, you know, even inside and outside of budget season, just to kind of stay connected. So we've been having regular meetings with our liaison team, and also on that team is Jackie as chair of the school committee, and Michelle also as a member of our school committee team as well. And she's been on as chair as well, so she's got that history of working with us. And then also I just want to thank and recognize Steve. As you guys know, and Brian, you mentioned it at the beginning, Steve is in his final year of his tour in the Tri-Town schools, for sure. And extraordinary amount of gratitude for him. Steve is a very hard worker, very transparent. As he always said, you'll see him coming a mile away, and you will see him coming a mile away. And it's valued and appreciated, and I've enjoyed a great partnership with him for 10 years. I told him to prepare for himself for his retirement party, because I will light him up at his retirement party and not be very nice to him. But here I will be, and just say that I have a deep gratitude for him and the work that he's done. Fortunately, as he keeps telling me, he's not going too far, so if we have questions, that's a good thing. Just as an update for that, we did do one round of search, and we went through that process. We had 3 finalists, and I always think of those processes as like a marathon, right? It's a 26-mile endeavor in terms of all the thoroughness that we do to vet. And through that process, we had one candidate drop, we had another candidate sort of mutually drop, and then a third candidate was kind of nearing the end, and just at that time, we had one candidate. School committee wanted to have more than one candidate, which I understood that. So we said to that final candidate, you are welcome to reapply, but the committee would like to have, multiple candidates to review. And so we are out there searching again. I give credit to Brian Middleton Cox, our HR director. He is the one who's leading that search. And we will continue that process, and the goal is over the coming month or so, we, get to more of a final stage and see where things land. So keep you guys tuned in on that, but I think the one thing that has really been a hallmark of the Tri-Town School Union is stability. If you go back to the Bernie years and the Sharon years, and Steve was there for all that, but you think of Steve Clifford and some of these other people that are in place, and, I've had the good fortune of being here. This is my 10th year now, and I think that's just an important part of the continuity of what we try to do. So with that, I won't be able to get his head out of the room now, because I said so many nice things about him, but I'll have Steve provide an update, and I know we have a lot of things in ClearGov as well, and Steve can certainly point people in that direction, but I'll just set it up by saying our goal is, not to have an override this year and to try to land the plane and right-size our program based upon what we're seeing as it relates to enrollment in the years ahead. So, all over to you, Mr. Greenberg.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Still morning, right? Yep. Good morning, everyone. So, the budget itself, our process is different for FY27 compared to past years. Past years, we would always develop what we call a needs-based budget. And for the FY27 budget, what we did was we started with what's called a guideline budget. So our guideline was 2.5%. That's where we start. And so as we're developing that budget, and we'll start with salaries. Salaries, we go person for person. What does that person actually cost? Base salary, any others, related compensation and benefits. So salaries, of course, is the biggest part of the budget, 60+%. Then you have health insurance, makes it around 80 to 90% of the budget. Then we have our non-consumable side and professional development side. And what was different about FY27 compared to 26 is that what we said was we're going to take FY25 actuals and add a 3% escalator to it. And those are going to be our consumable or non-salary line proposed budget amounts. So
FY25 or FY26?
FY25 actuals.
Okay.
All right, so FY25 actuals plus 3%. And this is something we did across all 3 elementary districts. All right, so it's a different method. But just as we receive feedback from our liaisons across all 3 districts, it's like, okay, we'll try this process and we'll bring it forward. In doing so, in getting to this guideline budget to start, that in our consumable areas, right out of the gate, we've already reduced those lines, those areas, 13.2% for supplies, professional development's down 48.4%, and facilities down 8.85%. And of course, this is all going through our deliberation process. This is all these things being explained. And tying back to what Dr. Morrison said, right-sizing the programs. All right, so as we're also seeing enrollment changes, retirements, there are opportunities to right-size. So I'll stop there for a second. And are there any questions before I continue? Nothing's fuzzy, everything's good? Makes
Everything's
sense?
clear.
That's because you haven't said any numbers yet.
All right.
We should end the presentation.
You also haven't told us what you're in the business of.
Oh, I'm in the business of children. Oh,
Hey, you didn't open with that.
no, I didn't. It's wearing itself out.
No, it's not.
But everyone else is using it, so by all means. So now we get to the personnel. And with our personnel, as we're looking at our student projections, our personnel, we're looking at 3 opportunities to right size, so we reduced 3 sections. And we've also reduced a couple of paraprofessionals and one ed support position. And so in those areas, and then when we couple it with leaning out the consumables a little more, as well as investing in a couple of other things, we have made $577,551 in reductions to get to be at that guideline budget. And so our gap for where we are right now, compared to our guideline budget, is $196,762. Ouch. What we're waiting for is where the health insurance lands. Once we know where the health insurance lands for sure, and of course, with unofficial information.
Are you carrying 20 right now?
I am carrying 20. And so, but based on some unofficial information, I think it's going to be less than that. And I want to be careful. It's unofficial. We don't know it until we get it. But that could close our gap. It could. So that's the long and the short of it. And really, it's now ask us questions, because this is a very straightforward budget.
Steve, just for your information, we should have final health insurance by the end of next week.
Okay. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
If not,
I don't know
beginning
if
of the week after.
I don't know if
so.
you're getting any previews from Larry, but
Not numbers.
Yeah.
But we have the range and what the average is, which we presented earlier, with the average being 8.36, I think, for health and 3.5 for dental. But we don't have our preliminary yet.
Pool and everything.
Has he given you any perspective on the pool? Just I don't need to get into.
He may have, Jackie had a conversation with him last week,
Okay.
but I haven't heard anything.
Okay. That's it. I mean, as soon as we know that,
Yeah.
that was going to be.
Does that actually come as a formal letter, or is it just an email?
There's like a rate sheet that we
Okay.
have to officially sign and accept the rates. But there is an official document that comes out.
And it'll be the same in the other two towns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Does every town with Maya for health insurance get a different rate, or is it
Yes.
the state
It's
rate?
based on your loss ratios.
Where are we, where do we fall in that, do you know?
Dental, we're not bad. Dental, we actually have a really great loss ratio, so we should be less than the average, I would assume. Health, we're a little bit on the higher side.
Getting better.
But we are getting better. It's trending in the right direction. Our Medicare ended up being worse than our actives, our retirees versus actives. Had more usage, so it kind of all factors together. But it is based on like I think it's a 3-year loss ratio.
3-year.
But ours is getting better every year that we're moving forward, so. I mean, at least in the right direction.
Our employee base gets younger as well.
Right.
Right.
And Steve, do you know what it would
That's
have
why
to
the
come
higher
down
risk
to
levels.
from the 20% to make up that gap?
About 10. If we were around 10.
Every one.
If you think about every one is about 20 grand, is that a fair statement for us? Around 20,000. So roughly,
your enrollment.
we'll get very, very specific on that. But yeah, if it comes down to 10, I think that takes care of the gap.
Okay.
Questions?
Steve, is there anything specific you want me to have up on the screen in Thurgo?
I mean,
I think, just to reiterate, we talked about, we had a gap shortfall last year, which we filled in with reserves. You've made up for that fill-in.
So-
One-time revenue.
so when we talk about that, going back to FY '26, when we built that budget and to close that gap, yes, we committed more applied income, all right? Just like the town, I would say we're cautious about revenues. So with that, we also have a spending freeze going on. So we're watching the whole thing, and in my mind, I want to see the plane, I want this squared away for the long term. So we're going to watch everything. I will look at 26 when we close out, and I'm going to look at all of the accounts, or all of our applied income, the operating budget, and it will be my intention to smooth it out for the long haul. So if we don't have to take as much out of the applied income components, then that's going to be the plan. That's what I will recommend to the school committee.
So Steve, without getting into specifics,
Yeah.
how are things on the special education side of the ledger?
Special education, we want to be careful about what we say, positive. So I want to say positive things, that our circuit breaker will be up. So this is a double win for 27. Circuit breaker will be much higher.
It should be. yeah.
And our tuition cost, for what we know right now, will be down. So that's a win, and that helps us with 27. All right, but that's not going to be permanent. You know, as everybody knows, it could change on a dime. And so that helps us with 27, so couple that with, we're watching 26, looking at applied income components, that we're trying to smooth this out, so we don't have this boom-bust situation in future years.
And then another question is enrollment, and more specifically, what you're seeing on the horizon, like coming in and what's moving out.
Yeah, I had that slide up, Ryan. I had a feeling that would come up. So they're showing us over the next, 10 years is always a throw a dart, right? But they say the next 3 years is somewhat reliable, and anything after that is a forecast, right? So this year, when we got NESDEC, 633 this year, 641, 635, 600, and then 582, right? So you see a little bump, and then it goes back down.
Yeah, she's looking up.
Yeah, I'm looking at this is.
And that's
okay.
Sarah, that's an older doc.
Oh, that's older? Okay.
That's older, so what it is, it's not going to reflect that there are down 3 sections.
Okay.
This is the slide deck from NESDEC that I showed the school committee. It's on the website, in meeting materials for the January meeting, if you were able to find that quickly, but you don't need to, Sarah. But 631 now, 641, 635, 600, 582. And what's fascinating about that.
582 by when?
2930, Brian.
Okay.
What's fascinating about that, though, is you guys, most of you were here in 2020. I went back and I pulled the NESDEC report from 2020, right?
Yeah,
That same-
what they were projecting and what actually happened.
that same bar graph in 2020. So in 2020, they were saying that in 2027, we would have 847 kids. And we were all sitting here like, oh my God, scratching our head, right? This year, they're saying in 2027, we'll have 635 kids. So when you think about that, we're always trying to look ahead and build programs to okay, we got to make sure we can absorb this. We're always thinking 2 or 3 years ahead, okay, we got to build a program to have something. Now we're looking at the numbers, and when we use that term right sizing, we're saying, all right, now we need to right size the program because it seems to be heading in the other direction. So that's when you see the 3 sections.
Do you think they over-indexed for being so out of whack from 2020? I mean, because they were saying 800, and now in 3 years, we could be at 580.
Yep.
They use this ratio multiplier.
Yeah.
And.
We've had multiple conversations.
Yeah, about it, and this ratio multiplier based upon birth rates, and that number's too high. It's been too high. I think at one point they were using a 2.4.
Correct.
For every one.
30 births times 2.4.
And so it blows these numbers up, and it's okay, well, how are you getting to this multiplier? So the methodology for NESDEC could be different than somebody that's really drills in as a demographer.
Because the actual birth rate is closer to 1.92 right now, isn't it?
I'm sorry, one more time?
The actual birth rate is closer to 1.9 or 2.
I would never debate it or argue with you. It's
Yeah,
just
same.
when you look at these things, it's
Yeah.
as you go further down the line in their projections, you got to take it with a grain of salt.
No, I was just saying
Yeah.
I was just pointing out that.
The run to 2030, back in 2020 was all numbers that started with a 7 or an 8. Now the run to 2030 are all numbers that start with a 6. And then as you get towards the end of the decade, per them, a number that starts with a 5, right?
No, I was
So-
just pointing out that the projections.
Do you know if NASDAQ looks at housing starts in the community in developing their projection?
I'd have to look into their methodology a little bit more. I read it every year, but I don't have that part of my head.
If they
Costa.
do, that explains why ours was so far off.
Yeah, because in leading up to 20, we have, a lot more average single-family home starts. In the last 5-6 years, it's been 6.
Yeah. So they might have looked at that average and went, holy crap, there's going to be a ton.
That's going to keep going.
Got it.
Holy crap, they're building 5,000 square foot homes with one child.
So, at some point, and we can have this conversation with the committee and with these teams here, in Boxford, when I did the same activity in Boxford, the numbers had a 1 in front of it. They were saying in 2030, we're going to have 1,000 kids. We were really scratching our heads going, holy crap, we're going to need another school. There's no way we can fit all these kids. And now that's down to, 700. So that's come way down. And we had a demographer come in and do work in Boxford back maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and with every ensuing year, the number is closer to what the demographer said it was going to be rather than NESDEC. So that might be something where, do we look at that if we really want to get a a solid number to be able to predict long-term what our number's gonna look like in Middleton. It wasn't a ton of money, I think it was like 5K to do that analysis, and it was a worthwhile endeavor. Hey, Jackie, come on up if you like, I think we're just into Q&A right now.
Is that something, the 5,000, that's something you're asking for, or you?
No, no, no.
No, if we wanted to.
It's something that's a conversation point. We'll talk to the committee about it.
Are there any things, obviously later next week if we get our health and dental rate, but is there anything else that's keeping either of you up at night, or you as the chair, as it relates to the budget?
I would say, for me personally, I'll speak for myself, and Jackie and Steve can speak for them, no. What's keeping me up, and that'll be the March meeting, is just, we have a big roof project, right? And I always worry about the first day of school of 26, 27, right? And that's a conversation for a month from now, and we'll have Steve Clifford come to the school committee meeting in March and do an overview of that, but that's always one of my, okay, roof projects, buses, cars, making it all work, so that's my keep me up at night for the moment, but for operating, I feel like we're in a good spot for sure. I don't want to speak for anyone else, but Jackie, if you have a perspective, or Steve.
I would agree, especially after our last meeting. It all hinges on where the insurance comes in, how comfortable we feel with things, but the discussion that we had last week allowed us a little more room for hope that things were going to be looking hopefully better, and if that comes in that way, then I'm feeling pretty good. And even if that doesn't come in based on our previous discussions, I think we were all in an okay place with the cuts that had to be made, and understanding why that was necessary.
FY '27 will be when you are actively in negotiations for the next round of contracts?
28.
28.
January 28th.
Oh, okay.
And we're gonna follow the same model we did last time.
Okay,
which is a
good.
productive model.
And at the beginning of the meeting, we had what the town's budget currently looks at, is at, and it's $700,000, in the red.
800.
So,
860,
I think.
So, if your
Don't make promises.
health insurance comes, so you more than make up your deficit, consider not using the rest and help the town.
Remember your friends, is that what you're saying? Steve, anything keeping you up at night, just to answer that question? Because you've got the most eyes on it.
No.
Just planning for his retirement.
No, I really don't give it a thought that this is gotta be this plan. I'm serious. I don't.
No, he's running through the finish line.
No, I don't. It's not, because it'll be something else after this.
Correct.
It'll be something else. But just doing it right, trying to get it right.
So while we,
Go ahead. Okay.
While we have you here, how does it work? I know certain years it's a challenge with the buses and the bus drivers. How is this year going? Are they showing up, and is it getting the buses that we're supposed to get?
My reaction, as Steve thinks, would be...
I'm not thinking.
There's a thundercloud, right? And it lands on a town every different year. This year, it seems to be, we've had some Topsfield thunderclouds. Middleton has been relatively decent, but we've had years where Middleton has had a thundercloud. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, he's being very nice about it. Yeah. No, I'm not happy with the service.
No, we're definitely not happy.
No,
I don't
very
think anyone
unhappy.
is.
Yeah.
When is their contract up? I forgot.
This is year 3 of 5, so it is 2028 is the last year. It's just tricky because no one bids on it.
Correct.
Exactly.
So I think that what's going to have to happen is there's going to have to be some aggressive, soliciting. It's one thing to advertise and do it, and the thing is, under the law, it requires a bid, not an RFP. I would, since we don't get a dime for transportation reimbursement, if I was doing it, I'd be calling the IG and say, I'm doing an RFP. All right, I'm not doing a bid. It could wind up being more expensive, but if you get the service that we need or the kids deserve, then it's worth it.
Might be time for Greenberg Transportation.
I was gonna say, who's out there
That's
though,
exactly-
right? Who's out there? It's a monopoly right now.
Well,
You
there
can pull the plug on it
there
tomorrow.
are
new
Who's gonna do it?
companies
I did
coming.
make, I've made some calls, you know, and I asked my peers. There
Full court.
are other vendors out there. It's just who wants to come in?
Correct.
You know, because you'd have to.
But the problem with some of the new vendors that are coming in, they want to come in, but it's like, they're struggling to build the capacity of like, am I going to be able to come in? Or am I going
Yeah.
to step into that market and then get crushed by the one vendor that's
Right.
dominated that market?
It
It's like-
it is a domination.
domination.
Yeah, no, it is.
This is our 3 towns,
100%.
2 districts.
And there was a sale and an acquisition of that company, and I think there was a lot
Yes.
of bumps
Yep.
when that went live. As it relates to transportation, how are things like this parking lot and circulation in the morning and afternoon?
Better,
Yeah, it does seem better.
Yeah, it seems good, yeah.
much
yeah.
better. I give the team here a lot of credit for
Yeah.
coming up with solutions. The site work we did last year did help. It really did.
Are you
in
seeing
terms
more
of-
utilization of the buses?
Yeah, I think that's helping as well.
Good.
You know, because that was taking some cars off the
Yeah.
road.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But, you know, that's something that's, when we come in a month, we'll talk about that too. But this site is still something we need to talk about. You know, maybe it's less about, there's some cars on 114 now, but it's still, you know,
Egress.
from a fire and police perspective, one road in, one road out, right? So that's something
Been the
that,
problem from the beginning.
longer term, we need to fix. So that's a down the road project, and that's a month from today, but you'll hear us say that in a month.
I just, want to thank, the school committee and the administration because, we asked them to speed up their budget process.
And they did.
They responded appropriately. We asked them,
Yeah.
what it is we needed to see their budget at. They acted appropriately. The school committee was willing to go along, and I was at a meeting where they unanimously accepted the recommendations of the administration. So, being as part of the team, is really being taken to heart. So, thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Much
Appreciate it.
appreciated.
See you in a month.
Couldn't have come at a better year, your time.
Well, still got work to do.
We have roof talking to do.
Yes, we'll do that
And
tomorrow.
happy last budget Saturday at Fuller Meadow.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We'll see you at the new digs in
Will March
March.
be here or there?
No, at the new
Oh,
new
will they?
campus, yeah.
Huh. I look forward to that.
Yeah, so happy last budget Saturday at Fuller Meadow.
Great.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everybody.
everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jackie, make sure you put that reminder on the next agenda, right?
Well, I
I can see
actually-
myself showing up and going.
I actually have the capital
You and I
agenda
are sitting
open.
here by ourselves.
No, Peter, I'm not kidding. I have it open now because I was changing it out of fear. Posting for the wrong building. I'll send a reminder and
Yeah.
a calendar invite.
We're like, there's no bagels. What happened? She forgot.
I never not bring bagels.
Are we doing facilities?
Yes. Hey, Paul, don't get comfortable in the audience, my friend. Don't get comfortable in the audience.
Who's out plowing? Okay, next on the agenda, without jinxing it, ahead of schedule, is Facilities and Public Works. We have Paul Goodwin, our DPW Superintendent, and Peter, Facilities Director. Peter, I know you appeared before our board earlier this week, but thank you both, and floor is yours.
Bear with me, I don't have my glasses, I'm gonna steal Peter's. I'm a little frazzled with the plow truck.
Yeah.
So bear with me a little bit.
Just give us a surplus of snow and ice.
Can't, I'm not gonna lie. That's not looking good.
That ship sailed about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yes, it has. I sent Sarah the obligatory annual, make sure you have that warrant article ready for the overspending of snow.
Hey, it's the reality. We've had a really decent 4 or 5 years. It was
Right.
eventually.
Yeah. Well, on that subject, I want to start by saying kudos to the staff and the contractors for this town. Those guys have done an excellent job, guys and girls. It's been that ice storm was not fun early December, and the last 2 feet of snow was even less fun. The crew's gaining some valuable experience out there as we speak, and kudos to all of them. They've done a really good job.
For a young
Really good
staff,
job.
I'm impressed.
They've done a very good job.
When are you expecting the snow to stop today?
The poking the cave's lion. About 3 o'clock-ish, give or take. I'm hoping the guys can get home by 9, give or take. They've been up since 1 in the morning, so. Get home and enjoy the Super Bowl tomorrow, hopefully. All right, where do I go?
I just have ClearGov up with, this breaks out just like salaries by department and then expenses by department in ClearGov. Do you want me to go into the actual ClearGov workbook for you, or is this okay?
Yeah, I'll just wing it. Whatever.
So I'd say for everybody in the room, Select Board knows this, FinCom probably, we have reached agreement with the DPW union, so this budget actually represents that within the line item here. So some of the other departments we've talked about, we weren't there yet.
I will say some numbers may still change because I put it in, but I haven't given it to every department to verify and check the numbers and steps and everything like that. So there may be some small tweaks that happen, but for the most part, yes, the budget numbers are in there for this one.
Yeah, so per the instructions, when I got the budget to prepare, I didn't touch the salaries, so these numbers I'm first seeing for salaries now, so Sarah did those. I'm assuming they're good to go. I know you and I will review those and check them and all that fun stuff.
So I'm going to scroll right down, skip over it, and go into the nitty-gritty, starting with DPW admin.
If I can just, most things level funded, the only things that weren't were, if you want to put up the comments, Sarah, if you want me just to kind of memorize them, I probably can. The fuel one was, I got rid of that because...
That's for the heating of the building fuel, right? Not vehicle fuel?
That was for the heating of the building, but we don't have gas there anymore, so it was kind of, it's not needed. So we got
Which is a good thing. Well, we have a fuel generator, but that's a whole nother
Correct.
story.
So we got rid of that.
1 second, Paul, I'm getting it.
Okay. Again, most things level funded, couple things reduced. Office supplies reduced a little bit considering that we're gonna have the facility by ourselves. We probably won't need as much stuff, so to speak.
Big decrease in road sweeping.
You won't need as much stuff.
Yeah, we reduced road sweeping because I looked back on the last few years and we haven't been spending it. We've been short on it, so I reduced that. I forgot how much, 2,500 maybe?
3,000.
3,000.
Okay.
Sorry, that's over this way. That's catch basin we were talking about?
No,
roads.
Street sweeping, oh, the one up above.
Yeah, so we
Here is your
haven't,
comment.
low due to, it was in 25K the last few years, we haven't been using it. That is the thing, we're in it's a buy-town bid now, consortium, because Linfield dropped out of it, so it's just North Reading and Middleton. We've been good with that, that contract just renewed last year, so hopefully we can renew that. Catch basin, same reasoning, but the exact opposite. We've been overspending that one, so we raised that one a little bit. What else?
Building maintenance.
Building maintenance, I think I reduced that a little bit, because all the upgrades with the fire.
I was gonna say, you had a little bit of an upgrade last year, so.
So we hopefully don't need a lot of building maintenance in the future, other than, the stuff we have to do all the time, like the fire prevention stuff and all that stuff. So after the fire, the good news about that. Landscaping trees, kept that the same, but if we need to do the new facility, we'll have to add about 20 grand to that, just with mulch, plantings, updates, upkeep and all that stuff. I'm assuming for the first year we won't have to do anything, so that'll be good, but next year, a little warning, that number will go up a lot.
How much is the total line item for that?
It is 5,000.
Yeah, it's not a lot of money.
So when you say landscaping, this is just,
What we use it for mostly is, if the guys break something on the mower, I gotta go fix it, stuff like that. It's not really gonna pay for a heck of a lot, we get a little bit of mulch to do the upper and lower chase lots, places like that.
yeah, okay.
Sometimes we buy the mulch for the library, they pay to have it spread, we kind of do stuff like that. Park expenses. As you guys know, half of that budget goes to paying for the porta-johns. Sarah, Justin, and Jackie and myself have been in talks about the youth programs, and the people that use the fields are pretty good about ponying up and helping pay for stuff. Like youth soccer, for instance, paid for the fertilization of the Natsu Way fields this past fall. So that's been working pretty well, but if not, we might want to start thinking about charging user fees for the
Yeah, we
field
started that
use.
conversation. at
We have
our
talked
last
about that a couple times. There's various ways to do it. I'd keep it simple as much as possible, maybe like a $10 per head kind of thing. So to speak. What else?
We still have a carry-in, carry-out policy at our fields?
Correct.
And is that working? I know for a while it wasn't, but it's working?
Want my honest answer? As a general, Justin's cringing here. As
You're
a
being
general rule,
recorded, just
okay.
so we're upfront about that part.
Audible groan is what came from me, but if you want
As
to.
a general rule, people are pretty good. Every time the field use requests go to me, and I send them to Ashley, and Ashley sets up the schedule for the fields, and every time we give someone permission to use the field, we always end it with a line, leave the field better than you found it. And most people do a really good job at it. They really do. Innovative Waste does have some barrels there for the overflow trash, if you will. But I would say, generally speaking, most people do a pretty good job.
Okay. Yeah, because I know a few years back, it might have been prior to your time, we were having a struggle.
Yeah, once in a while.
Basketball court was bad, I know.
Was it? Yeah, the water balls at basketball court at Hal Manning. I'll send Steve Clifford a schedule for the fields. So if he sees a bunch of trash at the school grounds, he'll let me know, hey, Paul, people using the fields aren't taking care of it, and I'll send a nasty gram to those people, and we'll take care of it.
Okay.
What else?
Stone ceiling?
Yeah, stone ceiling, see capital outlay. Stone ceiling and capital outlay, we're basically covering the same things. You know, that's the bills I send in to Sarah and Sharon that basically do like crack ceiling, infrared work, stuff like that. So I just decided to blend it into one. Instead of having two line items, make it one. I think it ended up being reduced by a couple $1,000s if you combine the two. And the reason I think we can do that is our Chapter 90 money has gone up significantly last year. Instead of getting like $315,000 a year, last year we got $470,000. That's a lot. It's a lot more, obviously. Good, because the price of everything keeps going up too. What's that?
Operating supplies?
Yeah, that might be more of a, maybe might be getting the weeds a little bit too much now, but maybe when Peter chimes in a little bit later, but basically, Justin, Jackie, Sarah, myself, and Peter are still working out the kinks of what's, you know, obviously the facilities position is new, and by the way, kudos to this guy, he's been doing a tremendous job for the town. And we got to decide, are we going to just use the money that Jackie pays bills with? Are we going to make a different line item? Are we going to combine it all to one animal so the municipal complex bills are paid with all the other buildings? We'll still work out the kinks of that. Is that fair to say, Sarah?
Yeah, we've got some preliminary movement happening, but like we said earlier, 27 is, we're gonna see how it works. 28, it'll still be moving until we get to a place that it actually truly works, so.
Yeah. So that's still fluid.
Yeah.
But I wanted to throw that blurb out there because if we're,
I don't know if
operating
we-
supplies is basically for the DPW building, but if we're providing them for everybody, that would have been more money. Streetlights is one of those, all those ones I'm skipping, by the way, were level funded. That's why I'm just skipping through them.
Yep.
Streetlights is, would like to discuss this.
Oh, we did discuss.
We
that,
already
right?
discussed
We're
it
good
with the
that.
cabinet. It was kind of unclear. There's a, and Sarah, correct me if I say something wrong, that's the money Jackie pays most of those bills, but once in a while I'll get the only streetlights in town the town is responsible for are the lights at the Gregory and East Street intersection and the crosswalk across from Richardson's. So when those break, I have to grab a couple bucks on those to pay for those.
Oh, when you say street lights, you mean traffic lights?
Traffic lights,
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we talked that
We
one.
talked about that one. Everything else and all those budgets are level funded, all lowered, so I think that's pretty good. Snow and ice, it is what it is. You know, it's the one thing that I know we are allowed to overspend if need be, like this year. One thing that I did mention a little blurb in there about the salt. When I put these numbers together, the salt bids don't come in until July. So last year I put it at 58, but it was really 63. So this year I put it at 63 using 1,500 tons of salt. So that's basically where that number comes from.
Transfer station?
Yeah, just to give you guys some kind of idea about how much things cost, the last 2-foot snowstorm probably cost $100,000 between contractors, overtime, salt. Contract
So
itself.
long. It
Yeah,
just, it was like a storm that wouldn't end.
The guys came in at 11 Sunday and they didn't go home till Monday night at 9. So they did a good job.
Were there any issues with cars left on the street?
A couple. Ken Gibbons is handling a couple as we speak right now. Kenny's been great too, helping out. He's saved me a lot of sleep, so that's been huge. Contractual services, that's, if you want me to read it, I will. That's basically pays for our trash removal. That's the current price per ton. It increases by the CPI, which we don't know about until April-ish. So I just guesstimated 3%. It was about that much. So it'd be $216,930 for just trash removal. I increased it by $25,000, so the inevitable time when our truck breaks down, we have to hire innovative to haul for us. It can be used for stuff like that.
So the CPI increases over what period of time? Is it
Annually.
July to July, I think, is it, or?
It's
No, if
just-
it's July to July, you won't know in April.
No, I think it follows.
March to March, April,
It does come out in
calendar Or
April.
it's March. I don't remember. Off the top of
If
my
it's
head.
calendar, you know it now.
I mean, it gets released in April for the next year.
Correct.
But if it's based on the CPI is published monthly.
But the contract is based on the April CPI.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Sorry.
What was the year on which it was based on?
They based it on the April issuance.
Okay.
Through April 26, 25 to 26.
Which line item under that?
Whatever one gets released in April is the one the contract calls to.
contractual
Sorry,
services.
I don't know.
Sounds like it's drastically different.
So, the contract, the Covanta contract says on July 1st, 2025, and every July 1st thereafter that this agreement is in effect, the disposal price shall be subject to an increase over the preceding contract year's rate by a percentage positive increase, if any, in the Consumer Price Index for Water, Sewer, and Trash Collection Index, published by the U.S. Department of Labor Bureau of Statistics from the preceding year. That's the contract language.
But it's not the general
Right,
CPI.
that's a big difference.
Right.
How are we doing on tipping amounts? Is it, I mean, so many folks are using private contractors.
Yeah, we're pretty steady. So 2,100 tons a year, give or take 100 tons. I mean, it's not as, during COVID was the highest.
Yeah, well, everybody was cleaning their
Everybody's
basement.
cleaning their basement, their attic, and everything. It's pretty consistent. It's pretty consistent.
And when we did that study for the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, that 2,100 tons has held annually, other than the COVID spike, since almost all the way back to 2000. Like, it's been consistent for that long.
Considering the growth during that period of time.
Spooky.
Monitoring wells went up quite a bit. That,
Yeah, that's,
regulation driven, or?
that's Pandora's box. So last year, that, just to back up, so for you guys that don't deal with this on a daily basis, so we've done monitoring wells in the closed landfills, both of them, since 1990s, the late 1990s. 2.5 years ago, DEP decided to make us test for PFAS in those, so that number's gone from like 76,000 to 200,000, because that's opened up, a lot of stuff. Justin and I talked real quick at our individual budget meeting that perhaps some of this, since it might go away, could be deferred to a capital expense, and correct me if I'm wrong, Justin?
I think it's coming at some point.
So that possibly could be done. I know we already put 50,000 in the PFAS capital towards that already. This number is just like very unknown now, could explode. This helps pay for also the drinking water. We have to provide people that PFAS.
So it's coming out of this line item,
Out of that
drinking
line
water
item.
we're providing.
Yep.
That should be kept in.
And some of you get copied on that. CDM Smith just sent me literally a 670-page report for this stuff that they have to send to the DEP to make
Have
sure
you
we're
read
in
it yet?
compliance. Excuse me?
Read it all yet?
The Cliff Notes
During the
version.
snowstorm, we read
Are you
it.
plowing?
It literally was. That was pretty daunting. But Nick, the guy you guys met when he came in to do his presentation, he's pretty good at editing it for me, so that stuff is only growing. I have started casually looking into grants to possibly provide water main extension work. Middleton does not fit the bill for some of these grants, but I'm trying to work out a way to make us fit the bill.
They state or federal grants?
They are, this one I think is a federal grant, but it's one of those, it's more geared towards low-income communities, and we don't really fit that bill. But there are a couple of boxes we can check, and as long as I check 2 of those boxes, we can try to fit that bill. So I think I sent it to you, Sarah, to see if we qualify, and Justin, to see if we can qualify for it. He seems to think we might be able to.
So,
So definitely
Paul,
early
if-
stages.
If we potentially move some of this line item into capital, especially until we know exactly what we're going to be able to do to solve some of the PFAS issues in some of the neighborhoods that have been identified. We probably have a year or multi-year just providing water. So what do we think would be the amount that we would move from here into capital, and then what would that look like? Because I think we're kind of at the point where it is, as you said, Pandora's box, but that box, when it's open, is probably going to be a very expensive box.
Yeah, it's that, the regular monitoring for all the VOCs, SOCs, IOCs, et cetera, et cetera, that was like $76,000 a couple years ago.
The usual every year
That's
testing.
the usual stuff we have to do all the time, and most of those numbers come back really good. The PFAS, the only thing unfortunate is, even, let's say we do extend water mains down to these neighborhoods, we're still gonna have to test for it, so it's still gonna be there. So, the bottled water part of it might go away, but the actual testing part of it won't. So that number is still gonna be significant. And it's PFAS now, 15 years from now, it's gonna be something else.
Well, yeah, but, I
20 years
mean, I
from now.
assume with some of these, until something is done, a potential looping and water mains and so forth, we're probably going to be either providing, like we did on the water pressure on some neighborhoods, we're probably going to be providing some type of home water.
Poet filter.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that, or Poet systems, I mean, they're about 10 grand a whack.
Right, that was gonna be my question, was when are we looking at, moving into that phase, and where does that money come from for those?
One of the, there's a range, I'm not gonna bore you guys with all the acronyms and ranges and stuff, but let's just say, if your PFAS level is here, you're good. If it's between here and here, you gotta provide bottled water. If it's between here and here, you gotta do a POA system.
Okay, all right.
One residence did have a POA system requirement, but
It's a
he's
vacant
currently not living there.
It's a vacant residence.
He's vacant right now. And DEP, to their credit, they tried to set that up and pay for it, but they couldn't get a hold of the gentleman, because he's redoing his house. So, POA systems could be an option too, but then you're married to it, are you responsible for changing the filters every year, and yada. So, we are doing the next round of testing a week from Monday in the Hilldale neighborhood, and then the next month we'll go back to the Thunder Bridge neighborhood. So maybe those results will be better, worse, but even if they're better, I'm sure it won't go away.
No.
So the testing stays no matter what the results are.
Yeah, because one of the questions you all asked to Nick was kind of hinting like, when does the regular testing, will that ever go away? And the answer probably is no. It will probably never go away.
So anything with testing needs to stay in the operating budget.
I agree.
Anything dealing with the results of that testing can move. And if it's like bottled, water, right? We know you have a number in there for this fiscal year, but I think the capital article should handle it multi-years. So if we move, say, 25 out, the article should be 75.
I agree.
Try to cover it for 3 years.
And then if there's any increases in your testing that moves folks that weren't getting water before that are now getting water, or we have to start talking about POET systems.
And I thought we were already, thanks for explaining because I thought we were already at that level, but.
Anything above 0.2 have to have bottled water, anything above 0.9 have to have a POA system.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah, of course.
Everything else was pretty much level funded, other than the things that we had the little comments on, in my opinion, and some things were reduced, so. As you guys know, it's a credit to the entire department to level fund things, because, you guys have houses, you pay bills, everything's going up. So kudos to everybody for keeping things in line. Water, I think everything was level funded with water. I went down the Parks field watering, because with a lot of the droughts, we haven't been watering the fields as much. We are putting in for a new water truck this year. The other one is really in need to be replaced, but that comes out of the Water Enterprise Fund anyway, which there are sufficient funds to pay for that. I think there's $800,000 in that or something like that. Questions, comments, concerns?
So the total budget, what's the percentage increase in the total budget?
I'm not sure because I didn't see the salaries yet till today.
Oh, okay.
3%. That's including the water enterprise fund though,
Which is at a,
which is mostly level funded right now, so.
But that's 3% with
Items
moving
pulled out.
certain things, right, yeah, into the centralized funds.
No, nothing is moved to centralized.
Or from this budget,
No.
no supplies, no postage?
Because
Okay.
they're still in the building.
Okay.
you have your own
He
postage.
reduced
said
his
he
line items
reduced
because
it.
other people were leaving.
Greatest invention known to mankind.
But
is being
no,
posted.
he still has all of his, whatever he kept in there, is staying in his budget.
So it's more of a real increase
Correct.
than the other departments that moved money out. Okay.
Yep.
Just, not so much to you, but maybe to Sarah, it makes me think, if I was fuel costs for vehicles and fueling, I know some vehicles, you know, based on the vehicle, it has to go to one of a number of specifically, you know, Bouchards or wherever. Are we on control of where we're sending other vehicles that could go to any gas station? Is there a benefit to limiting them to one of
Other
them,
than the
or is the
Wex
number
card
we
that
get
gets a
on that?
discount?
I'm sorry?
Everyone has Wex cards, and there's a
Yeah, is that,
discount on that.
that
for
just
every
takes care of
station.
it everywhere. Okay, thanks.
Where do you get your off-road diesel?
The off-road diesel, we get it from Burke. We have a couple tanks at their
They come
garage. They come and fill it. Usually fills like the Bobcats, the little stuff. Most of the guys go to North Andover, we get the diesel because there's more room to drive the trucks and now stations than there are around here.
So you have a, you do have a tank for the off-road?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know you had one.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, we try to fill it up out on the street, but if we need it in a pinch, it's usually for the smaller machines, not for the loader or the backhoe, but for the Bobcats and stuff like that. Sorry, a little frazzled to you guys, sorry about that.
You're doing good, Paul.
Oh, I don't know. Sorry. So how do we know that we're fueling where we can at the cheapest pump price in town, each fill?
I don't track Wex at all, so I don't have an answer for that.
You know, follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you get, I mean, can you get the dime discount by being a Cumberland Farm member? I
The
mean,
wax price wherever they fuel.
Well, we get.
Do you know what I'm saying?
But we get a discount through Wex.
right, but if I go to the pump at Freddy's or the Richdale, right, that price could be different across the street.
I don't
You
maintain
wouldn't- I'm
Wex at
just
all. The
bringing that up.
individual departments maintain all the accounts and see all the transactions. We just get the total invoices.
Just bringing it up, and I think.
Over the course of a year, it adds up, right?
Well, I don't know, I'm just, you
No,
know,
valid question.
for where we are, it makes me think of it.
Yeah, I
for-
mean, you get a discount from the pump price, but if the pump price is the lowest, it's worth more.
Right.
I have no idea how Wex works, honestly.
What?
Wex. I don't
If
know
it gives
how
us
any
a
of it works.
consistent price, or if it just discounts the price we're paying.
It discounts the price we're paying. So if the bill is $6,500 for the month, we'll get like $150 off, something like that.
So it makes a difference if you go, Freddy's, you know, being on the edge of town tends to have the highest price, gas price. Others, you know, in town have a lower price.
Most of the time, the guys will, when they go to get their coffee break, they'll fill up the car at the same time at Cumbies or something like that. That's how they do it, convenience kind of thing. Sometimes too, you gotta, some people will do this to convenience of staying open maybe for us when they're not really open, so we kind of favor that person as well too. During a situation like this, it comes in handy.
Like, so, like, I'm in a cruiser, I can go gas anywhere I want. I'm probably indifferent to what pump I go. I'm talking pennies, but, you know, if we look at the whole thing all around town-wide, and I'll tell you, fleet, it might not be that easy to coordinate, you know, because tomorrow this price is 9/10 more than that one, but I'm just thinking.
But it is,
We know who's the
we know
cheapest.
which gas stations are the most expensive and which ones are competing with each other for, like, being reasonable. I mean, there are a couple that
I'd just say-
are clearly more expensive than everybody. So, I mean, to your point, a whole fleet over the course of a year makes a difference.
Maybe it's not worth this, right, what do they say, the squeeze on lemon, but it's money.
That's right. A dime is a dime.
Not for you,
A buck-
gentlemen,
a
so
buck's a
much,
buck.
I was just thinking.
$100 we can find the town.
Like we did.
So why don't we, I don't know if there's any other questions for Paul on the officially DPW side, I know we've also have Peter here that can talk a little bit about some of the activities that you're working. I know you gave the select board earlier this week a really, really good summary of some of the things you're working on. You know, because we've talked earlier today, Sarah walked us through some of our anticipated utility costs and the work that you've done moving us into the new facility. And I know later in March at our second budget round, specifically around capital, you'll probably talk a little bit more about those items, but anything, Peter, you want to add?
Very briefly, I would add that, based on the
Grab your
budget.
glasses
The
from me.
communal
Doesn't
glasses.
matter.
Thank you very much. There are a number of items, and it's certainly up to leadership to decide if it can be moved into a capital budget, but some of the big ticket items most likely could live in a capital budget. I'm thinking of service contracts, et cetera, custodial contracts, et cetera. Those are the biggest items on the sort of 0 to 60 new budget that's being integrated with the consolidation.
Could you walk us through, like, not all of them, but give me some examples of
Yep.
what some of these are?
Absolutely. So, in '27, we've got some totals, some pushing pretty high numbers with, well, relatively high septic, for example, that could go out in a, perhaps in a capital service contract.
You mean the regular pumping and?
Yeah, yeah, and servicing the pumps, cleaning out the pre-filters, et cetera. Certainly custodial, for example, there is a budget for approximately $72,000 for custodial for the new complex.
Which will be an outside firm.
Yes, yes. I was trying to be reasonable for that square footage. It's probably closer to 120,000. We're trying to stay out of the stratosphere for that.
What about the library? Would you include that in a custodial contract or not?
No, I think
They have
they're,
custodians. They have custodians that are part of their
Would it
union.
pay to eliminate that position and?
I
Well,
believe it has
they're
to
in the
live.
union, so it's a negotiation to get rid of them.
Yes, yeah, Jack,
The
you know.
custodians have a very different gig than just cleaning, because they also move furniture and help with certain programming. So while they are also union, they don't just clean, they have a whole other group of responsibilities. Sorry to interrupt.
Do they also do outside grounds at the library? But they don't mow?
They don't mow, but
We
they
mow it.
snow blow.
Yeah. Let me move on here. I have a couple other items. HVAC, we do anticipate, so required by NFPA 70 and 3 other chapters, we have to do dryer vent cleaning and commercial kitchen exhaust cleaning, including the fan bowl on the roof, et cetera.
And I assume that also includes the exhaust for the fire bays.
Yeah. So that will be something that I've had a few contractors who I've worked with previously come and look at it to give me some, magnitude of scope. And it's not prohibitive, but it certainly could be consolidated and moved into a capital expense as well. So that item I have for 27, just over $5,000, and another for, with the one line item we decided to put in was mulch for the facility, and that's $9,800. Whether that lives and how that lives, it stays as a capital, or it lives in a O&M budget, is really up to others.
Are we gonna get mulched before the building's turned over? Or, because I know there's gonna be some
I
final
doubt it.
landscaping on the facility due to the change in the grade that's gonna happen
Didn't
afterwards.
The first mulch is part of the capital, is part of the capital project.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought Brian said that he'd be back.
Yeah, he is coming back to
Yeah.
finish all of that. Well, the field, the team is, yeah.
And lastly, one other item that could go to capital is pest control. It's an important one. That's just over $5,000. Again, we have that go for bid, but we'd expect it to be north of $5,000.
So certain items that I think are gonna happen every single year, like if pest control is a line item that we're spending every year, that should be in the operating budget.
Okay.
Unless, if there are items like, So we made the decision, the mowing of the new facility is gonna be done by our staff and employees?
It's truly, yeah.
Okay, so you're the guy.
I think I'm the guy.
Okay.
It'll be, if I may interject, a lot of this stuff, whether it's budget-wise or actually physically doing it, is gonna be very fluid, and we're gonna kind of learn on the fly. Peter's only been here since December 1st, the facility isn't up and running yet, some of the stuff's guaranteed for X amount of time. So the first year or so is gonna be pretty much, okay, we're good. But after that, things are gonna come up that we'll need to address, and then we'll decide, is it gonna be part of the capital operating, half and half, whatever. And Peter and I had a lengthy conversation yesterday about all this stuff, and I think once time, if you guys are all patient with us, I think we can handle that as time goes on. But having concrete numbers for this fiscal year is gonna be very tough, because no one really knows yet. The building's not done yet.
That's right.
So-
We haven't moved in there.
Right.
I mean,
We
like,
don't have keys.
One of the concerns I have, like, just on mowing, it's a lot of grass and landscaping. I mean, that could be
What I'm
2
planning on
days a
doing.
week for you.
Yes, it could. What I'm planning on doing is, given, Peter and I have already talked about, we got certain storage space in the fire station. Justin's gonna work on helping us get a shed, store some stuff, basically giving him a mower and one of my summer kids when he needs them.
We give you a 20-inch push mower.
18. Weed whacker and a, no, but obviously, that's gonna be the focal point of town. The grounds have to look immaculate all the time. I'm more concerned about snow removal than I am about grass. That place is
It's not
gonna
gonna be
be
an easy parking lot to plow.
That's
because
gonna be a
islands,
bear.
yeah.
That's gonna be an absolute bear.
That's a bobcat.
Because you can wait to get to the grass.
That's a bobcat that's gonna have to be there probably full.
So I did ask for a new Bobcat this year, and I was gonna give Peter an old one with a pusher bucket, so he can have that and a blower and everything. We've already talked at length about, obviously, when it snows like it did a couple of weeks ago, the town will most likely be closed anyway, so just keep that open. But the police and fire needs to be open 24/7, so that's gonna be, in that little area, that little alcove there is.
The dead end, yeah. Yeah.
That's not gonna be fun to deal with at all.
The fire has their plow truck that they usually keep their station clear and clean with.
They do, and they help a lot currently, but there's a lot more curbing at this new place, so
Yes.
they might not want to
It's not
do that
gonna
as
be
much.
easy to plow.
No.
Not gonna be easy to plow at all.
And as a point of reference, just for where we're at with plowing, W.T. Rich and Dorenzo, presently the contractor
Excavator,
and the sub are doing the snow clearing to keep the site open for construction. And they run 2 to 4 people 8+ hours just to have, a swath open to get one-way traffic in and out. And that's not cleaning out the parking bays, et cetera. So the magnitude of that work is significant. And
It's gonna be a lot.
we'll value the help from the fire department and all they can do, but it's a pretty big task. Yeah. And I have put, I've just wrapped it up last night, the capital budget, numerous line items, and I've gotten, quite a few notes similar, well, to Paul's, with Paul's guidance, with a bit more detail, and I have mentioned this, 1 or 2 things that live in our FY 28 O&M budget, which I've started working on, because they'll come out of warranty in the upcoming year, just so we're a little prepared for imminent surprises, so we can manage them a bit better. So I do mention there's a tiny bit of duplicity, I'm very transparent about it, in my capital budget. I say this item lives also in the FY 28 O&M budget, so we can kind of analyze that in detail and see what stays as capital or should be O&M. Things like cost items, $67,000 a year for the HVAC service contract. That's a firm number from one of the contractors. It's a bit high. That's just for two rounds per year for HVAC. And I've tried to build it in a way in the capital budget that it's staggered, 1 service round first year, 2 service rounds second year, 1 service round third year to save costs. And we may be able to scale back. I think that number is a bit high, in my opinion. I have other people who will quote on that and give us better numbers, but.
And as time goes on, Peter and I spoke about it at length, possibly you might be decide, does fire and police get done every year, but the town hall only get done every other? If, but we want to find the balance of, we have to do this because we don't want to just ruin a $70 million building, but we also don't have to go overboard. So that'll take a little time, but I have confidence that we can
You'll figure out the cadence.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. As it comes to just internal maintenance and cleaning, so the Council on Aging Community Center is where there's going to be a lot of foot traffic and a lot of, what is the expectation of, like when the COA is having programs there, what their staff is doing for cleaning after that compared to what is going to be done by a cleaning contractor? Is that kind of been reviewed?
Yeah, we've started to look at that. Justin and I are working on putting the bid spec together. There's quite a bit to it. We now have, as part of that spec, is the flooring material for every square foot of every space, the walls, which helps us understand the magnitude of scope for cleaning. And I anticipate the first floor of the new town hall to have a lot of traffic, even going down to building services, building department, for inspectors coming in and out, and people from the town, et cetera, and then, of course, the COA
Could give them a
side.
separate entrance so they don't track mud in, but, you know.
That would be great. I think they love it, but, and so in my capital budget, I have proposed modest priced floor cleaning machines, et cetera. Generally, a custodial contractor would give you a far more competitive pricing if some of the key capital items for cleaning are on-site and owned by the owner, such as a larger floor cleaning machine for the apparatus bay, which is, I don't know, gosh, how many square feet? Well over 20,000, 20, north of 20,000. Certainly our firefighters who currently clean their fire department, their app bay by hand with squeegees, they would be, believe, having spoken with the chief, they'd be willing to use the machine and do the whole app bay. But floors, et cetera, carpet cleaning machine, again, modest prices, would allow us to secure far more competitive pricing from service contractors to do the floors. There are light modes on new equipment, so if it was twice a week to clean carpets, they could run the machine twice. Salt, dirt, it gets pretty messy on a day like this. That stuff will track 25 to 30 feet into a building, so it doesn't all fall off our shoes, of course, in the entryway. So Justin and I, and perhaps one or two others, will need to talk in further detail about the level of rigor for cleaning.
Okay, good.
A lot of the prices that you were talking about, aren't known going into the FY27 budget. So I think, and if we're like pest control, we're going to do it every year. It should stay in the operating budget, but we don't really know what that amount is yet. So for all of these items, perhaps we put a higher dollar amount in the operating budget, but have the operating budget in part funded by the Facilities Complex Stabilization Fund until we know what the actual costs are going to be.
So I'm going to propose something different. I think until we get a year of experience at these two buildings in this facility under our belt, I actually propose we put this into a capital item. You guys manage it closely. Obviously, you guys will be engaged in that, and then get some experience, and then build it into our operating budget.
After we have time on.
Yeah, I think after we get a year, because I think, a perfect example is, like, some of these items, we know they're going to be annual, like you said, like pest control and so forth, HVAC contract, which will go up and down possibly every other year, depending on the model, but you don't know yet. You may, a year in, say, you know what, we need the HVAC guy here twice a year, no matter what. And I think that'll give us at least some budgetary runway, because I don't want to lock something into this operating budget here in February and March with numbers we don't even fully know yet. And if we're going to put a number in that's higher, I'd rather put it in a capital item and fund some of it from the reserve.
I agree. I just want to have still something in the operating budget, so, and maybe do a 2-year capital thing to have the runway, so when we do get to the final thing, we're going from here to there instead of from here to there. If we do that, we're just putting off the problem.
Right. I mean, I think we know the items that absolutely should always remain in the operating budget. We may not have the dollars yet, So I think we make an honest assumption.
Can I make one request?
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine doing that, but I know, can we have it be vague capital? Because if it's specific and you can't use it for a certain.
Oh, yeah,
purpose,
no, so,
and we don't know a lot of these things
It'll
yet,
be
so can
broad.
it be like general
yeah,
operating?
we're gonna go
and maintenance costs?
broad, not vague.
Yeah.
Let's call it broad.
Okay, thank you.
But the thing is, the first thing Justin said today is that we're going to have issues a year from now, and this is going to make it worse. If we don't budget something now, a good faith effort of what it's going to cost for these things in this building, and we put a low number because we're putting it in capital, it's going to make it much worse a year from now.
And I don't think we'll know for a couple of years, as Sarah has, said. So the capital thing covers kind of like 2 years.
So it'll
So,
make it much worse 3 years from now, then. It's just kicking it down, it's.
well, but then we can build up.
Deficit.
I'm not saying don't put zero in the FY '27, put zero, put a little here, FY '27, a little higher, FY '28, and then in FY '29, it's.
But I think we should put a good faith estimate of what it's really going to cost in this budget.
Yeah, but I don't want to say, here's our operating budget, we don't really know the numbers, and let's put a more aggressive number than we think we need, so, because I don't want,
No, I don't say to
before
do
the end
that.
of the fiscal year, the two of you saying, I'm out of money, and, we didn't budget for this because our experience didn't prove to us that we needed this. So, to your point, Jeff, I think you're right. I don't want to have it at zero, but I want to give you guys the broadness, not the vagueness, the broadness of having a fund that's going to allow us to ease our way into understanding rather than, if we put something in the operating budget and it's not enough, I don't want us to get into the cadence of, well, that's what we have. In a year from now or 2 years from now, when we're building our budget, to say, well, that's the amount we put into the operating. I'm not going to go with an 8% increase this year. I'd rather say, and we did the same thing on field maintenance. Several years ago, we put a chunk of money into a field maintenance capital account, because at the time, we were going to outsource some of our field maintenance. We didn't, but we used that account as your department built up capability, staffing, and equipment to actually be able to do more. I view the same thing under this.
If I may offer to what the chairman has said, I would support that when I say a longer runway could be extremely valuable, partly due to the fact that, north of $65,000 to $70,000 in FY '27 are covered. We will have to face them in early FY '28, so that runway would be very helpful, because there are, roughly $70,000 covered in expenses we will own once warranty period expires.
Within the fiscal year.
Yes, so correct. And so that runway is hugely valuable. And to say the whole that's what there is quite damning, in my opinion, to O&M budgets, because then we don't, I know it's difficult as it is, we don't take the next steps to upgrade equipment, et cetera. Sorry, thank you.
Sarah, can you send that to me? Yep. Because I think if I have that, and working with Peter, I think we can collectively find the balance of what should go in operating, what should be in capital. I think we way to do that together. Pretty.
We have $120,500 in the budget for building maintenance at this time, for just the municipal complex.
And
Not
that's still
including-
going to be under warranty, too, so.
Not through the whole fiscal year, though. Correct. Some of it
When-
will be out of
when will
warranty
it be
before
out of
FY '27.
warranty?
Date of occupancy, we have a year, so if we get occupancy roughly in the month of February, it'll be roughly around the same day in February next year that the warranties end.
But that helps a bit. It helps a bit.
But I feel
send
pretty
this to you.
confident we can do that. Yes. You guys would agree with that? Justin, Jackie, Sarah, Peter?
And however we can help.
We can win. We can broaden that.
And that warranties on everything from units down to doors and hinges? Well, how's that go?
Yes, it does not cover some inspectional services, which I have put in capital budget because the dollar amount yearly.
negligible amounts that we'd have to cover that gap between March until the beginning of FY '20.
And when you're doing the capital budget, throw in a little extra for another pair of glasses.
Thank you, yeah.
The big
I got about
the
five.
team.
I was a little sidetracked this morning.
Yeah, that's clever.
Okay,
Any
anything further?
questions? No, sir, thank you.
Okay, we are going to break for lunch. Guys, stay here, have lunch.
Thank you.
And then we will roll into IT. Did I just see Liam?
Yeah, you were
I
doing
think you
that.
did.
So we're going to take a brief recess, and we will be back in
Yes, sir, thank you.
25 minutes.
So
My agenda says 30.
But we're 5 minutes old.
So for lunch over there, there's water, and we did sodas with cups this year because we had a lot of sodas left last year. So the drinks are on the backside. There's 4 salads, 2 Caesar, 2 house that we can all divide up and share. There's 2 cheese, a pepperoni, a veggie, and then the sausage ricotta.
Is our cybersecurity line item. This is what we, this represents our firewalls, our endpoint security, and the like that goes onto our computers to keep them secure. And this will keep our cybersecurity investment clearly trackable in our operating budget as we move to, modernize what we have going on out there.
So, Liam, if I could ask a question on
Yes.
that, is that cybersecurity line item now moving over to the budget? Is that going to be very similar year to year, or is it going to be
It
peaks
should
and valleys?
should be similar year to year. There will, maybe over time, we change to a different piece of software that might cost more, it might cost less, but I wouldn't expect it to be volatile. It just gives us a line to pull from in order to make that investment.
Okay, so
But I
this
don't
isn't a
think
case of like, we buy something, there's a 3-year fee, and then 2 years no, and then we upgrade to a new, it's pretty
It's
static year over year.
pretty static.
Okay.
We're pretty comfortable with our stack, or our products that we use. If we were to change them, we'd be looking for something that would cost similar, if not less.
Okay, got it.
Ultimately.
Yeah, and are these items licensed or purchased?
They're licensed. So they belong to us on, as long as we continue to pay, the yearly bill or the 3-year renewal, whatever the case may be. But we do purchase these in a regional collaborative, so we do get some bulk purchase on that. Some software providers require you to have a minimum of 1,000 seats before they start unlocking, the price decreases or, so.
Yeah, and do they offer discounts for a multi-year purchase?
They do, and typically we either look to purchase 3 years, but I know for the last year we actually renewed on a yearly basis. But I think that was to be able to keep things flexible for us if we wanted to invest in another option. But we maintained the same pricing. We didn't take a hit for that. But we do look to make those multi-year arrangements if we can, in order to keep those prices stable and as low as we can.
All right, so for FY '27, it's not a multi-year purchase, it's just a 1-year renewal?
Just a year, I believe. I checked in with that with our office manager
Okay.
a couple weeks ago. So that accounts for $28,000. That's about 5% of that 10.3% increase in the operating budget. Then we have a server hosting line item. That accounts for $15,000. That's about 2.7%. What that represents is a shift from the typical capital investment you might make in purchasing servers for the town. You might buy a stack of servers and, they're good for 5 to 7 years or so, right? And that's pretty much a solid capital investment, right? You can't necessarily recoup that or change that year to year. What this represents is on a per server basis payment to host at the Danvers data center. And your usage of servers in the town, at least hosted here, is probably going to go down as time goes on. So what I'm hoping is this represents this trends down. We move one server up to the cloud. It's hosted by the vendor instead. And we evaluate this line item year over year. It also means that you don't have to pay that upfront cost to, buy a stack of servers, a stack of storage, maintain that. We have all that supported in Danvers, as well as a very solid backup and disaster recovery setup.
Where is your backup if it's not in Danvers?
Our backup is, we have backup on site and we have backup off site at the high school.
Got it, okay.
Yeah. So that represents 2.7%, and I expect that to trend down. You wouldn't be able to do that with a capital investment, right? You buy the stack of servers and you have the stack of servers. You can't be flexible. And even if it was the opposite were true, right? If you bought something and it was under-resourced, we have significant capacity at the Danvers data center, so we can probably increase this as well if the need is there, right? So that's 2.7% of the increase. Again, a capital item that we're looking to move into operating, or traditionally capital item. And then the remainder is a 2.6% increase, really represents just service level adjustments. That's changing our Office 365 licensing to increase our investment there. It's increasing our investment in our Konica fleet for copiers for the buildings, to make sure that we have new copiers in the new facilities for everyone and the like, and to standardize what we're using across the town. And it represents adjusting and offsetting certain line items as we prepare to move into the new buildings. And that's really, just planning to cancel our existing internet services where we don't need them, or existing telephone services where we don't need them, and offsetting those into, new internet or service purchases for the new building. I will add, though, we have been lucky enough throughout this process. I say lucky. We have planned throughout this process to not incur extra operating costs due to the new facilities from an IT standpoint. So we don't expect any increases there, except for a minor increase due to the wireless access points. There's more of them, so it's going to cost a little more for those. But
Can I ask, this is probably a Justin question, are we gonna, other than heat and electric, are we shutting everything off on all the internet, telephone, Wi-Fi, everything off in the town hall, police station, fire station, senior center?
I would actually toss that back to Liam, 'cause I'm not quite sure. We don't have individual, do we have like a flat bill as the town, or do we have it like by building? How does that work?
it's on a per account basis. So each account has different line items that represent different services. So our plan, at least, is to cancel those services and consolidate into the new building. So this operating budget represents, if realized, a cutting off of those services and completely consolidating into the new municipal complex, with the exception of the library, of course,
Yeah.
and the 195.
So under the internet line item, I know it's only 13,000, but it's a 125% increase. Is that because of more access points?
That particular adjustment is due to, there were some internet line items under phone, under the phone category above that.
So it's just reclassifying from up here in telephone down to internet.
Okay.
Realigning the budget a little bit.
Okay, I thought the phone might be going down because of consolidated buildings. Okay.
So I think the internet service essentially got moved down to that line item.
For the VoIP telephone service?
Yeah, exactly, yeah, because we're using VoIP now, so.
When we consolidated the IT, basically the internet line item was only the PEG-funded portion, and we dumped everything else into telephone /IT is what it really should have been called. But now it's just, I have a separate budget where I pull out the PEG to calculate the transfer for 27 forward.
So the $43,000 telephone line item, what is that covering?
So a large portion of that, so that's covering the VoIP system, so I believe I classified under there our intermediate phone system, that contract. And then we have a few T1 lines that are maintained at fire, as well as some connections that are maintained at police, I believe.
That will be at the new facility as well?
So those will be transferred in some way, shape, or form, but I don't have a good enough handle on the police lines to fully cancel them. Formerly in the budget, that was an $18,000 line item. And I've reduced it to 9,000 based off of what I had a handle on. But some of those T1 lines may need to move over. We do have a plan involving fiber runs to address that and to eliminate those bills.
Would
But
that happen in FY '27 or later?
it would happen sometime in FY '27, but I don't have a firm timeline on it.
So there may be some space within that line item on telephone that
Yeah.
in FY '28 may look better.
Yeah, I believe so. I think that it's totally reasonable within fiscal year '27 to get a complete handle on that. I mean, we're going to be picking up and moving everything to the new building, right? So
Yeah, got it.
we're
Okay.
gonna get to see everything in that way, and I'll work closely with Tyler to make sure, we can nix that line item safely.
Okay. And pig supplies, that's just,
That's Paul's ability to buy things like the new microphones that you're talking into right now.
Okay.
We are going to be replacing in '26 the titling software. So, when you watch the cable videos, there's the words on the bottom. So when things like that come up that we need to upgrade a subscription or replace equipment.
okay. So that's above and beyond any of the new equipment and supplies that are being put into the new facility through the project?
Our maintenance account is.
Okay, got it.
Oh, I should add, you asked about the telephone line item. That also includes our Verizon Wireless plans for town phones. I broke that out into a separate line item this year so we can track it. And I worked with our rep to get our prices down on those lines too.
So these through the state purchase agreement?
Yeah, with Verizon Wireless. So that, we got 5,000 offset from that based off of working with the rep to get us onto a lower plan. Not lower in functionally, but lower cost-wise.
What's our policy here? Do we, either employee gets a town-owned phone, or do they get a phone reimbursement?
It's a little bit of a case by case.
Actually, if I may.
Please.
We used to have more cell phone reimbursements. If somebody is true need of a town cell phone, they have the town cell phone. When we redid the comp and class and unstipended the stipends, that was one of the areas of stipend that we removed. So I don't believe, unless there's something one-off that I'm missing, we've really worked hard to get rid of all the cell phone reimbursements and have people on town phones if their job requires a phone. And then everybody has their desk phones, and all the desk phones have been upgraded.
Yeah, the only reason why I ask that is I find a lot of times, both at my company and other towns, municipalities, and other town-issued phones end up getting used more infrequently than people think, especially if you're now carrying two phones. Like, you end up using your personal phone. I'm just wondering if there's ever been a review of...
It's a pretty small list of people who have a town cell phone issued. I think it's less than 10 off the top of my head. It's not a high number.
Okay.
And I will say, Liam actually took over managing those cell phones when Ken Gibbons had historically managed that plan on our behalf. So we did some cleanup when we unstipended the stipends, but then Liam also did some cleanup when he took over managing them. Was that 3 years ago now? 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 or 3 years. I'd say 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Liam.
Yep, you're welcome.
So this is surely to my earlier comment of, as we're moving things out of budgets into different line items, and now in this case, out of capital into budget, I think we need to have a very clear explanation, and not just verbally written within the budget document.
Yeah, I can
And
produce
Liam's been
something for that.
integral over at the municipal campus. He's there multiple times a week working with New Era, who's our help desk technicians, purchasing things, being a part of a lot of the plan design. So having that relationship with the Danvers where Liam and his team can come out and we can lean on them has been really integral for the project.
One of the best things we ever did.
Yeah. And it's really good because we get to be involved with this from the beginning.
Yeah.
At least from what I've heard from my coworkers who get involved in construction projects later on. A lot of the time, it's too late to put the genie back in the bottle, and they're like, oh, this is what we now have to deal with. But we've had opportunities here to, put our foot down and say, these are our requirements, this is what we're looking for, and it's really helped us on making sure that we don't incur these operating costs. And I'm not, there's a world where I could be sitting here telling you about, whatever we have to be paying for these systems, right? But we did make a point to tamp that down, thankfully, so.
I know we'll talk about this in March, but with a lot of these items coming over from the capital into the operational, are you going to be expecting a smaller capital budget for IT?
Yeah, I would expect a smaller capital request this year.
Okay.
Well, I think the thing with IT too that we're being really strategic about is making sure that we're using the spend for the new municipal campus wisely, but also making sure that there's 5-year spending plans, because we don't want everything we're buying for the new building to all have a similar point of failure time frame and all come back around to you capital wise at the same time.
That was a struggle we had when the library went live. Now, obviously, the library was nowhere as large as this campus and all the equipment that was there, but all of a sudden, like 5 to 7 years after that library opened, boom, we were hit with a big budget.
Yeah, and so we're trying really hard to prepare as much as that, and some of the new computers are coming out of the municipal campus fund, some are coming out of Liam's normal operating IT fund, so that we're staggering that expense.
Good. Okay. Are we seeing the ability now that so many of the offices are combined now of, like, reducing copiers, reducing printers?
So in fact, we actually aren't seeing that as much as you would think, because like police and fire are still going to each have a copier, and police actually is now going to have one on the first floor, one on the second floor. The copier at 195 is going to remain at 195 for the employees there, but there's 2 in Memorial Hall, so those 2 will be reflected in the first and second floor of the town hall side of the municipal campus. And there's still, like, for volume, there's still one on the COA side of the building as well. So it's really, I think there's only one new large-scale machine, correct me if I'm wrong.
For town side, yeah.
But I think everything else is trying to status quo as much as possible.
Yeah, and that's something that I'd like to get a handle on fiscal year '27, is figure out how we do print management and the like. If we try to do some kind of contract for the smaller printers, or we try and pursue a way to reduce the smaller printers throughout town and, centralize the spend on the bigger units that can print more efficiently. It reduces support overhead for us in IT, and it's also a financial win, right? So that's something
So
that I
getting
would
rid
like to
of small individual printers and having more of a centralized print-on-demand, come in, either flash a badge or put in an item.
Yeah, something like using that, you've probably heard the paper cut software and the like. We have an implementation in Danvers that we've been working on over the last 6 months. That's been pretty successful. It has cool dashboards that you can track the printing and the like, and, it tells you how many trees have been cut down in service of, running your business.
Who's cutting most of the trees down.
And who's cutting most of the trees down and the like, right? So that's something that I'd like to look into next year, starting to get, for the next budget cycle, getting that scoped and requested, whatever we need for that, as well as laying the groundwork to get that figured out. We're already doing the work in Danvers. It makes a lot of sense to do it, in Middleton as well. So.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's all I've got.
Okay. Any questions for Liam? Liam, as always, thank you. To Jeff's point, we're really lucky that we entered into this agreement, not just everything that happened during the cyber incident, but, leading up to that and everything afterwards. It's been really good for the town, and you guys have, really supported us really well, so thank you.
No, I appreciate that, and this has been, managing this contract has been a huge opportunity for me. huge growth opportunity for me, so I appreciate being able to sit here and present this budget to everyone here.
I
So
appreciate
thank you
that.
for your
Now
support.
you want Danvers to have all this equipment that we have in our new facility.
A little bit, yeah, for sure.
That's good. It's comforting to know that you seem to have feel good about where things are at as we move into there, how you got it.
Yeah, over the
so
last
to speak.
couple of years, I've been able, between that and the cyber incident, I feel like I've been able to get a good pulse check on things, so, yeah.
Yeah, we benefit. Thank you.
Yeah.
Liam, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Careful driving home.
Yeah, thank you.
I think it stops, no?
Yeah, Ted, yeah.
Okay, drive fast. Okay, next on the agenda, we're going to do a discussion on the review of our financial policies, and then talk about some additional expense items and obligations, and then we get into the fun stuff, which is review and discuss and vote on some of the supplemental requests that we've had. And am I clear? We only have 2 supplemental requests?
Yes.
That's it?
Yep.
You promise?
Like here.
Okay.
One question, is this the time when we're going to discuss, right, that the state is suing the 5 towns, including Middleton?
What?
We didn't hear about that. No, I'm saying, is this the meeting where we're going to discuss?
I mean, we can, I mean, we're not going to discuss, like, what we're doing around that, because those discussions have been happening in executive session around strategy and so forth, but here's what I will tell you, like, yes, the state has announced that they're suing the communities to date that have not implemented the MBTA, 3A MBTA zoning, but very weirdly, they've filed suit, but they have not stated what they're suing about or what their expectations are. There's all kinds of rumors spreading that, is the state's move to get the courts to force a community? I don't know how they can force us and force an open town meeting to vote for something. Is the state going to force a special master to come in and draw up what that zoning looks like? Possibly, I don't know, but there's still going to have to be some type of affirmative vote on the floor of open town meeting where there isn't a court in the world that has control over that body. So I don't know what the state's trying to accomplish here, other than, further being a bully on this. I wish the Attorney General would spend as much time focused on, if they're concerned about how folks are voting, they should also be concerned about how 78% of the voters of this state voted for an audit of the legislature. That has been disregarded, and the Attorney General does not want to support that, and isn't forcing another branch of the government, like she's trying to force this branch, to take a vote. But that's politics, big P and small p. Honestly, I don't think there is going to be a hearing on what the Attorney General has filed until, at best, late '26. There's still other things pending. Part of that is our appeal of other activities around the MBTA zoning. What I can tell you is there's going to be nothing before town meeting this May on this topic. And at the earliest something could ever come before town meeting is probably December 26. When did it come? Was it December 24 or 25?
December 12th of 2024.
So the earliest would be December 13th, 2026. Something could become before town meeting due to the requirement of you can't keep bringing back a zoning item that has failed. So more to come on that. What I would caution on a financial level, and we've talked about this, I'll say this publicly, I mean, I don't know what the state's going to take away next. We heard from the chief, and he had communicated with our board earlier in the week on the fire grants for the municipalities that they're welcome to apply, but they're not eligible. He's going to apply. Last year, when the state took away our fire grant, there was a huge outcry, and the legislature actually, like Groundhog, popped their head up for a moment and said, ooh, this is bad, and then hid in their burrow again when the governor relented on that. She doesn't look like she's relenting. She's got the Attorney General being her bully on this. I think we should prepare ourselves that I personally believe that there's going to be a lot more funding at risk. Last year, you may remember, Chapter $90, roadway dollars. The legislature approved additional dollars that were sent out to municipalities. Those that were not MBTA compliant didn't get the additional dollars. And I think for us, it was going to be about 90-something thousand dollars. You heard Paul say last couple of years, we've gotten a great amount in Chapter 90. My concern is we're going to lose Chapter 90 overall. I wouldn't be surprised. I think we should also be concerned that future school building authority funds could be at risk. I don't think this roof is, but I would argue if Masco's coming before, we're a member of community. That could be at risk. I don't know how far this administration's going to go. I don't know how far the Attorney General wants to go, but I think we should be prepared. I don't know how we prepare for it, but I think we should be prepared that there's going to be a lot of funding streams that could be at risk. Add to that what Sarah talked about earlier on UGA. We're not even back to pre-2008, 2009 9C cuts that happened around there. And UGA has mostly over the years been funded by lottery dollars. There's a lot of dollars coming into this state through casino and other items, never mind the millionaire tax and others that are going to transportation, which is feeding a lot of the items that have increased Chapter 90 that I think we may be in the cold on the outside looking in. And how do we backfill that? As a town, we do about 125,000 a year in Chapter 90 supplemental. If we have to backfill all of our Chapter 90, we're going to start looking like area towns like Wakefield that bonds the cost of their roadway improvements. And that's not the, no pun intended, road I want to be on.
And if Middleton would just say, okay, we'll do that plan like we're over by Ferncroft, just do it and be done with it, would that automatically get us all
No, it doesn't work that way.
If we adopted the MBTA.
We have to adopt,
Yeah, no.
even if, he's saying even if we get to our 10%.
No, even
if we adopt that,
if we went back to town meeting and town meeting adopted that or somewhere,
If we adopt
we would then be in compliance. Yes, I would argue. Is the 2 million Mass Works grant gone? Yes. Is the $80,000 grant that we had taken from us for a council on aging van automatically gone? Yes. Is the fire grant going to be gone? Yes. What else have we lost along the way?
It's not going to open the floodgates.
It's not. Here's what I can tell you. If we went to town meeting and asked the voters to approve this now, I can't speak for everybody, but for those that have opposed it before, they probably dug in more. For those that supported it, they're pretty ticked off right now, myself included, that the state's taken this position. I think the only thing that Maura Healey and the Attorney General have done is found a way to get these two groups to agree on something. I don't see a path to town meeting approving this right now.
I don't either.
And, the first path of that would have to be the planning board would have to affirmatively allow that to go back on the warrant. We can't force it to the warrant. That's the planning board has to, well, we can put it on the warrant, but the planning board can come out with a, they don't even actually have to take it up. In fact, it could get referred to them and they could go, not saying they'd do that, but.
And if I could, I remember on the floor of the town meeting, the question many had was, well, what, you say we're going to lose grants, well, which ones? And we were short on the answer then as we are now. It's all, I dare use the word arbitrary, but it's just whatever they want. It was hard to answer.
And at the time,
it's as hard to answer today as it was then.
And at the time, we were answering like, well, there's some grants that we may want to go after that we haven't in the past. We warned, but I didn't really fully think that grants that we get very regularly, like fire department safe grants, were going to be gone, like additional Chapter 90. I remember we talked about like, hey, we could lose roadway funds. And we're like, yeah, they'll never do that. Well, yeah, they have. And if we lose all of Chapter 90, what is it, about 400,000, 450 a year?
Big chunk.
Like, not enough free cash in the world to backfill that. So, Now we talk about that and move into financial policies.
Well, thank you for articulating.
Yeah, and I will tell you, we're probably going to be talking about in the next month's meeting, we're going to have to supplement the warrant article that we funded last year or the year before for legal services around this. This wasn't just us appealing, now we have to defend.
Right.
So this isn't a case of us deciding, we're not going to appeal, which we were funding. Now we have to defend the state suing us. Thank you, Massachusetts. And there's going to be a cost associated with that.
Yeah, I figured, that's why I was asking, just sort of thinking it out here.
And how's this legal?
How is it ethical? Forget
it,
legal.
right?
I mean, here's what I can tell you. I'll say this out loud. If this administration really wants to accomplish what they think the MBTA zoning could accomplish, which I will tell you, has nothing to do with about affordability.
No.
Zero to do with
Right.
affordability. And if you ask the state to be honest, they'll admit it. Do I think the MBTA zoning may work for a town like, I don't know, Malden, that has bus, rapid trans, and commuter rail? Yeah, that works. Middleton, that has nothing and doesn't abut anybody that has it, it doesn't work for us. If they really truly wanted to do something around affordability. Now, secondly, if they really wanted to do something, look at the ADU law. The legislature made a decision and they passed a law that says, this shall happen. The towns and cities in this state have no control over it. This is what it'll be. You can tweak around the edges on certain requirements that you're going to have, but other than that, it's a by right. If that's what they wanted to do for MBTA zoning, they should have done that. The legislature didn't have the guts to do it, and the administration at the time, which was the Baker administration, didn't believe that was the direction of this. This administration has taken the position of, this is about affordability, which we all know it's not. And instead, the filing by the Attorney General, I don't think has anything in there that says this is what we're looking for to happen. It's just like, we're going to sue you. And I'm going to do this simultaneously as when I write a op-ed in the Boston Globe as Attorney General and explain how much I'm lamenting the fact I have to sue these cities and towns. But it's the law. Well, guess what? The voters passed a law for an audit. It's the same thing. You've ignored that. Left side of the mouth, right side of the mouth.
To audit the legislature, who are the ones that create the Attorney General's budget?
And by the way, has greatly increased her budget since she has decided not to enforce the law.
There you go.
And I'm not being partisan here. This is,
No,
and I actually said to the Globe the other day, I'm being very bipartisan. I blame Charlie Baker for approving this boondoggle, and I blame the Attorney General and the current governor for pushing an agenda on this that is absolutely doing nothing about affordability. At the same time, this town has approved a 40B in the center of town at an intersection that the state owns, that they should be on the hook of fixing, and now we have a second 40B that, and as you know, we have little to no capability in stopping 40Bs. As a town, we're probably doing more on affordable housing, investments, and projects that are before us than almost any other town in the MBTA zone right now is doing. But we're getting a noose wrapped around our neck on something that has nothing to do about affordability. Yeah, I'm off my soapbox now, so.
So getting into financial policies. Looking at our stabilization fund balance policies, this I started to bring out last year. Sorry.
Let's see that.
Still on the screen.
Yeah, that's on the screen.
Yeah, that's not.
Oh, it's not moving.
Is it
Hold on.
public safety supplemental? Is that what we're looking at?
No, there we go. Okay, now we're moving. So onto our financial policies. General stabilization fund balance. We are on policy, which is between 4 and 6% of the general fund, the current year general fund operating budget. So obviously, as the budget changes, this number changes with it.
May I interrupt you?
Oh, yes.
For those that are squinting, this is on the budgets and finance page as well, if you wanted to see it closer. Sorry, go ahead.
This is within ClearGov on the finance director's budget in brief tab.
Yeah, link, yeah.
Sorry. For our capital stabilization fund balance, we actually are not on target. We need to transfer $22,687 to meet the minimum requirements, which typically every year we do between 50 and 100,000, depending on what we need for that. So when we do our capital budget and our free cash uses, there will include a transfer into this fund.
Is that because we didn't, if we had done a special last year in the fall, we didn't
fund extra money like we typically have, and
Yeah.
I think we only put 50,000 into it. So because our budget increased with the operating override, it's kind of threw off those numbers a little bit.
Okay.
We were on target last year, but because of the operating override, it kind of threw it off a little bit. Free cash, we were certified at $9.3 million. So we are at 18.5% of the general fund operating budget, where our target is 3%. So I would say, yes, we've met that one. A caveat of this is, of that $9 million, I am automatically taking off the top about $3 million for our arbitrage payment to the IRS, because we've earned so much interest on our funds for the municipal campus.
So explain to me the arbitrage, I mean, I understand we've talked a lot about this in the beginning. So that is a penalty payment that we're making?
It is not a penalty payment. It is because we've earned so much investment income on tax-free bonds that we owe the IRS money. Tax money. Because we're earning investment income higher than the rate that we borrowed. So we borrowed at a 2.5% rate. But we're earning investment income, let's throw a number out there, at like 6%.
So there's no special, like, additional dispensation given that we bonded when rates were?
No.
So,
Because if we didn't transfer the money into an investment income and we just kept it in like a savings account, like a bank, like a regular bank account, we would have a penalty for not investing it to the rate of the market. So with these bonds,
damned
because
if
they're
you
tax
do,
exempt.
damned if you don't.
Exactly. So we have a calculation done at the end of every fiscal year. It has come in last fiscal year at about $2.1 million. There's another calculation that's going to happen, but we have to pay this during FY27.
Okay.
So I'm going to budget a lot more than I think we need within our free cash amounts, just so that we have the amounts and we're able to pay it when we need to. Because there's a calculation and then you have 2 months to pay it at the final thing. So there won't be enough time to get together a special meeting
And
or
this
anything.
goes to the federal or the state or both?
Goes to the IRS.
The federal.
Yep.
Your silent partner.
So, looking forward on free cash, obviously, a lot of those bonded dollars that we were investing are no longer available to invest because we've, I don't know, paid for a new facility.
Yeah.
We've been writing a lot of checks. Where do you think?
It's going to depend how much free cash we spend this year. I haven't seen the capital budget. I haven't seen the requests come in. Because right now we'll have $6 million available for our capital budget before we take away the money that we usually save and everything. So obviously free cash is not going to come in at $9.3 million again next year.
No, I get that, but, I mean, if, normally, I mean, we would have expected, free cash should be, if all things remain equal from how aggressively we budget revenue and how our department heads manage their budget, we were usually in like the 3.5.
I would say 3 to 4 million is where it should be.
So is your feeling next year we're going to be back in the 3.5 to 4 million range?
No. Not next year.
Okay.
Maybe the year after.
Okay.
Or the year after that. It depends. It's going to depend on how much free cash we end up spending too.
Okay.
But it won't be increasing. Like last year, we certified at $6.3 million. It's not going to increase $3 million next year. It's also not going to decrease $3 million next year.
Okay.
Well, actually, it will because we're going to spend it. But if everything was the same, it wouldn't decrease that amount. Excess levy capacity, we are not meeting it in this case, mainly because last year we voted to use more of our excess levy capacity, and I'm going with the board's and FinCom's policy of how much we were stepping back in each time. So in 2 years, I think next year is when it should go back to being within target. I will say, going into the actual fund policies here, the only change that I am going to request either today or at our March meeting from both bodies here is for the Facility Stabilization Fund to remove the language of having the town have a minimum goal of contributing $200,000 into the fund each year. Since the project is coming to the end of its life, we want to start using those funds for the purpose of the stabilization fund, whether it be for the project itself, for the interest on the project, things of that nature. So that's the only proposal that I have at this time.
And are you thinking in future years, I mean, I'm sure Peter is going to start putting together some, if he's not already, like future projections of when do we start needing to invest in capital improvements at the new facility. Add to that, I know he's doing a lot of work right now assessing the library, which is 20 years old, and absolutely it's starting to need some capital improvements. Are you thinking in the future of some type of recommendation in the policies of, if we're not going to continue the 200,000 into facility stabilization, starting to put some dollars specifically into capital planning?
Well, we have a capital stabilization.
Yeah, but like putting more in there, I'm saying.
I don't have a policy at this time in mind of minimum contributions to the capital stabilization. We certainly can, but we usually use those funds either to offset debt that we've taken out or to fund specific purchase items.
I mean, historically, when we had a single stabilization fund, I used to call that the fire truck fund, because that's what we used it for. We're now bonding fire trucks because they're so ludicrously expensive. But, I mean, I completely agree with you of the 200,000 minimum on the stabilization for the facilities. I mean, the project's opening.
Right, I mean, we're gonna be pulling money out of it just to put money back in at the same
It's left
time.
pocket,
It
right
doesn't.
pocket, yeah.
Exactly.
But I'm wondering if we should, and it's not a decision to make now, but we should probably talk about, like, this isn't capital needs of an old town hall that we know we have to do things that we've continued to defer. We're not going to defer future capital improvements and maintenance of an $80 million facility. I mean, we're not going to do what Masco did, build a big facility and then not maintain it, and then come back 20 years from now and say, whoop, we need to rebuild. So, just food for thought.
Agreed.
You know, but I would not want a specific number to put in there, just some language that we add an appropriate amount of some.
Well, I think we should have some type of target in 5 to 10 years of
what the balance should be?
Either the balance or what percentage of the overall budget should be going towards capital maintenance.
So I think the thing that you're asking about is something similar to what we did with IT when we joined with Danvers, where they went and assessed all of our situations and talked about the percentage of our total operating budget that should be IT spend for best practice. Is that the type of assessment you're looking to? Because I think that's something, I know Peter has a lot of prep work that he's already started to do, and that might be something that naturally is coming out of the materials he's starting to create and expand upon.
Yeah, I think it's some of that, but I also think is like, I don't know, like 10 years from now, what should we be spending on maintenance and update for that campus? I don't.
It's an analogy, but I think it'll work. So I've hired an engineering firm at my HOA, and they have done an engineering study of the life expectancy for all the systems and services. So I know by year, over a 30-year period, what I'm going to need to spend. Well, then divide the math, and that's your annual contribution. And I just updated it this past year. I don't know if your mother told you, but really endowed myself to everyone because the.
Yeah, I know you guys got yelled at the association meeting, but it makes sense.
In 2017, when I did the study, the roofs cost $205,000. Now it's up to $1.3 million.
I was gonna say, north of
So you
$1
can
million.
have an engineering study done. It only cost me a couple $1,000 on that facility. Look at that over a 30-year period and say, okay, timeline, what you think each system will go. And then there's some mathematical formulas just to say, okay, this is what we need to put into a reserve fund.
And then when we do have good years, I mean, I don't want to say we have to put a minimum in, or what number, like, it's just that we're all staying honest and keeping on track and understanding that, you know,
But then also for Peter, this gives him a timeline and a detailed map.
yeah.
And I do think, to the point you're making, Brian, some of that work has been done by some of our OPM folks with the vendors, as Peter's been doing the trainings of like when things are going to need to have like some replacement infrastructure, when they're going to need.
No, I agree that
So I
all of
think-
that's been done. I'm saying we need to start
have
putting some
funding. We have the
financial
funding.
Yeah, and
policies
what I'm
around
saying
it.
is I think
For all that.
by this time next year, he'll have his arms wrapped around that, the way we had like a year of the new IT situation before they were able to give us a similar sense.
And that should be able to inform how much money would be appropriated to set aside in our base. Right.
I just wanted to throw up, these are the current balances of all of our, either funds that we pull money out of for the operating budget or our stabilization and reserve funds as of December 31st. So in capital, there is just over $1 million. In the facilities complex, there's just over $1 million. Stabilization is 2.8, OPEB's in there, and then our special ed stabilization and retirement and sidewalk stabilization funds.
So, ambulance fund. I know that, am I correct that we're not seeing the revenue that we've historically seen in the past, or as a percentage?
That's fine.
Or, like, is that fund on track, in your estimation, to always sit somewhere near, at the end of the year, 1.1, 1.2 million, or?
I mean, it's already at 1.1 this fiscal year.
No, I
like-
know, but what I'm trying to get at is,
Will the
I know our ambulance rates have gone up and our
Yep.
negotiated billing and so forth, but my concern always was that some point in the future, that fund's not going to be as robust to support the operational costs of the department as it is.
I
today.
haven't seen revenue decreasing.
Okay.
So that money, is that for the replacement of, eventual replacement of an
No, it
ambulance?
funds the operating budget. We pull in $700,000 each fiscal year to
Operating
offset the
budget,
operating
equipment,
budget.
supplies, and.
We do pull
vehicles.
from, yeah, if there are capital requests that are ambulance-related, we typically pull from this fund for funding sources as well, as long as it can sustain it. And then PEG also offsets the operating budget, and if there's capital requests, that will sometimes do the capital.
And the revenue from the ambulance fund is coming from where?
Ambulance billing. So you take an ambulance somewhere, Comstar bills you, we get revenue.
We don't fund anything into the ambulance fund from town meeting tax. It only comes through insurance, Medicaid, Medicare, private pay.
Private, yeah.
But no, this is pretty much on track with this point last year for ambulance.
And OPEB,
Yes.
has there been a, sorry, retirement stabilization, at what point, like, where's the recommendation of where our retirement and, well, I guess retirement in OPEB, like, where our liabilities are and what level we should be at?
I have it, the retirement just came out with their new one. I haven't seen it. Last I looked, it's still on track to be fully funded in 2032. They haven't shifted that out further, or 36. It hasn't shifted out further. OPEB, we got our latest valuation. I think we are at 14% funded for payroll. So, I mean, if we no longer put the $200,000 into the facilities complex stabilization, I would put it into OPEB. Because our retirement stabilization fund, per our policy, can only be used in very specific purposes. The stabilization fund is there for future catch-up contributions, so if they push that out, we can use this fund to help offset the increased assessments, or
This is on
once they're
retirement or
fully-
OPEB?
This is retirement. This is the pension stabilization fund. So this is just related to our Essex Regional Retirement Assessment. If they are fully funded and we still have money in there, then we can use it towards our annual continuation payments, limiting the impact to the operating budget. So we can't use this fund to offset that increase in our pension stabilization, our retirement assessment, because they're not fully funded yet. So this is a very specific policy.
Unless we change it.
Unless we change the policy, yes.
Which I think we should talk about.
Have we adjusted ambulance rates recently?
Yes.
Yes.
Good, good.
And they're actually, I want to give everybody credit for that. They're much better than they have ever been.
No, we did just before I left, but.
Yeah.
Was it last year?
I believe so, yes, last year. But that's all I had regarding to our policies, unless anyone else has any thoughts to add. What else was it?
When are we going to start drawing from the facility stabilization?
Well, we already have, this past fiscal year, we pulled $500,000 to help offset the project. We are proposing in the annual town meeting an additional funding to help reduce the secondary borrowing that we have to do.
We'll have that recommendation on capital
Yeah.
budget Saturday.
Additional expense items,
If there's anything else you had,
I don't think I had anything.
then we can move to
You want to go into general
Yeah.
discussion?
general discussion.
Item 9.
Yep. Next on the agenda, general discussion, and that includes having a discussion around supplemental requests and others. So, just some general points for me. I'm actually really happy in where the elementary schools are right now, both on timing and I think the alignment to the recommendation that's been given. I think we'll see later this week where they land once health insurance and dental comes out. Probably less concerned about that than I am Masco right now. And we've gotten prelim or clarity from Essex Tech? I saw somewhere it was.
It's the preliminary budget. I pulled it off of their meeting agenda. They don't actually send anything out until their board votes it. I just pull, as they present the budget, I go online and I find it and I pull it.
And I remember you showed it was.
Oh, it's decreasing 11,000 from the prior year.
Which is probably like one student.
Our enrollment went down 4 students.
Okay. And the activity that's happening over at Essex Tech now of their playing Tong over there to figure out future enrollment process, how do we think, if at all, that's going to affect us?
Their policy, is to try to have a minimum from each community. For the 3 towns, Boxford, Middleton, Topsville, it's about 16-17% of their 8th graders.
Total or each
town?
Okay.
So we're pretty much there with, currently. So I don't see a lot of up or down, but given that it costs us less
I wish it
to
would go
send
up.
a student
I
to
wish it would
Essex
go up.
Tech than Masco, the more the merrier.
Well, we just don't see a net decrease when they leave Masco. That's the problem.
Right.
So, more to come on Masco.
And Masco will be with us on capital budget
Yeah.
Saturday, as we've recently trended of moving them towards the second meeting of the 2. So,
Is your feeling Masco's going to be an override?
I don't think they'll get down to a 2.5% community assessment increase, like the 3 towns asked. But I think it's within the realm of possibility that the overall increase will be a little under 2.9, and if it is, our assessment goes up 2.5%. So
So anything about 3% or less, we're gonna be looking at 2.5.
If it's 2.88, we're at 2.5.
Okay.
Anything over 2.88, overall community assessment increase will be over the 2.5. But if we're over by $10,000-$15,000,
And the other two towns have been clear, anything above 2.5, they're putting on override?
We're trying to get in the consistent practice of having it be the 2.5% average between the three, regardless of our independent enrollment numbers, because while it may break to our benefit in present time, there's going to be a time where that's no longer the case.
Well, it's gonna come sooner than
Right,
later.
and so if we can continue with the discipline this year, even if they're a little over, and we still come out to 2.5, it really should be 2.5 between the three communities.
And when are we closing the warrant?
Next meeting.
So they would have, if they don't present something by then, we can't, right?
So their budget certification is in March, so we still have an obligation to fund whatever they're putting on for their certification. So we may close the warrant to everything but Masco, or everything but our budgetary items.
It's at the discretion of the select board, so you can.
But you do have to wait for the final budget certification in March per the regional school agreement and DESI deadlines.
And I would just add one note relative to the schools and echoing kudos to the elementary school in their efforts. But there's one like basic math element to our overall budget, which is the town side expenses relative to the total school side expenses is always going to be smaller. And so 2.5% compounded year over year based on ratios means the town side is going to continue to get squeezed as time goes on, even if the schools are held at 2.5%.
I mean, the point's gonna have to come at some point that we may be holding the schools to a different growth rate than we're holding the municipal side just because of the spread. I mean, that's probably coming sooner than later.
especially if their enrollments trend downwards.
I mean, from 2020 and several years after that, we were all building to budgets by what Masco and the elementary was telling us, what we heard today of student population in Middleton Elementary being close to 900. And we're nowhere near that. So, you know, Masco went through the exercise, 5-6 years ago, where they finally had to admit that their enrollment was dropping and they had to downsize programmatic and staff. I mean, those same discussions need to happen again. But that means on the Masco side, the three towns agree. Okay. So now let's talk about the part of the ledger we do have control over. So I know some of the smaller budgets have been before the select board already. I know some of them will come before all of them will come before the finance committee going forward. You know, we didn't talk today about library other than some of the top level, but I know there's some changes, at least on paper, that look like increase in the library due to union contracts being negotiated, and those numbers will start to flow in. We obviously, hopefully very shortly, will have a new director, and that staff is fully loaded, but that's probably a budget on paper that looks like it's increasing by,
Yeah, it's 3 years of salaries and then a slight increase on the expense side for books and materials that are cognizant with that increase.
And it's
So-
moving the custodians in from the other
In.
department.
from another department.
But
So
the-
what is their percentage budget going up?
I don't have
I would say it was 13
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was
something,
gonna say.
but it's not a true reflection of.
It's 10.78, but
Year-over-year
it's
growth.
not real.
And the library budget will be presented at the select board meeting on 2/17
Okay.
in detail.
How come they're not here today?
Because it's me. Hi, I'm Jackie, the
Okay.
acting director. And because
Oh, yeah, that's right.
we had moved some departments to the Tuesday night select board meeting, and then folks will go to FinCom as invited, just because we normally have a longer morning than we did today, knock on wood. I'm kind of still stunned by that, of how on time we were. And so we didn't add other departments. We tried to hit with the heavier, longer budgets this morning.
And MVLC hasn't backed off their huge increase.
No, they haven't, but they are coming to an upcoming trustees meeting to talk about it more intently. But that's, if we can talk about that on the 17th,
Can we
and
move to Noble?
no. And theirs is even higher from what I'm hearing.
So do you want to dive into supplemental requests or?
Where we are.
Okay, so we have two supplemental requests before us. One of them is the deputy chief at the fire department, which I know we also talked about last year. And there was a decision made, not unanimously, but a decision made by these two bodies of not doing it last year. It's back this year. My feeling is there's nothing there that Doug has made for an argument that I don't disagree with. My only concern is we are $860,000 in the red right now. And I was not whispering, but talking a little bit with Justin here, is there's some things that we can do to provide some relief to what is obviously a need over there with Doug. I know I joke about it all the time, but the guy's going to take some time off. I mean, he can't carry all of this. So on everything on the list that he identified, the thing that stuck out to me the most is the administrative burnout. That's my concern over there.
It was clear.
And you know, a deputy chief is not going to solve the issue of staffing that's happening over there. Deputy chief is not going to solve the long-time issue on overtime and how we're managing staffing over there in overtime. But, like, I'm honestly very concerned about the load that's on his shoulders. And I also joke about it, but he's now going to be looking out his picture window every time a piece of equipment rolls out. And so, I mean, my feeling right now is I want to be very supportive of the chief and everything that he's doing over there. I'm just concerned about, I mean, if we added that, we didn't even look at where we are at 860, but if these two items were added to that, are we talking about, how close are we looking at a?
You're just over $1 million because benefits.
Okay.
For me, if that person in that position could take the place of one of the people that has to be called back when the ambulance is out, an extra hand to be able to call, and one less overtime, I think I would support it, but absent that, that's my issue with it, is that person isn't negating the need for one more person to come back. That doesn't make sense to me, kind of.
Well, that person's meant to be an administrative person. He's gonna be like the chief is, he'll go out on calls and whatnot. But I can speak from experience, like you say with Doug, I feel it, administrative burnout is absolutely there, but we beat this to death last year. I'm all for it, but I don't think we can afford it this year. Same thing with the front lobby person.
But I think we have, I'm less concerned about the front lobby person right now. I think we have to get our arms around how that building's going to be operating, what the foot traffic volume is going to look like. I mean, the police chief told me 100 people a week. I don't know if that's fact or fiction or assumption. I think we won't know until we know. And what I didn't hear is the admin staff that is in place now at both departments are struggling with their admin load. I'm hearing that the fire department overall and the chief is struggling with an admin role. So, I mean, let's take the second one first. My opinion is we do not fund anything about an admin person at the front lobby at that building until we know what the need is. And building's not even open. Those two departments are going to have to figure out how they're going to shift staff, admin staff, to cover the front of that building. And it may be sometimes it's somebody comes in and presses an intercom and somebody comes down. Other times it may be One admin is sitting there in the morning, the other one is in the afternoon. For me, it was less about if you had a single admin person down there Monday through Friday, what functions were going to be taken from the existing admin and what were going to be the roles of the existing admin that they could expand upon. I didn't really see that yet.
I would elaborate some. Both of them said that some of their administration would go over to their current admins.
I go to out of town all the time, work all the time, out of town. Some old police departments, fire stations, some new ones. You walk in, you hit the buzzer, somebody comes down. You gotta wait, you wait. Might be on the fire side, generally should be somebody there, is it not in a patrolling nature? And then on the police side, it's just like we do now. Someone comes in the front door, regional sees it on the camera, and then notifies, if it's nobody's inside, they know, then they notify they got somebody in front, and they come back and they talk to them. That can easily continue to work as it is now until we figure out what kind of animal
I
it is that
agree,
they need
this whole
downstairs.
process with the new facility, we have to look at everything, and even that, like Rick says, I go to other departments, you press the button, firefighter, police officer comes to the window. For now, but.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's like gonna be the be-all, end-all, but
And that may not be
that's how
the
it gets
future
done.
in 28 or beyond, like, let's get through this year, so. It's too bad, when the building was laid out, this should have been brought up then. Maybe the two administrative assistants should have been on the first floor when you walk in. I'm surprised that wasn't.
Well, that was hashed out over and over again, that the way the chiefs wanted it, me initially, and Chief LaCourse, to have the admins where they are. The police department wants it where they are, and our admin is right next to the chief's office. Have that person sitting at the window doesn't accomplish that task with that person, what that person is supposed to be doing.
And I will say too, when the plans were initially done, there were 2 admins in the police budget. Then one retired and that position was not filled.
Right.
So that also is kind of the oversight at this point.
I think it's all, like going back as someone who's in every single one of those building committee meetings, at the time, to Sarah's point, there was 2.5 FTE between the two departments. And honestly, by the time that change happened, it would have been more money to redesign the building also. Like, you get to a point with that building committee process where there was an economy of scale where if you went backwards, it cost you more money than going forward with the plan. Even if we weren't sure how something was going to look or be implemented, the cost savings to the taxpayer wouldn't have been worth the difference. And I will say that, to Rick's point about the technology, we've already have a plan in place. There's also going to be a phone in that lobby that is very clear of like fire admin, police admin, 911.
And a camera, right?
And the regional dispatch provides that camera.
Right.
So that's their system that
there's
gets
your-
put in every lobby.
So if somebody walks into the lobby at
10
5 p.m., 10 p.m., or noon,
Say
and
noon.
there's nobody
Say
in
noon.
that front desk,
Either they'll be able to ring, and we haven't figured this out yet. We were actually on a call about it earlier this week. It'll ring both admin so that like somebody comes if there's somebody in the building, or it'll trigger to dispatch if it doesn't get picked up in a certain number. Logistically, we're figuring that part out.
Okay.
Because we know we may need a plan.
But, and as a member of the public, which I also am sometimes, I go inside a public safety building, I don't want to see a greeter. I want to see a fireman, or I want to see a cop, or one of their on payroll administrative assistants.
So when Wakefield put their police and fire buildings together and connected them, they had the same issue. It went live, the lobby was down in the first floor, police and fire on the second floor. They did exactly what I think we're talking about right now. You walked in, pressed the buzzer. After about 2-3 years, they actually funded and put somebody down there. 2 to 3 years later, they eliminated the position and went back to the buzzer. Why? Because the volume just didn't match. I don't know what that volume's going to be, so.
And we even, at the PD, where that person comes in and it's, 2-3 cars out, no one's there, it's pitch black, they talk to them in there. It's not just monitoring a camera and operate the doors if they need, they can talk to them.
Regional
What do you
dispatch
need?
does, yes.
Yep. So.
I've experienced that.
And to what Jackie's saying, we'll have that.
Everything of that nature is figure outable.
We'll have that.
And-
Works great.
We won't know what sort of the normal flow is until after 6 months of the
least.
building
At least.
open, because the first 6 months, as you've said many
Everybody's
times,
coming in.
people will go. So
Those are
after the
factors.
6 month, look at it for 6 months. What's coming in the door?
If we truly have 100 people a week coming in the door, then we'll deal with it then. It's not going to be 100 people a week. So,
And something that we can do too is do some door counting, like the way we do at the library.
well, you have to do that for attendance purposes as well.
Yeah, but we can co-opt it.
Okay, so I think we might be in vehement agreement on this item, but I would entertain a motion just so we can actually be able to give the chiefs an answer on the supplemental requests for front desk coverage and the hiring of an admin. I would take a motion to not fund that in this fiscal year proposal.
Can I make one more?
Yeah,
As if-
go right
As
ahead.
if it's a counter on the, and I've said this to the police chief too, when they wanted a lieutenant, I said, like they did with the detectives, we took it from within. Yeah, it was a little tough on the line people at first, and they had, some nights a legitimate complaint, but in the long run, after backfilling and everything, that's worked. And I do sympathize with the chief in the stresses of where he's at. With the extra bodies there, is it possible to have him create another captain in there, albeit it might be a union position, but as some way of a compromise to get what apparently is, this incredible,
So-
I mean,
so-
because you went from 8 to 12.
So Chief, okay, Chief, I just promoted you.
It'd be all set then.
I mean, officer. But the vote that I'm asking for, the motion is specifically
Yeah,
around the
I
lobby
just wanted to
position.
get discussion on
We're going to roll back to the
Can
other
I
one
ask a
after.
question on
Yeah.
that too? So let's say the police
got those
side,
cookies,
after a
yeah.
month or so, saw a lot of people coming in. Is there going to be a space that the administrative assistant, let's say they knew from 9 to 10 in the morning, they get a lot of people. Will there be the capacity that his administrative assistant
Can sit there.
can go sit there for
Yeah,
an hour?
there is.
There is, there can be a
there is
desk
gonna
or
be
a seat.
desk.
So
Yeah, there's a spot for them to work that's like behind the window.
it could if the need was there, that person could spend an hour there if we just knew 9 to 10 a.m. is a busy hour.
It's just a matter of how the two chiefs, and
Right.
want to work it out. It's figure outable.
I'd be fine without it as long as the space is there, and if it gets a
There's
busy
certainly
time,
the
someone
space
could sit
there.
in the space and try it
It's
out.
outfitted.
And it will have its own computer and phone and everything, right? So that somebody can come
Active.
down and just jump.
Yeah,
right
we're not
in.
putting them in a
It's high.
folding table with a folding chair. So, I said this before, when you put police and fire in a single building, even though, they have their own sections, like, part of what has to happen here is they have to come up with an operational cadence that works for the two of them. And that's gonna mean, when I say the two, it's not the two chiefs, it's two departments. They're gonna have to figure out how they balance this. I mean, I would argue the same thing's gonna have to happen over the municipal complex. Like, anybody that walks into the new town hall portion, where are they going directly? They're going to Eileen's office. Eileen, the town clerk, is the front door, truly, of town hall. That means folks are gonna come into Eileen's office and say, I need to pay my taxes, where do I go? Like, so, same thing's gonna happen, on the town hall side, there's gonna have to come up with an operational
I was
cadence.
going to say, actually, Eileen is at the very end of the hallway.
Okay, so it's not gonna
The
come
first
down.
thing they're going to see is either the assessors or the COA reception area. Those are the two. If you come down our hallway, it's assessors first. If you're in the main lobby, you're going to see the COA first.
Okay, so I take that back. So that means the assessors are gonna be the front door of the, so.
Will
Yes.
there be a sign saying who's where?
Yeah, there's
There's a
wayfinding.
lot of
Eileen,
signs, yeah.
go see that, so, but in the same regard, these departments are all, on the municipal side, gonna have to figure out how, on the town hall side, gonna have to figure out how to coexist together, and, we have an $80 million facility, we can make this work, like, if
gonna be
it
the
means
pilot of the Brady
shuffling
Bunch.
people around. And quite honestly, we're gonna have a lot more admin in this building than we've had before, because they've been scattered around multiple buildings. So that's probably something else we should be looking at in the future as well, and making sure that admin are doing what is needed, but also filling the areas that are needed.
So cross-training them?
Why not? I mean,
I'm not saying it seems like a
it
reasonable-
may be instead of, and I guess this will all have to be negotiated because they're in a union, but instead of being an admin person for the so-and-so department, you are going to be supporting an admin, and that'll all be part of future negotiations as we figure out volumes. So, is there a motion to not approve the joint police fire admin front desk?
I'll make a motion to deny the request for the
Okay,
additional.
there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, if any? Okay. To the deputy chief. I'm thinking there's also some unanimity that there's a need here, but the financial issue here. But I'd just like to actually call out, is there other things that can be done to reduce some of the burden? So I keep going to the point of fire inspections. And, I mean, we saw it through, even at the end of the year, as many of our licensees dragged their feet, and the ability to get some of the inspections scheduled. The shuffle that the chief is doing all the time on trying to keep staffing at a certain level, but more so all the administrative needs that are happening. Are there things within this structure that's happening, especially with the police and fire now being co-located, that we can do to support some of the admin needs he has? Because I just don't want to, yet again, tell this chief, we appreciate it, we know there's a need, but not now. I mean, last year we made the decision of we wanted to put the money towards frontline, reducing our, like, boots in the ground or boots in the vehicle.
So I was thinking, I don't know if this would work, because fire and police are so specific skill sets. But what, it sounds like that there's so much pressure, is all this administrative stuff and all this kind of stuff. What about, instead of a deputy chief or just even this admin at the counter, have a business manager? Someone who's really understands how to manage all this stuff, and no, they're not a firefighter or policeman, but they're business manager, and they understand how to do all this stuff, apply for grants, or whatever all that administrative stuff is. I don't know if that's...
Getting more money now than they were going to pay the deputy chief.
Oh, really?
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, but is it something that's across both departments? I mean, public works departments did that a lot in the past, where they brought in business managers that were handling, and I'm not saying that that's the solution this year, but
I've seen them, I know in the past there have been businesses as they grow and grow and grow, very special, like medical, right? The doctors run the whole thing until there's so many of them, they're like, we can't do all this administrative stuff, and they hire a business manager to come in and...
Well, it's also because doctors are poor managers, but...
I mean, one thing, if you negotiated with the union or the person in the position, would be to change the captain to 9 to 5.
And like I'm saying, maybe add another captain into the union.
Yeah, you're taking somebody off a shift by doing so. I mean,
it's cheaper.
But if the fire department wasn't a 24-hour shift, what you're proposing might work, which would basically, like,
mirror Doug's hours, so they would both always be together, and he would see, he wouldn't just be with his
but that would have
24-hour group.
That would build
be
in
with all the
a
groups.
shortage in staffing, because that captain is staffing 2 24-hour shifts.
But it might cut down on overtime because he'd
No, it
always...
actually would increase.
No, because he'd always be there.
But I would offer, Jeff, that that's also a very different path than what the chief has proposed. And one of the reasons the chief proposed what he did is so that it's something we can bargain. I would offer that I would struggle to be able to successfully bargain removing someone from that union.
Not taking him out of the union, just changing his...
But then you've negated half of the point of having a deputy, in that, to the chief's point earlier today, he's the only department head with 3 unions in his building. The only person that he can call with HR issues are myself and Justin. And that is part of the issue of why a deputy chief is important in that chain of command, is he is the only
I understand that. We all
department.
understand
No,
that.
but I think that's important to talk about, because when you just talk about moving the captain to days, that's a union position. It
I
has to be a different position. That's why it's called deputy
If you
chief.
move you'd have to negotiate changing the captain's hours.
Right, exactly, that's what I'm talking about.
And
That's
that's
exactly what I'm
And then
talking
you'd
about.
be, like Brian said, you'd backfill.
You're building a hole in 2 24-hour shifts a week. There will be 2 shifts a week that there's now a hole in.
And then to your point, Jay, I mean, the big thing is, right, when there are HR issues, it wouldn't be fair to go to this guy who's, been retasked, who's still in the union, and having to ask them, well, what are your thoughts about this particular HR issue? Because there's no way it's not fair, like you said.
Bob Redding just said that the deputy was in the union for years, and they just pulled him out. Barry retired.
Yes.
The new deputy is no longer in the union.
An example too, because it's not just about the HR piece, though that is certainly a big component of it. That department, to Doug's point, and he and I have talked about this at length, he's the only department head without a true deputy, which from with the staff of a volume that he has.
More accurate.
And having a union shop in the building and having no one else to rely on. But a good example is we had a department head meeting a couple weeks ago, and for some department heads, they have a deputy that they can send, some department heads don't. But it gives people flexibility where if they need to be in another meeting or out with the group, it gives them that flexibility and that administrative capacity. And I think that inability for a deputy to come in and start learning that part of the role is also really difficult from a succession planning perspective, where in other departments, we've had a lot of internal promotions and hires in the last few years, and that's because we have a great team, but also because we're building capacity for them to grow and develop. And on the fire side, we can't do that in a non-union way right now, which is a challenge.
So, dealing with what we have in front of us, I think we're in vehement agreement that funding the deputy chief position in this budget environment this year is a non-starter. So let me ask some other questions in terms of like workload. So, and I think you kind of answered this for me the other night, Jackie. So just in the annual inspections process, right now, all the inspections that get done at the fire department, like for licenses, new construction, renovations, who manages the coordination of that
Lisa Brown,
at the
Inspectional
services? So the admin person at the fire department today doesn't manage that?
I will say that for like 110 inspections for property sales, no. For annual inspections, it's Lisa. So there's a split there.
So
It does it because Scott or his
Right.
designee and Kessel, or is it?
Go out together.
Go together.
They, one and the same?
As much as possible.
Could I provide a little guidance here, I guess, relative to sequencing that I think may help the conversation a little bit? So, part of the struggle here is you're all trying to select something off a menu in a restaurant that's presently on fire. And,
No pun intended.
so you're in a $860,000 deficit, and I think it's putting all of you in an unfair position to try to fix this problem in this specific meeting today without having any insight on how that much bigger issue is going to be solved. Because that $860,000 deficit, while it may make it challenging or impossible this year to fund a new role, it also is making it challenging, difficult for us to fund existing roles. And while I wouldn't offer at this point in time making cuts to any of our existing staff, I think cuts by attrition is something that's certainly on the table. And typically, by this time of year, there's always some uncertainty. There's always a little bit of a gap. It's rarely. I think it would be doing all of you a disservice to have you come to a determination today when maybe it's something you can revisit in March, when I think we'll probably have a little bit of a better understanding of the
But
lay
I think for
lay
these
of
two
the land.
positions, unless a sack of money falls out of the sky,
Why leave a false hope for a mother?
yeah, I think it's, like, to the 860,000, which, I don't know, we could find out that could be 960,000 when Masco's done with us, or it could be
Health insurance.
760,000 is best case scenario. I mean, what I heard from Sarah earlier is this is probably going up more than it's going down at this point.
On the expense side, we
Yeah,
haven't, I mean,
yeah.
we still have a lot of revenue to look at as well.
So.
And we have outstanding collective bargaining agreements that are some of our bigger hitters that we're struggling to.
That I don't think are gonna happen
come to terms
in
on.
Maytown meeting, but
We still have
Well,
the
let's,
capacity for it.
let's
though.
say that everything fell into perfect place with insurance and everything, and became a $600,000 best case scenario. So what is the plan to fill the gap? Say it's 600.
I mean, I think we got some good feedback today in terms of areas that we can try to push and flex into and extend ourselves a little bit to try to get out of this year. I know the preference, and I share the preference, is to not have an override request. But
can
that,
we have that discussion? Like, I think it would just be helpful. I mean, this time last year, we went into into the budget process, which is, 2 years ago, we said, we think we can get through without an override, but boys and girls, we're gonna need one the next year. And we absolutely needed one. Now, the year before, we had failed, and we had built up override process 2 years ago of trying to build capacity. It failed. The second time, we went for the override, we didn't build capacity. We were also very clear that we weren't building capacity. But we went into our budget discussion last year still, I give these three folks right here, plus the department heads, a lot of credit in that even last year, when we knew we were proposing an override, they actually combed through the budget and Justin was telling me, yeah, we just finished the so-and-so budget, we cut $3,200 there. I mean, that's a rounding error. But they were making cuts up to the last minute, knowing that we were going in for an override. So we weren't hanging Christmas ornaments on the tree. Like, here we are a year later, we've got an $860,000 hole. To Justin's point, like, maybe the restaurant's not on fire, but there's smoke coming out of the kitchen right now. So I think we should have the conversation of these two boards, where are we in terms of, are we open to an override, or are we closed to an override? And I'm not, this is just kind of a failing of the boards, and the reason why I'm asking this is because I think it'll make the decisions that have to be made next, maybe not easier, but clearer.
I think we'd have to know what the cuts would be. If we wind up at a $600,000 deficit, what are the cuts going to be? I don't think anyone can answer that question without that information.
A $600,000 deficit is likely going to mean, to his point, it's either attrition is not going to be backfilled. And, we had one department head that told us there's 1 or 2 retirements coming. Those are some of the decisions that we're gonna have to, now, we're not gonna pass an unbalanced budget and hope for a retirement,
Right.
But we also don't have the whole picture, right? So to ask to make a decision when we don't have the health insurance piece, the revenue that's been scrubbed, everything, to ask to make that decision now, I think is a little bit premature. Until we have the whole big picture, then we can really see what is the real deficit and how much and what more we can do.
What was our deficit last year at this point? We're always at a deficit at this point, and I understand that.
But we also don't know what Masco's numbers are gonna be at, right? So is it 600,000? Are we looking at 1 million? Are we looking at this? It's just hard to make a real good decision without having all the information.
So I think for some of those items, like Masco, in my mind anyway, is 2.5, one way or another. It's 2 or under, depending on our enrollment relative to the other 2 communities. If health insurance that we're currently holding a conservative number on comes down to earth a little bit, it's still real world dollars going to be less than 100K. Is that accurate? Something like 80. And so I think the question is, it's not whether or not the gap's going to go away. Is this going to be a very big gap or a very, very big gap? But I can't assign a number to it right now.
I don't see a pathway, a gap being manageable without one of 2 options. Significant revamps of the budget or an override.
Correct.
That's where I think we are, and that's why I'm asking, I'm not asking to make the decision of, let's do an override and budget accordingly. But I think these 3 need some guidance of am I going in and looking for savings, or are we going in and surgically removing? And I think that's, I mean, am I overstating?
No, I think that provides the clarity that I was trying to put out there. And then I would even stress the other part is, even if we do a big revamp, and if we pull this thing and put it back together, the trends that, you know, in that MMA document are going to continue year over year over year over year. So pulling it apart and putting it back together means maybe finding some way by miracle and expertise, or a combination somewhere thereof, that we can find a way to make 17.
Way back machine. 27.
Time flies.
27
To make 27, it's just lost a decade. To make 27 work, 28, we're going to be grinding right up against it almost immediately.
I think Brian made an interesting, asked a question. The override, the deficit at this time was $468,623 with no supplementals. That's Sarah's number that she presented at this time.
So close to half.
We still don't know what the state's gonna cut on us.
Still know what the health insurance is, you know?
I mean, at this point, state aid in my presentation actually increased 66,000 from what I had projected. This one's going up 6,000. So I mean, right there, it's obvious that it's not.
Yeah, we got some relief in Chapter 70 that I don't
Yeah.
think we're going to get this year.
There's a push on that. There's a push on the Chapter 70. Right now, since 270 to 351 communities got minimum aid, to at least fund the minimum aid at $150 per student versus the 75. So I know that there is a push on that side.
But even
Don't
if
know
that
where it's gonna go.
happens- But even if
Right.
that happens, that actually, it's not going to have a huge effect on Masco, and it's not going to really have a huge effect. I mean, if you really, truly, if we're going to get relief on local aid, it's got to be on.
UGA.
It's got to be UGA. And,
Yeah.
I mean, UGA hasn't changed in 20 years. It's surely not changing this cycle. I mean, I give the previous governor a lot of credit that he increased UGA pretty significantly, but we're still not even where we were in '08.
To that point, it would be helpful if this body of Select Board and FinCom, there's a lot of cities and towns putting in letters to the governor and to their delegations about UGA, and if that's an outcome of today's meeting is a vote from this body to issue a joint letter to our delegation and the governor about UGA, I think, to your point, Brian, like, it's not probably going to move the needle, but if a lot of cities and towns are doing this, at least it's on record that, like, we're trying and we need our state to be a partner.
Yeah,
I know it's
support that. I
dust in the
support that
wind, but-
completely. So, is there a motion for a joint letter signed by the Chair of the Finance Committee, Chair of the Board of Select Board, and the Town Administrator to?
So moved.
I'll motion.
Okay, there's a
Second.
motion. There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, if any? I'm going to let Justin use his prose. If anybody's been reading the media lately, he's very pithy in his prose.
His English skills.
Our patience is.
I also think it's time that we invite our delegation. I appreciate our delegation's responsiveness, but let's invite our delegation to a future Select Board meeting, and I would invite the FinCom to participate in that as well, so they can hear clearly. I don't think they're going to disagree with, I mean, one of our state representatives, a Finance Committee member in North Reading. He
That's
surely gets
correct.
it. But we're back to the issue with $860,000 hole that, and I think your point of 600,000, I think that would be, if everything remains as it is in the budget today, I think 600,000 is probably a best-case scenario, 650 of where our hole could be a month from now. And Masco is the big what-if.
But, you know, with Masco, anything over that 2.5 is override. So it doesn't affect our deficit.
No, well, if the override passes. So,
In all three towns.
so, let me ask,
Well, two
Oh,
towns.
two towns.
only needs two towns, and we're always the last one. So,
Which recent history would indicate
So-
we would be on the hook.
I don't know that the taxpayers are up for another override.
well, I gotta tell you, I think
They just
clearly the
passed 3
taxpayers
last year.
are not going to be open to an
No.
override this year. And
No.
it's not, I mean, I want to thank the taxpayers.
Especially one that adds. So in terms of the supplemental, I think it's clearly no. We have no ability to fund those outside of an override, and I am not going to go for an override to add more positions. Maybe to prevent cutting something, but not to add.
I mean, I know this wasn't part of the decision because it was about police and fire, but if we walk into town meeting and then ask on the ballot for folks to give us an override to keep from us doing layoffs, like, if layoffs have to happen, let's say we go for an override and it fails, and layoffs have to
It
happen.
will fail.
Okay, like,
Guarantee it.
it's not like we're saying, well, layoffs aren't gonna happen in police and fire, because that's a private, so where are we laying off? Elementary? COA?
It's not our decision.
DPW? No, what, I mean, no, if an override fails,
That is your
it is our
decision.
decision.
Yeah, that
Our
is your
decision is, where do those cuts happen? And we have to provide a balanced budget, so we would be walking onto the floor of town meeting with two budgets. Here's the budget, and here's the budget with an override. So, we basically said last year, give us an override for X police, X fire. And are we potentially saying this year, if you don't give us another override, we're gonna have to lay off X police and X fire? And I'm not proposing laying off police and fire. For those at home and for minutes and everything, no, but I'm just trying to talk about scenarios here. And like.
Gotta come from somewhere.
Well, it's gonna come from somewhere. We're not cutting it from Jackie's office supply closet, or, fuel at the fire department. We're not gonna have them put it in neutral while they're going downhill. So, like, that's why I'm asking, like, it may be early, Tony, but is there an appetite for an override? No. I say no.
I say no.
No.
I won't support it.
Would I vote for one? Yes, because I'm in a different position than the average voter in town. I see things differently.
I would
But-
vote for it too.
But
I-
to Costa's point before is, supporting one and actually placing one on the ballot is different.
Mhm.
Because it's one thing if you're going to personally vote for it, it's another thing. So, I think you kind of get some direction here, which, and I think we have to be very honest, and that may include some scenarios that you may be presenting that are scary and ugly, and I'm not, and I want to be very clear that these scenarios are not about pitting department against department. That's not what we're going to do here. But where do we have levers and control? We have levers and control of our elementary school to a certain extent, and then the municipal side. As we proved today, 60-some-odd% of our budget is education. A lot of that we don't have control over.
It's actually higher than that if you look at just operating and take out debt service.
Debt service. And these are really difficult decisions. Now, I know we're going to get more into revenue, but you brought up an item as it relates to one of the bigger driver increases this year is we increased our employee base last year. And by increasing our employee base, our retiree portion that we are being assessed by Essex County Retirement System has increased. Now, we do have some requirements in place on our financial policies of how and when you can utilize dollars that are in reserves. Is now the time to talk about those policies?
I would look at changing the pension policy to allow use of that money in for an unexpected spike in the assessment. Sarah previously said, generally it increases 6%, but we also had like a 13-14% because our wage base increased relative to the whole pool, I guess. So changing it to give us some flexibility and then looking at funding part of that budget from that $730,000 balance.
And I think these are scenarios you can think about as you're building out, both on the expenditure and the revenue side. I'm expecting there's going to be another push on Beacon Hill of the governor's proposal to, cities and towns taxing their way out of crappy local aid through
Excise.
doubling excise, a further increase on meals tax and so forth. And for me, that's left pocket, right pocket.
It is.
We're either going to increase your property taxes, or we're going to increase the other taxes you're paying.
And they should not leave it up to the communities, right? Not local option, especially on excise. If you're going to raise it, throughout the state. Don't say, communities, you can, do it. It's a state tax.
Right.
And then at one point today, there was discussion about potentially carving out some of the additional expenses of moving into the new building conservatively and setting a portion of that aside as a capital item.
That's just kicking the can down the road.
I would rather fund it with stabilization fund money. That way the money's in the budget for the line item itself, and we can figure out the revenue offset later.
So Jeff, I don't disagree that it's kind of kicking the can down the road, but like, for us to get through this year, we're gonna have to kick the can a little bit. And some of that is gonna be like some ugly decisions we have to make, but also like deferring on some decisions. At the same time that we actually do have kind of we have a robust free cash other than the $3 million that Uncle Sam is gonna be taxing us at. So there's some capacity there this year that maybe for a year or two afterwards, but I think this will get us a runway instead of like, boom, 1 year we have to absorb all of these costs within our operating budget. These are items that I just look at what we've done with IT. This year, we're moving items from capital over to IT because this is becoming a yearly occurrence. We've done this with the elementary schools where they've said, in the past, curriculum changes. Well, curriculum changes are now becoming a 3 to 5 year expenditure that you don't buy it 1 year and then come back 5 years later. If we're paying for it every year, just roll it into the operating budget. I'm not saying that some of these costs aren't going to be annual, but this is a big chunk at once. I think if we could put some of that in a capital, it just gives us some breathing room.
So, when you were going over how much interest we've earned in the free cash for all that stuff, right? I know, right, I remember a few years ago, you guys all schooled me on structural deficit, right? We don't want to just take money. But, that free cash account is big. At what point do we, you save it for an emergency, but like.
It's not for emergency, it's for one-time spending.
Yeah.
Stabilization fund is for an emergency. So here's one thing, if you have a balanced budget, I would recommend using free cash to offset the tax rate at a special town meeting in the fall. Once we have a balanced budget, you can do that using free cash to help offset it.
Which we used to do very regularly, about
We used to do it to
$150,000 to
plug the
$200,000.
budget.
Well,
We didn't have a balanced budget beforehand. We did it during the operating budget.
I recalled it a tax stabilization, but it was really, he was plugging the budget.
That's what you want to get away from, is filling that $600,000 hole with $600,000 of free cash.
And that's what
Because then
the
you have to do it
elementary
every
had to
year.
do last year.
That's right.
So if you want to get into the conversation of using free cash to offset budgetary implications, you need that balanced budget first. And then you would do it ideally either in the fall or as a separate article away from your operating budget of funding free cash to reduce the tax rate.
So what's different than that when you were mentioning free cash? What were you?
No, what I was mentioning is taking some of the items that I know are going to be the startup and operational for the new facility. Either utilizing the facility stabilization account to do so, some that we may be able to say could be a 1 or a 2 time but not a recurring cost through free cash on the capital side. Not building a structural deficit. Like, I'm not looking to have
Pay the janitor out of free cash.
Yeah, I'm not looking to pay the janitor out of free cash or capital, I'm not looking, but if the decision is, like, I don't know, the mowing and maintenance of the facilities are gonna be done by an outside contractor, yes, we put it over there.
Right now, you've got $120,000 sitting in the operating, which really isn't fully defined because we don't know. You're taking a portion of the 120 and funding it from free cash until we have better understanding of what your operating needs.
Free cash or facility stabilization?
Stabilization.
Let's just call it
Facility
non-operational.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and I know that's kind of counter to our policies and the process we've always followed, but this is, we're not going to close the gap with this either, but I think this is a 12 to 18 month breathing space.
On a smaller event, I felt the same way about the IT. I think there's some money in there that's going to be saved, maybe 25, maybe 50. But I think that number is a little bit high. I mean, even he said, well, I'm sort of left it a little padded in. And I think this is not the budget to leave any padding.
Well, he wasn't here at the beginning where we told him that the kitchen was on fire, so.
No.
And I, like the questions we're asking about internet and telephone lines and so forth. Do I think there's gonna be some savings coming in the end? Probably, I just don't know what that looks like.
He may even have some of that, I mean, we'll be moved before capital budget Saturday as well, so he may have some of that refined, but we're talking about phone lines that have to do with our CGIS criminal information system. I told Liam to be cautious. That was direction he got from me, because that's something we cannot live without.
No, I get that.
Some of that may be refined.
Can we just roll that to a capital item, knowing that it may disappear in future operational?
Where is the money in the budget for the electricity and heating of the abandoned buildings? Is that, where is that?
In the town buildings, we reduced it by half.
Yeah, we're not mothballing and shutting the buildings down and draining the pipes, but Memorial Hall's not gonna be at 68 degrees.
So what are we spending for the year for?
That presently isn't either.
Memorial
Some rooms are 168.
in there.
We're budgeting 4,000 for Memorial Hall and 2,000.
Call the realtor and lower the price on 65 foot.
To the COA.
So the, I
So
mean,
$6,000 for
you
that.
could do these little incremental things, but.
We're not
I
closing
mean,
You're not closing
that's-
$600,000,
that's-
right.
That's a rounding error. It's-
Right, right.
The,
So why is electric level funded in Memorial Hall? Is that this? $7,000?
No.
Yeah.
That one is level funded.
But that doesn't make sense.
Well, we'll take it. We're
You're not going to have
scrapping it,
AC units, so the Mitsubishi units going.
I just took Paul,
Yep.
Peter's numbers. Because we are still have to keep the heat on, I mean,
You're going to keep the heat on for 6 months.
yeah.
But you're going to keep it on at 50, 55. Nothing for the other 6 months on either AC or...
You're not air conditioning the building in the summer.
no.
Well, we have to do some, I mean, all of our files are, like, all of the files in the basement in Memorial Hall are still there. We have to still keep that
But that's
climate controlled so that we
electric,
don't get.
isn't it? Downstairs where it's climate control?
They're just not moving.
They're not.
They will move within the year.
I mean, I think part of it too is Memorial Hall's not a building you, like,
Well-
this is so in the weeds. Memorial Hall's not a building you can keep at
These are
55
helpful
degrees and expect the
suggestions.
pipes not
Meeting in
to
March, you can consider
freeze.
what
But
the
it gives us
second there.
direction to proceed.
But, you know, these buildings, until something will be done with them. We just haven't decided what to do with them.
Well, we're down to two that we have to decide. Memorial Hall and the Old Town Hall.
Yeah.
We're down to two. The other
that should
two,
be
we
easy.
already know.
But, you know, my point is that
Yes.
carrying costs, you know, of mothballing this until they're either demolished, sold, or we decide what to do,
Would that be capital?
it might make sense to put it in the cap, because they're gonna go away, you know, from the operation budget at some point.
Yeah.
We just don't know the exact point.
Right, once the demo happens, it's done. Doesn't come
And
back.
the other thing, you know, you guys combined, you know, certain line items like, you know, postage, etc. Did you look at combining the training and education budgets? Because when you looked at the actuals from 25, you know, those, you know, a little less than the budgeted amounts. So if you rolled up all of them into one account, maybe you can budget a little less than the sum of them.
Are you saying like training and education
Yeah, I don't know how
department-wide?
that would work.
Well, I don't want to take away from the department head his or her authority to
Yeah.
determine training. I don't want a department head going to, say you roll it into the HR, I don't want them going to Jackie saying, I need some training dollars.
Or can I go take this course?
Maybe
That's
for a year or
no.
two.
No.
I saw some, they were
Doesn't work.
big swings and low
Can
swings
I
in
ma-
some of the
Can I
training
add a
costs.
compromise that we can go through all of the department training and education budgets and see where those can be tightened up? But I strongly advise not putting them all into one consolidated
No.
account, to
No, I wouldn't do
Brian's
that.
point, because the department heads need to have some discretion over running their budget. But I'm happy to go through all of the training. We can go through all the training and education budgets, but I think from an implementation standpoint, like having them all, I'm paying all those bills too. Like there's a lot of background that creates that is unintended consequence.
Let me ask this, I'm still thinking about it, right? Getting back to the whole big picture, right? So let's say we can save 5,000 in training and 2,000 here and 8,000 there, and lo and
We're
behold, we
still-
come up with $75,000 that
We're
we've
still-
just, scraped out. We still have 750, 800,000. I mean, I think we're spending a lot of time focusing on these little things. I really think the discussion has to go up a level to what are some possible big things that we can hit for that big amount of money.
Well, yeah.
It's either revenue or expenditures.
Right, so if we're not gonna, if we're
And your
saying we're not
revenue,
gonna
your
go
time.
and ask for an override and.
Then it's an expenditure
and it's
issue.
expenditure, and so
Well,
salary,
no,
salary,
if we use the pension stabilization, that can be a fairly significant number. Moving the carrying cost of the old buildings in a capital article, that's a fairly big number.
Ballpark, that's at best $50,000.
Okay, that's 50,000 for the buildings. For the pension, it could be 150.
Okay.
So you put that, you're 200,000. That's pretty significant.
No, I agree. Now we're back to what we were saying was 600,000.
So 200, the 600 is now down to 400,000.
well,
So-
if 600 is the best thing, right? 800 looks like
Right.
more where,
But,
Historically,
Can
where
I
we've
like
ended
update
up and where
numbers
we.
for March 1st?
yeah.
what's that?
That's,
Plan on
Back
it.
on March 1st.
Okay.
That's what I
Oh,
think.
Yeah, take it
Yeah.
next month and we'll see you again in a month now.
Okay, but do you also want to talk about, so everything we talked about has been on expenditure side. Do we want to talk about on revenue side? Are there, and again, we're not going to solve this with a 2.5% increase on building permit fees or but I think there also has to be an aggressive review of all of our fees. I mean, here's a perfect example. We had a discussion the other night in our select board meeting about should we be following the route that just about every other city in town has of charging nominal user fees for some of our facilities, i.e. fields and others. And, the first gut reaction was, why would we do that? But here's the reality. The costs of maintaining our fields go up every single year. I can guarantee you, just look at what our cost is on our new employment contract with the DPW union. That's the baseline of what our costs have gone up.
Right.
Our fuel costs are going up, our equipment costs are going up, our maintenance costs are going up. And so eventually, this becomes a revenue issue, not just an expenditure issue.
Right.
So I think we should also, the guidance we have to give you is, and we have to be open to have honest discussions about this. We're either going to ask the voters for an override, or we're going to actually have other ways that we're going to be looking to increase revenue. This is not a spending issue only, this is a revenue issue. So we have to be honest about fees. To how we opened this meeting of, how dare we charge rent to the food pantry? It's not about rent, but there's going to be costs there, utility costs and others. We just have to, there's no sacred cow here.
Well, 5013C should be standing on their own, not being
I'm
supported and
fine as a
funded.
town supporting a
I'm not
501c3
saying
in a
not
certain
support,
way.
that was the wrong word.
No, but I agree.
But
Like, the town's not paying for utilities at the Scout
That's
Cabin.
why they went
The town's not
out
paying for
in that
utilities
direction.
for any of the items over there. That's included in a piece. And it may come down to an agreement of $100 a year for even legal purposes, but there can't be any sacred cows here. We can have honest debates of where we want those costs to land and where we want the revenue increases to be, but
The other place to look at is motor vehicle excise. In 2024, actual 2.4, 2025 actual 2.6, budgeted 26 and 27, 2.3.
Can I offer one piece on motor vehicle excise that I don't know if everyone saw? Our biggest get for motor vehicle excise in terms of actual collection is when people cannot renew at the RMV, when it's, if, like, granted, plenty of people pay their bill on time, but for people that don't, for our ability to do collections is when you can't renew your license and registration, and the governor's put forward legislation that says that those will be waived along with parking tickets when it comes to the RMV. So that's another item to bring up with the delegation that I'm adding to the list, is that if that were to pass, that we lose our teeth with motor vehicle excise. We have really good,
100%.
and Sarah's team, assessing team, we have really good history and track record with motor vehicle excise, but that's something else to put on all of your radar, that the state is looking to remove teeth for our ability to collect.
So we're looking at a decrease before we even think about raising.
100%.
yeah, but you know what? Every year I always ask the question of like, where's the point where motor vehicle excise just continues to grow? It stops continuing to grow. But the reality is, who's bought a new vehicle recently?
People do, though.
I have.
Yeah,
I can tell you what a new vehicle costs. Hell of a lot more than it did 3 years ago. So, yeah, that's why motor vehicle excise, to your point, Costa, is 200,000 above what we budgeted?
300, but I haven't received the commitment for this year, so
So
I
after
am
you-
going to be looking at it. Yeah.
And looking at the chart that's in the material, there was, between 19 and 20, there was a dip of 48,000, and between 21 and 22, there was a dip of 55,000. But other than that, it just grows from year to year, so people are buying cars, and the development that has happened are higher-end condos, and there's 2 very nice cars moving into town with the purchase of that condo.
I think part of the concern also relative to size is, the purchase of new vehicles is also dependent on the funds available to do it, and the economy's kind of shaky. And so while we can look at revenues and try to push where we can within reason, if the bottom falls out of the economy next year, nobody's buying a new car. They're gonna push their car another year if they can, and I don't want to get stuck in that
Yeah,
trap.
but we said that same thing during COVID when there wasn't even cars available for sale, or when interest rates went through the roof.
But
And
let's
it
look
still
at
has
what
grown.
the commitment is when it comes in the big one.
I just received my commitment one, and it's pretty stagnant till
Yeah.
last year. It's only up minor.
Yeah, I mean,
I
the
was
majority of what we
quite
bring
surprised. And another thing, I don't know about Middleton, I should know, but I don't know off the top of my head. I didn't receive as many commitments
That's what I
for
was just
last
gonna
year
say.
as I typically do. I
Yeah.
received up to.
When Brad gives me-
Actually, we received commitment 6 here too,
Yeah,
but usually we're in 10 or 12.
yeah. I think we usually get 7 or 8. Brad gives me his whole spreadsheet because when I do my analysis, I don't even look at just this levy that's going to come out for 26. There's always a supplemental for 25 and things like that, those additional
Right.
commitments. So I factor that in when I do my analysis.
Yeah,
And that's
so-
a lot of that additional revenue that we bring in is those additional commitments.
Yeah.
So
And I mean,
I factor all of that in when I look at it.
Yeah, I don't think motor vehicle, I don't think you're gonna see a huge revenue spike there that's
No.
gonna get us out of this hole.
And here's
or
the thing,
even begin to get
To
us
Brian's
out.
question about free cash, if we just bring it up to the 2.6 million, well, our free cash is going to go down because we're not going to have that excess within budget versus actuals too. So granted, we've got good free cash right now, but we may trend to need more of that free cash. And go back to when I started here, where it was like 1.1 million in free cash, you know, like, then you can't really do any projects with
Right,
$1.1 million, you know? But 100%, you know, my goal next week is, in between capital meetings, going through, getting all the revenue data through January into my spreadsheets and start looking, because right now I only have through December, so I'm going to keep building it for every month and see where things are trending.
I think we have a lot of work, we have a lot of homework to do before Capital Saturday, which will give, to your point, Peter, of talking about how do we level up the discussion of like, how do we get out of the weeds? Like, part of dealing with the weeds is knowing the manner of scale of how big the problem is, because we also don't want to start to talk about solutions that affect people's livelihoods
Right.
when we don't actually know like the full scale of what that gap is. To your point, like, I appreciate that comment. I just don't know if we're quite there yet.
I mean, that's fair.
It's a lot of hurry up and wait this time of year with, as budget numbers come in too, which is so frustrating.
Sarah, are there any other areas on the revenue side that you think there's some potential opportunity?
I'm actually going to go over into this one.
We had talked about development a little bit, so we're going to be taking a look at that.
I mean, at
So
some
that
point, a
would be-
permit's going to be pulled at the Angelica site. What does that look like, and what does it look like in terms of timing? I mean, I hope to God the pull of that permit happens this fiscal year, because that's going to help us next year in,
28.
Including the demolition as well, right?
yeah, well, demolition permit should be pulled this year, correct?
Yep.
And we now charge a
heard
real
a couple
demolition fee.
months.
Which is how much?
Like,
We used to only charge
Used to be
$100 for a
$100.
demo fee,
And now
We
it's,
just
and now we
a lot
charge
more.
the expo 1,000.
I mean, looking at, I know it's hard to see the way that it's up here. Trying to get it so you can see actual, this is the actuals over here.
Page of the spreadsheet are you, of the PDF are you on?
I am on page 9 of my Q2 financial summary, if anyone is wanting to follow along. Rome looks like it's doing good at 76%, but Q3 is always our worst one, where we only bring in like 30,000 maybe. So that skews that percentage. Meals we're trending a little higher than average, but again, not really.
God, drive by the 99s, that places like they're giving stuff away. They've got to be driving in.
They are giving it away, that's why it's not hitting the meals tax, Brian.
Penalties and interest on taxes, that is kind of stagnant. It is what it is. Our pilot is what it is.
Actually, is this current year that we're in right now the first year that we should start seeing real pilot payments under the change that our legislative delegation got? Or is it really not there yet?
I believe we've already started seeing it, and you're seeing the nothing that it turned out to be. Respectfully, to the work of our delegation, we're talking thousands of dollars, not 20s of thousands. So I believe this is already in effect.
Okay.
All it did, so Brian, to your, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So all it did was count it as part of the state-owned land, but they also added a bunch of other properties across the Commonwealth as state-owned land. So they didn't increase the budget for how much they were
That's
paying
kind of like
communities.
when they created a new regional school district, they didn't add to the total budget for regional school transportation. They
There you
just
go.
Split it
Or
amongst the.
CPA over many years ago, they added more communities, but didn't increase revenue.
That's exactly.
Our solid waste fees, the permit fee will be the same in FY '27 as in FY '26, so no increase in revenue there. Fees, again, we can have that conversation about what we charge for fees. Cemeteries fluctuate so much year over year, there's not really much to do with that. Our other departmental revenue is like a whole slush fund of a bunch of things. Building permits trending okay, but you never know with that one. I'm
We're
also
almost
not inclined to.
exactly where we were last year, right?
Yes. We are, I have my year-over-year trend here.
The reality is, until rates come down, building permits aren't going to increase considerably. It's going to
No,
stay
and
stagnant.
you also don't want to budget for those one-time
I agree. Projects like.
projects.
Yeah.
I mean,
You want to,
if we end up with two big 40B projects happening in this town, like,
At the same time.
there's probably going to be multi-year revenue that's going to come, but when those projects are over,
It's done.
it's going to come crashing down.
yeah,
Yeah,
building
but then you
permits
have
are
to
That's the
only,
new growth.
And then you get
Yeah.
the new growth,
Right.
right.
building
But
permits
then
are
that's only
5,000 less than
all
last
it's
year.
there.
But I mean, everything else that we have here, other licenses, again, it's trending almost exactly the same as last year. Fines and forfeitures are $600 off from last year. Investment income, we're down 1.4 million. It's kind of obvious why we're down that much. But even on the regular recurring income, we're 50,000 less than we were December of last year.
So that kind of echoes the root of the issue here, is that revenue is staying about the same.
Yeah.
But costs continue to exponentially increase, not
Yeah.
because of any type, no one's asleep at the switch here. It's, look around everywhere, like the cost of everything is going up exponentially. There's nothing you can really do
Well,
about it.
there are some levers around revenue, like, I think we've continued to explore the property we've been given authority to sell over near Locust Street. If that property is sold and developed, either as it's designed now or otherwise, there's not insignificant tax revenue that would now come into the,
Right.
I mean,
Correct.
Costa, what did you say, if that Locust Street property was sold and developed as it's zoned now, what do you think our annual revenue would be, tax revenue?
Well, it'd be 12 lots at the houses.
15 to 17,000 probably.
When the houses are built.
Yeah.
It'd be about 20 to 23 million of value. So
figure a $2.3 million home on our tax rate right now, what's that gonna be? Should be around 21,000, 23,000
Let's just call it
times 12.
15 to 17,000 for, like,
But if they're-
conservative.
180, 200,000 when it's built out.
I mean, so, that's example of a lever that I know that's a can we keep kicking. Let's just call it $150,000 of annual new revenue, that we keep kicking that can. At some point, let's kick the can through the goal post.
I agree, let's just sell it.
Ready a while ago.
Yeah.
And I know we're trying to sell the police station. Anybody knows anybody that wants to buy it, please let us know. And there's some
need to
struggles
talk
with
about
that property to sell, and quite honestly, I'm comfortable selling it at a lower rate if it just means it gets on the tax rolls. And then,
I would like to have a conversation about the process.
we can, let's put that on the next select board agenda, but
It's already on there.
But here's some, if we could get ourselves into the position of getting the Locust Street property sold, it's not gonna solve the balancing the budget, but it's gonna help solve
Future.
future revenue.
Yeah.
Not just additional revenue, but property tax revenue, in a way that, is gonna support us. But that,
And why haven't we been trying to more actively sell that?
So the select board's been reviewing it over the past year at length, and then when the 35 Village Road development emerged over the summer, we kind of hit the brakes on it because we want to see what happens there, and if what does happen there has any impact to infrastructure in the area, because if it means pulling a sewer line or something to that effect, it drastically changes the landscape of what that piece of property is.
however, 2 meetings ago, South Essex Sewerage District came in asking for us to support something for them, and that was the opportunity for us to ask their executive director of, hey, we would really like to have our property that we're looking to do something with brought into the South Essex Sewerage District.
Makes the lot's worth a lot more.
And he said he would absolutely work with us on that. And if that property now goes from septic to tied into South Essex, and we issue an RFP to sell that, we'll probably, we will need somebody at the front desk to manage the folks that are going to be coming into town hall to drop off applications.
And I would also say that that scenario would be a prime candidate for a Housing Works grant that we're presently not eligible for. So I'd like to try to draw that process out as long as humanly possible until maybe a time when we actually have access to state funds again. Because if the state would stop hamstringing us when we're trying to do the right thing in terms of supporting housing stock.
You know what, I'd
that'd
like
be a
to
good
just
get.
get that on our tax rolls.
So what would
Let's
you
just
use
get it sold.
a grant for that, for what purpose?
pulling infrastructure, underground infrastructure.
Makes it more appealing to the developer
Yeah,
who's
so
buying
the
it.
state would pay for pulling water and sewer, and then that makes it far more attractive to a developer and what they're willing to pay.
So the water and sewer goes to the development you did,
Yeah.
right? How far is that from that property?
It's across the street.
Yeah, diagonally across, was it
Yeah.
about 200 yards?
Stone's throw,
A
right?
little more, maybe, yeah, maybe a little more.
Again, I'd be happy to sell that at a value that is reflective of the value having access to the sewerage, but the developer having to bring that sewerage in, because here's the reality, we're at best a year away from being able to address the 3A issue, which is keeping us from grants. That's $150,000 to $200,000 a year in tax revenue. If that was already on the books, if that was sold a year ago and was being developed right now, we'd probably, instead of 860, we'd be,
In the positive.
yeah, well,
Yeah,
not
it's
in
time
the
to
positive
sell.
right now.
Time
yeah.
for it to go, yeah.
I'm optimistic.
But I would also caution, you can't always
Dollar
build your way out of these problems, and it would provide relief for a period of time, but still eventually, if things don't change systemically.
I think
we'll
there's
keep hitting this.
unanimity here that 2028, so as we talked about in the past, we said, in 2024, we said we have to do an override in 25, and it failed. And then we came back when it failed in 25 and said, boys and girls, we're coming back next year. We came back and it passed. I am saying right now, there's no appetite for an override in 27. There's going to be an override in 28, unless a bucket of money again falls from the sky, or the state decides to be reasonable on local aid. We're looking at an override in 28. So, to your point, we have to make some decisions now that get us to that year, including get the property sold, get that on the tax levy.
I go back to, we don't want to build structural deficits. We don't, we like to hold off for the best, return on our value for stuff. But we have all these things like waiting for, I don't want to say emergency because you said that was a bad word, but where we're in such a deep hole. Like, at what point do you make a decision to say, okay, this is a deep enough hole where we can kind of monkey around with some of this one-time stuff to get us to when we can ask for an override? I know there's always a problem with building that in, but at some point you have an emergency fund. If there's an emergency, and it seems, based on everything I've heard, that this really, given all of the issues we have, the state cutting funding, everything, this is like a perfect storm where maybe we do cross our fingers a little bit and leverage some of this stuff that we have. I don't know, or like forcing through a sale, right? Take a discount because it's not already connected to sewer, but do something to sort of get us past. Well, I think this is an emergency. This sounds to me, we were having the discussion last year, and we were trying to bring the budget back, and we came up with some stuff, and at the end of the year, at the end of last year's, we were like, all right, good, we kind of got away with it, do some override. Here, it looks like if we're not going to do an override, and let's be fair, on the revenue side, unless we're talking about these kind of things, it's not going to be a huge chunk.
To be clear, though, when we talk about selling a piece of property, it's not to take that cash and fund the deficit.
No,
That gets on the tax roll.
Get the tax revenue.
Put it into a reserve fund or put it into defray borrowing, and then getting revenues on
Tax
the
revenue
development
later.
2 years down the road.
Right, so
Correct.
maybe that's not it, but I'm still going back to,
Why have a rainy day fund if you're
why
not
have a
gonna use it
rainy
when it
day
rains?
fund if you
Yeah.
never use it? I mean, I'm talking that now, right? Okay, that's a different thing, but my point, the thing I'm trying to convey is, we have a rainy day, and at some point, you have a rainy day fund, like you said, for a rainy day. And if this is not a rainy day,
But
It's a snowy
go back
day.
to your point. You break the free cash down, and we have
Thinking the
cash
same
balances. There's only one account in particular that could possibly use this supplement the budget. You're not going to do it with the capital accounts. You're not going to do it with the sped funding accounts. You're not going to do it with sidewalk accounts. You have just one cash balance of how much?
Stabilization.
Stabilization fund,
Yeah.
almost 3 million.
So 3 million. You knock that down on $500,000, $1.5 solve the budget, we walk away. Next year, use another $1.5 million, we're out of stabilization, we're out of business.
no,
You really don't want to use stabilization on one-time revenue for all going operating. You're better off cutting the cost.
And not
Yeah.
to mention what that.
This is
does-
not a rainy day.
Not to mention what that.
No, a rainy day is when the governor comes in and cuts your budget.
Correct.
That's a rainy day.
That's a rainy day. That's your 9C cuts.
Or you have a capital project that blew up.
Yeah.
Like, we had a $400,000 furnace blew in Stoneham. We used $100,000 out of the stabilization fund because we couldn't go to town meeting. It was the middle of the winter. That's what that's.
Stabilization is meant there when you're already in your budget, and then the sky's falling.
Sky's
Something
all
blows
of a
up.
sudden.
Yeah.
Well, we've had
Luckily, we
cases
haven't
where
needed to use it in 18 years.
A few years ago, when we had
We haven't had
the,
to use it in 18 years. That was the last time there was 9C cuts.
a few years ago, when the state budget crashed, the governor was talking
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
cutting existing state funding that the towns had already budgeted for.
That's when we would come to
So
town
like
meeting
the,
and
the,
beg for
the
it.
snow winter we had 10 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which we may have again this year.
I get all that stuff, but I mean,
Jeff,
This is just recurring operating costs that are expensive.
Jeff,
Right.
It's not,
We may have again this year.
the sky isn't falling, it's just
Revenues
unfortunate.
are stagnant, but the cost of doing business is going up, and
Not unique to Middleton.
No.
No, we're not the only one dealing with this. Everybody's
No,
dealing with this
everyone.
to different degrees. And some, I mean, there's some town, Boxford, they do an override like we do a town meeting. Like, how much are we putting on the
Serious.
override? What are we gonna pay for? Let's do it. But they also have a different budget structure than we do. I mean, so,
No, and they know they're not getting their money from anywhere else. They have no commercial, they have no, that's it. It's just a residential tax base.
Well, to go back to the question of a half hour ago that you had asked, there's no way I can support adding to the fire department.
Yeah, we can
This
vote
point
on
in
that, I
time.
guess.
Maybe we can reevaluate it on March 7th, but clearly nothing's going to material change.
I think we're doing the chief a disservice if we tell him we're gonna wait until March to make a
I agree.
decision. I think we just
agree.
be honest, and I don't think he's at home saying, I think this is gonna pass. I think he,
We just don't have the money, plain and simple.
so I would take a motion on that.
I'll make a motion, we deny the request at this time, reevaluate it March 7th unless some material event happens. It will likely pass anyway.
Okay, there is a motion, is there a second?
I second.
There is a second, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, if any? That passed unanimously. Okay, Justin, you feel like you and the team have some
Clear direction, yep.
Well, you have direction, it may not be clear.
As clear as it's going to get. Yeah.
Okay.
Clear as it's gonna get.
The other thing, we really have to make a decision on Old Town Hall, the current senior center. We have,
That's also on the agenda.
we
for
have
the next
made
select
no
board
decision
meeting.
whatsoever on that building.
Well, it's not
other
like
than
that's
that we
gonna be a
don't-
political decision at all, that should be easy.
We have no plan right now at all
I say
for
let's
that
get
building.
through the easy ones. We know we're selling the police station. Let's get that one done. Let's get that one off our
think
shoulders.
I think
And
we need to
then
make a
that-
deci-
I think having, if you give me a second
Yeah.
so I can finish,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, we stab a little at this one, stab a little at that, and we get nothing done. We need to stay focused. Let's get the police station done, get that off of our shoulders, then we can move on to, I'd like to move on to Locust Street, get that one done, because that's somewhat of a clear vision, and then move over to Memorial Hall or the Old Town Hall. To me, you just can't take a piece of so many moving objects and get anything accomplished. That's how I feel we're doing with these properties.
I think they're all independent of each other, and I think we need to make
They
a
are.
decision on Old Town Hall. What are we going to do with it? We have made absolutely no decision on that building, and it's time we make a decision.
so if I may, I apologize. It's not on the agenda
No, I
for today,
understand.
Jeff, but it is on your agenda for the next
Okay.
select board meeting in a week and a half.
Okay.
How big is it? How big is that property?
Which
Small.
one?
Small.
1,600 square feet.
The reality is that property is not, it has more nostalgic value than it has
More to
actual
us.
value.
Okay.
I mean, you got a septic
Understood.
system that needs to be done, a parking
Understood.
lot needs to be done, retaining wall that needs to be done. I mean, that's,
So true.
Okay.
there's just a lot of other issues percolating that folks
Tough
have.
building.
This is why we get paid the big money, Jeff. So,
Justin, yeah, any guess as to what all of that adds up to? like the septic, the retaining wall, sort of,
For the old town hall?
About what the building's worth.
Yeah, I mean, so retaining wall with engineering is probably gonna be, well, actually, we just built a bunch of walls down at the new
250
building.
about
Yeah, so-
45 years
Yeah, so I was gonna say, it's
A
gonna probably
private
be.
developer can do it for half the cost of a town would.
Yeah, true, but for us, like, probably like 300K, septic's probably gonna be 50 plus if they have to do a full redesign. And then that's not to mention, I don't know where the roof is at on that building or anything else, so. There's a lot of liabilities there.
But
You
what
guys
do
are
we
thinking of
think, that-
repurposing it, is that why, or as opposed to just getting rid of it, is that,
there
was
are
that
some in
issue?
town that want it repurposed for
Repurposed,
something that I
okay.
don't know is
Economically viable.
Viable,
I'm gonna
okay.
step on the third rail on this. I
What's
think we just
viable
need to
and
sell
what's
the
not.
property.
and there's also the tramp
Move the
house that's
tramp out,
on the
move the tramp
property.
out.
Move the turnip house, sell the property, be done with it.
Okay.
It's, I get it, but, hey, kitchen's on fire, like, we gotta make decisions.
Unique, if it could be, if someone bought it for development and tore it down and put a duplex there, the duplexes across the street, there's one for sale for $1 million right now. And the other one sold
What a nicer
Yeah.
lot, though. I think that lot would, I don't even know that
big
it,
enough, right?
Yeah.
no.
It's an awful.
I think your abutters would probably buy it for parking and just additional land. That's what I see happening. Only a guess.
We deed restrict it that they have to leave the whole town hall.
So I see on the agenda is discussion of reorganization of budget based on consolidation and operation.
I think we
We
covered
talked
it,
about
yeah.
that, so I think, so you're gonna come back in, I know, you're gonna come back in March with some items that are gonna maybe move over to capital and some items that may move to other areas, so we'll discuss that then. We have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
There's a motion, all those in
Second.
favor? Aye.
Go Pats, right? Got down.